यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Hello and welcome to PMPL right here in Pakistan region, where of course this is week 3, day number 5, the final day before of course we jump into the grand finals itself. And of course I'm going to be all joined on along with Shadow, and of course also it is a huge thanks to Oppo for making this all happen. Now again, Shadow, when it comes down to the way things have been happening till now in week 3, we know it has been unpredictable, we know things have been chaotic, but what we do know is that the aggression has perfectly picked up its pace, and that in turn have brought in new teams, new players who have been in the limelight in week 3. So talking about those players itself, what teams are you looking forward to outshining, outperforming today?
Well, definitely one of the name that came up in week number 3 was Regicide. Yesterday also
Right.
they got two big win, back-to-back win for themselves. Let's see if they can make it a hat trick. Also getting a win this particular first game. But yes, Regicide is one of the team that has came up. Along with Regicide, it is I think it is Quraysh Esports that is also having a very good outrun in this entire week.
Absolutely. Now talking about the schedule itself, of course this has been going on for 3 weeks till now when it comes to the league stage, and this is the week 3 final day. Now in this you can also see that we have of course 5 matches, but there is one extra map that will be played today, for which only top 12 teams that are part of course week 3's leaderboard, only top 12 will be able to participate, and we'll talk more about that. But of course the grand final will be on the 30th September onwards till 2nd October. Moving on towards the prize pool, the motivator, of course Shadow, huge numbers that we have right here. Starting right off the bat, it is $100,000 in total. Now it is just a ludicrous amount for these players to of course participate in, but at the same time, more than this is of course also the opportunity for them to be able to represent Pakistan, the 6 teams that will move in from the grand finals in the SA Championship as well.
Well, definitely the bigger picture is the SA Championship, which all the teams are looking out for, because that's the ultimate goal. They want to represent their country. But yes, Mula, the money is also important. Every single team is going to get at least something, at least $1,000 if they are qualifying for the finals. But how they earn the money? By earning those points, and we have been witnessing the default point structure from a very long time. The first place gets 15 points, second gets 12, and it keeps on reducing by 2 points until 13th and 16th place gets 0 point. But the elimination points are something which Pakistan region is always looking out for, because even if the team is becoming the first one to face an elimination, they at least get elimination point for themselves. Even if the placement points are 0, they manage to get 1 or 2 elimination points for themselves. That makes things a little bit easier for them in the overall ranking or the leaderboard.
Absolutely. And moving on from this towards the bonus points itself. Now this is where the bonus points that are being avoided, especially on the map of LIVIK, is where this conversation leads us down towards, wherein every single team from week 1, the top 12 who have been able to participate on the LIVIK map, have been earning bonus points as they participate, and of course the position that they finished the game with, those points that they accumulate are then added on in the grand final when the games start from 30th September itself. So they will already have a boost when they start, and that also will give them a big opening, as all they'll have to do is increase that lead for themselves. But along with that, right now we're talking about 20 teams that are still going to be part of our gameplay today, and those have been divided in 5 individual groups, where of course group A, B, C and D are the ones who are going to be playing the first game.
Well, certainly, Group A, B, C, D, and E is there. And from Group A, Magnus Esports, they are also facing a little downfall. But yesterday, Team BABLU in the very first game, they managed to get a winner chicken dinner for themselves. Talking about Group B, they are also trying to step up, especially H2E over there. But Group C is where I8 is there, and I8, well, the struggle is still continuing despite having very good outing in week number 1. In week number 3, they are not able to come up. Yes, one good game came from the side yesterday, but other than that, they failed to make any kind of impact yesterday.
Absolutely, and this is of course the league standings itself, where we combine all the matches that the teams have played from week 1 onwards till now, and that in total, of course, we can clearly see Magnus Esports on the top with 8 chicken dinners, 686 points to their name. Moving on along is going to be the second place, where I8 Esports have accumulated 7 chicken dinners, and moving down south, of course, is going to be the Regicide team, that, as Shadow was mentioning, a team to look out for, as they have been so very consistent. But again, viewers, also I'd like to draw your attention towards the total points that these 3 teams have. There is a difference between all 3 of them, after which from Regicide onwards the teams are close, so the contestation is going to get up and down in terms of how today's day fares out for these teams. And moving on to the second page, that is where we will find out that top 16 teams. Which are those top 16 teams going to be? That will of course push through to the grand final starting from the 30th of this month itself. Now, that also we spoke about yesterday. 16th place for Metershot X Sky on 331 points, followed by 52 Esports on the 17th position with 327 points, only 4-point difference. Definitely there can be a possibility, a rise and fall that we can anticipate from these teams from 16th all the way down, or maybe even from 12th all the way down as well, because one good game we've seen teams accumulate even 15-18 points from a single chicken dinner game.
Well, definitely, a single win can get you up in the overall ranking. But yes, like you also said, up until 12th position, we can say teams are a bit safe. But talking about 3x Esports also, they are in the danger zone right now, sitting on the 15th spot. And the way their games are going yesterday, the way their games were going, and day number 4 and day number 3 as well. So 3x needs to amp up their performance, because Metershot Sky and the bottom teams, Triple Esports, they are already trying to climb up the ladder. So 3x Esports, if their misery continues in this very day as well, maybe we can see Triple Esports or Metershot Sky or some other team from the bottom propelling in the leaderboard and coming on the top, and 3x might not be able to qualify.
Well, we'll have to see, because 3x have been able to at times bring out that rabbit out of the hat situations for themselves in week 1 and week 2, for which we have to of course bring up Miracle, we have to bring up Mary, Tyrant. Now all of those players, we've seen them in performance, we've seen them bring in and change the way the game is being played for themselves, the rotations, the splits that they end up making. All in all, of course, fingers crossed that they're able to make it, they're able to push through to be a part of course, the grand finale itself. As you mentioned, they're sitting on that 13th spot right now, a tricky position to be in, but again, that will all be cleared out today, because the 5 games that are going to be played today will give us a clear opening and understanding as to what those 16 teams are going to be that we're going to see in the grand finals. Now, talking about bigger scheme of things, as we mentioned, from the grand finals itself, only 6 teams are going to move through towards SA Championship, wherein of course they're going to be representing Pakistan. And on the other front, we already do have SA PMPL going on, from which of course we're going to find out who their opponents are going to be. So a very big fanned out approach that we do have, of course, PMPL like every year, and this time around the best part is the change in the format. But again, the change in format has definitely showcased really good results, especially in week 3, where teams have been able to bring themselves back up, especially the likes of Regicide and others. But of course, we'll see if it all fares out for them, or maybe perhaps any other team today. Now, moving on to a team to bring up and talk about, as Shadow did mention, starting the day off yesterday, in fact, first 2 games, BABLU were able to accumulate, 2 chicken dinners for themselves, and the comparison right there clearly does indicate. Now, week 3, day 3 versus day 4, which was yesterday, a perfect rise that was anticipated from them has been showcased to us as well as their fans.
Certainly, Team BABLU, as compared to the previous week, the way they were performing, it was only Erangel where they're performing good. Sanhok was their weakest, but in this particular week, Team BABLU came on the top in the map of Sanhok also by getting a win for themselves. One of their weakest map, they are trying to grab that map also, and even Miramar, that has been their strongest foothold from the very start. We have been seeing Team BABLU. So yes, Team BABLU, as compared to previous weeks, they have amped up their aggression in a good way, because previously in the previous weeks they were picking bad fights, but every single time like Team BABLU engage in a fight and they try and win it without losing on any of their player, and that is why Team BABLU is coming on the top.
Absolutely. Now that is a very critical point to bring up, right, for BABLU, that we've seen from the side of this team. whenever they're able to keep those numbers up, whenever they're able to bring it down to a perfect synergistic play as they enter those fights and those zones, it is perfect. In fact, talking about the rotations as well, the rotations that they were bringing in were also really, really good. Now we'll have to see if that can be continued today, because after all, we want BABLU to be able to, of course, bring in that sort of a play, bring their old gameplay back, which was showcased yesterday on Erangel as well as Miramar. And today, the best part is that we're going to be starting off on the map of Miramar itself. So definitely high hopes are going to be kept from the fans as well, of course, for BABLU. And on the other front, of course, as you mentioned, Regicide doing really fantabulous, doing really, really well. But as these conversations continue on forth, I'm sure today there are going to be new names that will be brought up. Like yesterday, we were talking about Triple Esports, a team that definitely tried to make a mark, especially on day 3, and in fact, a little bit on day 4 as well, but more so on day 3, I'd say, of this week 3.
Well, for Triple Esports and 52 Esports, it took them a very long time to find a foothold in this particular event, because in the starting few weeks, they were struggling. It was entirely week number 3 when they started coming up. But talking about the other team, it is Team FS also that has showcased a very good improvement as compared to previous weeks, because this time the aggression has already been amped up. The way they are picking the fights, coming in the top, even the survival time also. This time in this particular week, they are surviving for a longer time.
Exactly, and that's working out flawlessly for them, in fact, one would say. But again, ups and downs are being showcased from this team as well. Freestyle now, a perfect gameplay that can be anticipated from them today as well, because the synergistic bunch, they definitely are. And when they are able to get the zone working for themselves, when they are able to get that rotation perfectly set up for themselves, it works out flawlessly for them, because that they are an aggressive bunch. They love to take those fights. And like I said, if the zone works out and the rotation works in their favor, this team is definitely one of those to look forward to, and of course be a little afraid of as well, because Freestyle, they come out of the blue and they come in, of course, for just one and only thing, that is to be able to dominate. Right here, of course, in the clips, we can clearly see that they've got some really keen eyes as they, of course, make those rotations, but also at times they do falter down, and we've seen those sort of play styles as well. On the other front, again, all the expectations for today for the side of Freestyle are going to be that they hopefully just keep riding. Now, yesterday's game, if we bring up, right, there were moments where we saw Freestyle overextend in fights as well, which in turn invited other teams to get closer and closer and, of course, bring them down. But overall, definitely a team to watch out for is going to be Freestyle in this day.
Well, definitely, Freestyle is one of the team to watch out for, because when the day number 1, also in the last match, they got a win for themselves. But the way Team FS has worked on the entire coordination and the synergy, that is also very impressive, because in week number 1, it was only about Malik getting those opening, getting those knocks. He was usually the one who, when get taken down, the entire team started crumbling. But now is not the case. Now the entire team, or the 4 players, are playing their individual roles, and so synergetically that they are winning every single fight. It is not just Malik now. It is also about Vasi, Zarbaf also, and Mom2. Mom2 also being the last man. Whenever he is the last man standing, he is able to get those placement and the crucial elimination points. Even FS took down the one of the top dogs, that is I8 also in one of the games.
Absolutely, definitely. That is something that they were able to, of course, showcase to us as well as the entire lobby, that they have that caliber and they have the approach and the skill to be able to dominate, and which again, nobody's questioning, because we know that FS definitely have the skill. But all in all, it'll be brought down to today. The test is all brought down to today's exam and today's all the games that they are left to play, which is, of course, going to be the critical hit that they are going to need to be, of course, providing every single time. Now, for those rotations itself, let's see if at all there's going to be any contestations. Let's see if at all there can be, because again, you talk about the Erangel map, we've seen the grounders being so very close on Primorsk and Freestyle being so very close on the Ferry Pier as well. Perhaps because today being the final day, it is all boiling down to, of course, revenge that are going to be created, and a lot of turmoil that I believe is going to be created in the background, because if today does not factor in for the teams, then they are going to be out. Along with that, of course, let's have a look at the rankings themselves for especially, of course, week 3, as today we do have that final map that will be played on the map of LIVIK, which is going to be match number 6. But looking at the affair that has been brought out in this week itself, in week 3 itself, Regicide, what a phenomenal turn of events for themselves. 4 chicken dinners, 226 points. Now in that same row of chicken dinners, we can see that Quraysh Esports also does have 4 chicken dinners, but the stark difference can clearly be indicated based on how Regicide have been consistently bringing those numbers in terms of placement as well as elimination compared to how Quraysh are playing. But again, nothing taken away from them because they are sitting on the first page, and that is the best part.
But Quraysh and Regicide, they're still in the overall league standing, they're still in the safe spot. But talking about
True.
the other team, that is 52 Esports, the way they are playing this particular entire week, they're focusing in every single game, they're focusing on the circle, their position inside the circle, they're heavily focusing on the placement points. And sometimes they are getting good elimination points as well. 52 Esports is also one of the team to watch out for because right now they are not in the top 16, and the way they are performing, if they continue the same momentum in all the 4 games they have today, I think they can definitely be the team to come in top 16 and qualify for the finals.
Indeed, and we definitely hope that they are able to, because of course, as you mentioned, they are sitting on that 18th spot, right? And when it comes down to 52 Esports, this is a team that we want to be able to rise up to the occasion. We want them to be able to bring all those perfect opportunities into their favor. As you perfectly mentioned, yes, the placement points have been really phenomenal for them. As of now, sitting on the 18th position, they have 268 points compared to the team sitting on the 16th position, which is Metershot X Sky with 304 points. So there is a difference over there that they're going to have to overcome, of course. And along with that distance, in terms of the points, the difference, my apologies, in terms of the points, which is going to be, of course, 30 plus points that they're going to need to cover. At the same point, Metershot Sky is also one team that is not going to be hunkering down. They are already going to be working towards getting the best gameplay possible from the start of the day itself. So it is going to be a tough ladder to climb for 52 Esports, but all the eyes are definitely fingers crossed that it will work out for them. Along with that, let's have a look at the schedule for the day. Of course, as we were mentioning earlier, we do have the normal 5 maps that are going to be played, starting all the way from Miramar, moving on to Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and then finally Erangel. But after that, only top 12 teams will qualify for that LIVIK map. So every single time we are going to be looking at the leaderboard itself, and we'll find out how teams are changing and what are those teams going to be in the top 12 who will be part of course, the LIVIK map that will be played today. And yeah, fingers crossed for all the teams. I just hope that they bring in the best dominating play today. And at the same point, definitely going to be an exciting day for sure, because a lot of fighting was showcased yesterday on the map of Sanhok. A lot of chaos was showcased. Hopefully today also, right off the start, we are able to see that happen based on how the zone is. But along with that, as we cannot predict the zone, we cannot predict what team are going to get that chicken dinner. But we do have to give an answer. So what team will you want to choose, Bhavna, for this first game on Miramar to walk away with a chicken dinner?
I want to pick a team from the bottom in the standings because I think they are going to perform really good, but at the same time this is a very crucial day. I want to pick H2E. Okay, H2E.
All right.
They will go a little safe, but I think they need that win to stay in the top 16 position. So yeah, H2E.
Definitely, for H2E, the best part is the rotation that we've spoken about, which works out flawlessly for them. At the same point, for me, it is going to be BABLU because of the way that they showcased a perfect understanding of how the zone was, how the teams were playing, and how the lobby is. And they brought in the aggression, which was missing from them. And that aggression is something that we were missing as well from their side, which was showcased yesterday. So if BABLU, right off the bat, on the map of Miramar is able to dominate like they did yesterday, that would be the perfect start to the day. But let's find out. Let's find out if my prediction comes true or not. But I'm definitely going to be rooting for BABLU to bring in this first game's chicken dinner.
And they can go for it also. H2E, yes, they have to go for a little safe gameplay because they are somewhere between the 11th to 15th position right now. But Team BABLU, they're already in top 10. Even if they have a little bit bad game, that is not going to affect the overall ranking in the league stage ranking. So yes, Team BABLU, they stand a very high chance of getting this one in the bag. So I think that your prediction is going to become that 5. I already see that we'll changing to 5.
We'll find out because I mean, right now, the way you're thinking is exactly how I was thinking yesterday, because I was thinking about the teams who've already confirmed, like, for example, Regicide. They are looking comfortable in terms of how they've approached the fights, how they've gotten the points. So they don't need to really push on to get more points because they are already looking comfortable. And that is the reason why I did not end up choosing Regicide, which in turn definitely affected my prediction. And today I do not want to be able to make that same mistake, because talking about BABLU, yes, we know that they have the caliber, but again, we know i8 is looking really comfortable in terms of that, but i8 has started to push. BABLU has started to push. So I definitely do think these two teams today, in the first game itself, I'm going to be keeping a keen eye out towards if they are going to be able to dominate and, of course, bring in the best numbers for themselves or not. Of course, time will tell. Fingers crossed. Right now, it's all going to be boiled down to the zones that we talk about. Every single time when it comes down to the flight path, it is the one that dictates where the zone is going to be. But we've spoken about the zones. What flight path do you find comfortable when it comes to the map of Miramar?
Well, if talking about the comfortable flight path, yes, a flight path going from the middle, the dissecting the map into two equal halves. In Miramar, you want that kind of a flight path, but as a caster, I want something extreme, something extreme on the southern side or the northern side, favoring heavily on one side of the map, because that makes things interesting. We can witness some early brawls also happening due to the rotation towards their
True.
drop locations. So that makes things interesting for us as a caster, but for the players, well, it's a nightmare, I think.
It is. It definitely can be, and has been proven. But along with that, again, it seems like this time around, it is going to be PUBG Gods listening to you, as the flight path is pretty much being dissected in almost equal halves. Yes, the the northern regions are going to be very difficult to be able to reach, but for that, only a few select teams love to go there. I mean, one name that comes to mind is, of course, 52 Esports, that goes towards Ruins Trailer Park region. For them, they're only going to have this opportunity to, of course, go down towards Montenueno and then make their way in towards that area. But let's see if that'll be the case from their side or not. But along with that, talking about contestations and rotations, it is going to be I8 this time around. Once again, just like week number 1, going down towards the prison island, it seems like, and we'll see if they're going to be sticking around that region or not, because right in close proximity and vicinity is going to be the players of H2E, who have a very interesting fanned out split, actually, where Assad is playing a very lonesome game. So is the case for Dread, and the other two players have a different Los Egos in mind. So perhaps it's all based on, of course, getting those vehicles, as well as other two working towards those loot. But looking at that zone, a comfortable start to the zone. Let's see which side is this going to be taking us, and which side are the fights going to be dictating in this battleground.
Well, certainly, which side the zone is going to go, because we have been witnessing some curveballs from the zone itself. But I'm wondering, what is Hunk doing on the southern side? Because all his teammates are towards the side of water treatment, but Hunk is towards the side of H2E, towards the side of Minas del Valle, and this is not the position Hunk wants to be in. But still, we have been witnessing some crazy splits from the teams in every single map, and most of the games from Team BABLU, H2E, and this time it is coming from the plus of Team Star. Maybe Hunk wants to scout the southern area and hold a position over there in case a circle comes down to the southern side. But regrouping with the teammates is going to be a bit of a challenge, but only Hunk knows what happened with him. But yes, H2E, the circle is definitely going to favor their chances to grab a good position towards the southern side. But on the northern side, we have Metershot Sky, Quantum Rage. In fact, Quantum Rage also is one of the team that has impressed everyone with the performance. But somehow this week, the dominating performance we were expecting from the side of Quantum Rage, that has not been showcased.
True, it has gone down a little bit. That is true for sure. Because the other teams have genuinely picked up their batons and have joined the relay race. But along with that, look at 50 Esports towards the northern side. They are still running towards, of course, their known drop location, their lovely drop location. And again, that is no complaint from them, no complaint whatsoever at all. But from their side, one thing they need to be careful of is that, yes, the rotations they end up making absolutely perfectly on time. But this time around, they're going to have to be working towards, of course, getting those elimination points for themselves as well. Now, yesterday we saw them, because of the perfect rotation on the map of Miramar, finish second. That was 52 Esports. But today, let's see if they are going to be able to be granted that sort of an opportunity or not, because this is the final day before we jump into the grand finals next weekend. Now, alongside that, looking at the map itself, any early contestations, there doesn't seem to be any team that is going to be around in proximity or vicinity. Perhaps Assad, but that again is a very lonely affair, because we know that when it comes to Bablu and H2E, well, they they are comfortable being around each other, and they do not really take that aggressive an approach, at least in the early moments of the game. But let's see where exactly is the first blood going to be brought and drawn from. On the other front, we have another team that loves those late rotation. That was the side of Metershot. This time around, once again, they're going to their comfortable drop spot of Campo Militar. But let's see if today are they going to be approaching just the way these teams have been, that is early rotation towards the center of the zone, or maybe perhaps are they going to be playing it safe. We are going to find all of that out, but a lot of these teams, I mean teams players actually have a very split approach. Magnus spread all across with all four players playing for themselves individually. Pretty much the same case we can say for the players of Triple Esports as well, as they are all fanned out. Of course, with that, they get the opportunity to be able to understand where the opponent teams are and get a read of the entire layout of the land that you're in. But alongside that, we'll definitely have to keep a keen eye out if that'll work out for these teams, especially on this final day or not. If that's sort of an early, well, right, never mind that. We do have TmwEsports Reaper bringing in a very good spray, but sadly, or interestingly rather, it has not resulted in any damage or any major damage. Perhaps we'll have to see if the grounders Puggies were damaged in that or not. But Mr. Black, now it seems like he's on the run, of course, along with his teammates, and TMW are going to try and maybe follow him. Perhaps they shouldn't in this early moments of the game, but the loot that we do see on Hayan right now looking very comfortable. On the other front, TMW, they made a very hasty decision right there, which has resulted in a third party approach in the name of course Miracle from 3x, bringing down M7, one of those heavy guns that TMW have.
Well, certainly 3x Miracle. He has found a knock onto one of the player, but Hunk is going to retaliate. No, he's going to knock himself down by jumping from a vehicle. But Tyrant, well, he has been spotted down. Let's see what's going to happen. As 3x is also getting finding trades among themselves. I think it was other team grounders or also in the close proximity that took down one of the player of 3x Esports. But Tyrant, let's see what's going to happen. He has to make sure that TMW doesn't close in the distance, and Miracle has already been revived. He needs to patch up really fast. But talk TMW, Lakshay, they are in the bottom of the standings. In these four games, I don't think they stand a chance to propel themselves in the top 16 spot. But on the other side, 3x Esports, every single game is very crucial for this particular team, because right now they are in a safe spot. But in the map of Miramar, we did saw them yesterday were struggling and picking fight at this early stage. Do you think 3x is approaching the game right?
Well, yes, I will say yes. They had the opportunity, they took advantage of it, and they're also at a fail safe wherein TMW cannot really hurt them. All the opportunity is in favor of 3x as of now, of course, as they do need those points you critically mentioned, today being the final day. Therefore, I said it is going to be an aggressive battleground that we should expect from these teams, because 3x, as you mentioned, are looking very safe, sitting on the 15th spot with 328 points to their name, and then following them is Metershot Sky Esports with 304 points. So 3x Esports, they're taking a very good approach, but they're also playing it safe. We saw them take on shots, we saw them bring down that damage, but now they've fallen back. But they should regroup. That is the only troubled question that I always have for 3x, as to the fanned out approach that they always have in the game. And again, it has worked out. I've complained, I've asked the question, but it has worked out for them. Today, should they make that sort of decision or not? Well, only time will answer. For now, again, if nothing else, at least the damage bar for them on that damage graph is definitely risen. At the same point in time, they know where the opponents are, and they did not overextend. They saw that TMW were making a lot of noise, so that means definitely TMW were spraying on against another opponent. 3x knew that TMW are right there, so now they have at least a positional awareness of their opponents. With that, the grounders have now, of course, found out the position and the compound of TUF, where Edgar has been sprayed on upon just a little bit from Jigsaw, but no connection as of yet. In fact, a retaliatory fire has already begun between these two teams, the Grounders and TUF. With that, 5 seconds more, and the zone is going to be constructing. With that, we can also already see that the teams are making that rotation. The teams that love to make the late rotation have already started moving and pushing on along. Of course, along with that, the circle has gotten narrow, has gotten itself closer towards the city of Los Leones as well. So the gathering of all the teams in the area of Los Leones, that is where I would love to see this zone go down towards the urban finish that we call it. I would love to see if that is where we can bring in these teams and maybe look forward to the finale of this game. But for now, again, it's too early to tell because it's only 9.5, 10 minutes in the game. With that, we do have the first airdrop with the AWM, the most important Hulk weapon of this map, indeed, is what I'll call it, because of how much damage and how much of destructive power that single bullet of AWM has.
Well, certainly AWM. We have been missing out on that particular weapon because most of the players are nowadays relying on those M416 and 6 times sprays or some other weapon in the lobby. But AWM, yes, the sniper lovers are waiting for a player to pick that big weapon out there and pop some heads. But talking about the other team, Grounders, well, the way they have improved their performance, week one, week two, they were struggling, but every single week they have started working on the game, and after that big win in the LIVIK map, they started gaining the confidence. The momentum they had lost, they started gaining that confidence, and now they're looking pretty good in terms of the fights they pick. And other team also that has improved in their gameplay is TUF. Because TUF at one point in time, every single game they were taken out because they were so scattered. But now we can see in this particular week that they are sticking together with each other, and that is why they are able to get good elimination points as well and are winning some good fights also. But right now 3x Esports, Miracle, well, he was getting shot from somewhere far away, and his teammate Mary also has taken a lot of damage, but Mary needs to heal up really fast. But nothing to worry about as such now, because 3x, well, they have a hard compound for themselves.
Exactly, and the best part is that they together, compound as well working for them, but they need to be careful because all the other teams are also going to be forced to make this sort of a rotation, and their compound is pretty spread out. So the teams that are going to be up top, like for example the Grounders, they have a very good position, and they are of course going to have that much more awareness for not only what 3x is doing but any other team that approaches the compound. So a third party can be approached from the side of the Grounders as well, for which of course like I said, 3x is going to have to be careful. Now in the circle itself, it is getting a little crowded. Of course, it is going to get started. I mean, it's 12 minutes in, so just a few more minutes, and we are definitely going to be looking at sprays and connections that are going to be made definitely from these teams, as the Grounder right now have been able to spot out another team right in their vicinity. But the Grounders now, one more thing that they're going to have to be careful of. This is just 12 minutes into the game. They've got a really good position, but exactly, if they start making noise, another team is going to start firing upon them as well. And that's exactly what just happened that we saw. 52 Esports on the other front, a team that loves to make those rotations, has found themselves towards the east side of Power Grid mountains. They've in fact gotten a very good split where two of the players are on the mountain and two of them in the compound. So this is going to be a very good approach for the players of 52 Esports, but let's see if they're going to be participating in the fights or not, because we've seen them jump into the zone definitely, but they are a little passive also. Once they get into the zone, they wait for their moment to start bring in the aggression, and once they know that the numbers have dwindled down in terms of the teams remaining, that's when we see the firepower of 52 Esports bring themselves into the action. But let's see if today's approach is going to be the same from them or not. Alongside that, now towards the north, Team Star has a really good opportunity. From the south, I8 has been pushed away from the side of Los Leones. And at the same point in time, in another few moments, we will see another zone shift. Now, again, the numbers, there are so many numbers still standing, 63 players. This is going to get very chaotic by the end of the game, because all the teams are playing it safe. They're jumping towards the high grounds as early as they can. And there's only that much high ground that you can cover before you automatically are going to get sprayed on upon. So chaotic game we should definitely anticipate towards the later half. But right now it seems like Triple Esports has pushed on against the compound of 3x, and on the other front, IH have delivered some massive blows towards the players of the grounders, where Jigsaw goes down, and right here Kratos with his UMP is going to be able to bring down another player of Triple Esports. At the same time, though, Miracle and Mary themselves from 3x Esports are getting damaged. It seems like the nade parade from the side of Triple Esports has been effective, but they have lost their numbers as well, as one of their player, Thug, has already been brought down. Psycho is down on his knees. In fact, so is Rex. So it all boils down to Hunter, and 3x have the capability and the numbers and the opportunity to be able to bring us the first team to get eliminated right now, and that is probably looking like Triple Esports. But let's see if Hunter can deliver something out of the blue right now.
And third parties are happening from the eastern side and the southern side as well. Southern side, Team BABLU doing a third party on the plus of Team I8. And right now, I8, they are suffering here in this particular fight. We are witnessing IH2E is also closing the distance. And they have already managed to knock down one of the player of Triple Esports. And kind of working as a blessing in disguise for 3x Esports right now, because Hunter is the last man which they have to deal with. But they also need to be very careful. They have to watch their backs, but Hunter goes down. That was kind of obvious the way Triple Esports had disadvantage of the numbers, but on the other side, I8 Esports on the southern front, they have been eliminated, in fact annihilated completely by the players of Team BABLU. Well, BABLU, they have managed to keep all the 4 players alive, and they have gotten 4 defeat points for themselves. But on the eastern front also, the fight has erupted between Team Star and Team R3D Esports, and looks like R3D Esports, they are coming on the top, because Team Star Sultana is the last man standing from their side. For how long can he survive? That's the main question. But TUF also needs to be a bit careful, because they are in the territory of not just grounders, but also Team BABLU, who are running high on confidence.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was about to point out as well. That Team BABLU, they are going to be at the lower half, and Team TUF as well as the grounders, if they find out the compound of the grounders, they can both jump on along against the compound of Team BABLU. But right now, once again, the zone has shifted towards the side of Graveyard, where Quantum Rage have already gotten themselves a really good starting pick. At the same time, of course, towards the south of their position, we can see Magnus also approaching, so a fight can be erupting between Magnus and Quantum Rage for that compound. But on our screens, we do have TUF slowly trying to make changes and make an approach towards the players of BABLU, because I'm sure they can hear the vehicles that Team BABLU are making noise from, and that is what Team TUF is waiting for. They're trying to spray down, they're trying to see if at all they can spot out, as we can see Edgar slowly peeking through the ledges and trying to spot out. But this is the moment where the grounder should be able to first bring in a third party, and right here on our screens we can see the player of TMW has been able to bring down Nocto, and in fact he's going to be able to finish him as well. This is a chaotic fight that we are looking at. So many individual fronts are being taken into sprays, are being forced to take on fights. But let's see how the final moments are going to be turned out, because if we talk about the zone towards the center, once again 52 Esports have made their presence felt, but they have still been very, very quiet in terms of those points. But on our screens we can see the teams that are not being quiet. Of course, we do have TUF in the name, around in the vicinity. Of course, they do need to have almost 220 230 meters to cover, but they need to be careful of R3G.
Well, definitely they have to be careful, but grounders, well, they have found a knock onto the plus of Team H2E. Dread is still bleeding out, and there is no way that his teammates can bail him out in this situation. Expensive with that UMP 45 is already looking for confirmation and will get 1 defeat point. But on the other side, Tarzan gets taken down by the plus of Team W, and Hasi OP is trying to keep Assad away from his teammates so that no revival can come in. But Assad is going to retaliate with those grenades. He's looking for a knock onto the player of TMW, because he's the last man standing. He has to survive. He is the only hope I have to get my prediction correct. But will my hope stay alive for a very long time? I think that is a possibility, because grounders now, they have started doing a third party, and they're going to take the TMW Hosu OP down. But somewhere else, 3x, well, they have found a knock onto the players of Metershot Sky. Healthy being the last man standing, if I'm not wrong. No, Gully Boy is still there. One of the players, Khatir, is down. But where is Healthy? He's a little far away from his teammates, and Gully Boy is already looking for the confirmation onto the players of 3x Esports.
Well, again, a very difficult decision that 3x had to face right here. They had a good compound, yes, but it was just a little too exposed and a little too big for them to be able to cover, and already so much noise had been made in that compound, and that in turn, of course, Metershot just jumped onto the opportunity and got the numbers down and dwindled down the players of 3x. Alongside that, of course, one of their player will still remain, Tyrant, which is all the way in the backlines, and it seems like, of course, Gulliboy right here has a clear indication as to where 3x's final player is, and along with that, the Blues have now caught up to them as well. So now Metershot are going to have to make a hasty approach and push on to get this, and this is the moment where again Tyrant, before he gets knocked down, has the opportunity to get at least, if nothing else, 1 point converted, one more point converted for his team, as they are looking very comfortable with 5 elimination points already done for themselves. At the same point, it seems like Ash is going to be getting that Molotov, and just like that, he'll get that finish point confirmed, and now he's going to have to be on the run because this is the 5th zone. The damage from the blue is going to be quite a lot, and look at this position where the graveyard zone has now shifted. Magnus have found themselves in a really good compound, a compact compound, which is easier to, of course, cover. At the same point in time, Quantum Rage, they've got themselves a 2-man split where 2 of them are at the high ground and 2 of them spread out into individual compounds, where of course the factory is going to be in the center where we can see 10 to nothing. So an interesting position for Quantum Rage, but also a difficult one to defend.
Well, with this particular circle shift, 52 Esports will again finding themselves on the periphery of the circle, in the safety of the circle, as they were holding the center of the previous one. Very good IGL decisions are coming when it comes to zone rotation and being friendly with the circle. The way they are reading the zone 52 Esports is very impressive. But right now, other fight is breaking as grounders are showing on the doorstep of 52 Esports. They want this particular compound where 52 is going to retaliate as they take down over there. Now, Mr. Black and Jigsaw. Let's see what's gonna happen. Jigsaw might be looking for a rescue or a revival on the fallen comrade, but Joker might go for a little flank angle onto the plus of grounders over there. Let's see what's gonna happen, because 52 Esports, every single game is a very crucial this particular day, specifically as they are trying to get few good points for themselves, and they're going to get as they eliminated Mr. Black also from the side of grounders.
Absolutely. Now they have 2 defeat points, but they are getting surrounded slowly and steadily. From the rear, TmW has approached them, and of course the grounders we saw right in front of their compound. And of course, this is where 52 Esports are going to have to be very, very synergistic, because if they overextend that, then of course things can go south for them. Right now, Jojo is taking on 2 individual players, Sue as well as Sensi. Now that in turn can be a little bit of a damaging position for him, but it seems like he's been able to, at least if nothing else, push away the difficulty that he was facing for now. At the same point in time, 52 Esports' players, they are divided, and from the rear, as we were talking about it, TmW has pushed on where Mojo has already been brought down. Of course, his teammate Jojo has already gone down. This is a very difficult position for 52 Esports, but they seem to have been able to at least repel TmW and now have an opportunity to get the revival before the grounders make a push. Now, the grounders are going to be careful as well, because they are a 2-man army, and with that goes my approach, an opportunity of getting that perfect 3rd or rather 5th prediction, because the BABLU team has been eliminated as they try to make the rotation from the south. Magnus have been the one who have been very, very carefully positioned, and the team of Magnus right now has a very good chance of bringing down a lot many of these players, as 52 Esports as well as the grounders, they are going to have to once again make a push, as the zone is now going to be constricting and the Blues is going to be catching up to them. In fact, the zone has moved away to such an out opening that all these teams are going to be forced out of their compounds, which in turn is going to be, well, for now, a very difficult conversion. But the numbers advantage is the team for which Magnus is standing, and that is in turn, they can be the one who will be hopefully able to get the game. But it is still too far out of debate to even anticipate or predict, because 17 players, 5 teams remain, as we have Quraysh Esports' 3 players, Jaguar, Sadarji, along with, of course, their teammate Hasni, who are going to be running in towards the zone. Jaguar has already reached the zone. On the other front, R3D Esports' players taken a safe approach right here. R3D is playing it safe. They're trying to hold on to the compound and bring down as many other rotating teams as they possibly can. With the 3-man approach, they're playing it safe. Let's see for how long are they going to be able to do this.
Well, certainly, but with that, R3 Hawk gets taken down by the plus of Quantum Rage, who are trying to move inside the circle right now from the eastern side. But on the western side, 52 Esports, they managed to eliminate 2 teams in the very same compound without suffering any kind of casualty. But now the casualties are coming from the side of Sardarji of Quraysh Esports, and Mojo all still bleeding out. Now 52 standing as 2-man army. It's all upon their teammate Mojo to stop the push that might come in from the players of Quraysh Esports, as their other teammate might go for the rescue mission of the fallen comrade. Mojo still bleeding out. Joker and Jojo. Let's see what they are going to do. Nojo is going to retaliate with that grenade over there, but is going to fail to make any kind of a connection. But Joker with that M16 will find the connection onto Sardarji, and Hasni is also very low in HP, and Nojo will take him down. That means 52 Esports, the way they are picking up the aggressive stance and winning every single fight right out there is very impressive. But with that, one of the player, Nojo, who went a little aggressive to the side of Jaguar, gets taken down, still bleeding out. Now Jaguar, Joker is going for the push on the last player of Quraysh Esports. That is going to be Jaguar, who is holding a little flag, and Noah managed to take down the other player. Where's the synergy from the side of 52 Esports, which they were showcasing up until now? Now, the last man standing, will he go for the rescue? No, he will eliminate Jaguar over there, and now he has time to revive his teammate. The numbers advantage has already been taken down from 52 Esports.
Absolutely. What a chaotic fight that was. If 52 Esports should have been a little bit more synergistic, but anyhow, we move on away from one fight to the next as Quantum Rage are now going to be in our crosshairs. And against them, of course, is going to be Magnus, where, of course, Zen, well, it seems like he's going to get eliminated. Along with that, of course, Tuntunatan, the way he's pushing on against Finisher is looking like very much an aggressive approach from Quantum Rage. And definitely they do have the advantage of doing so because they have the higher ground. But in turn, one of the players has been brought down as well. So now it all boils down to an equal affair, 2v2 situation between these two, or correction, 2v1 situation where Magnus Finisher is going to be pushing on all by his lonesome, and just like that, it seems like he's going to be the one finishing down the position and opportunity of Quantum Rage walking away with a chicken dinner. Now it is a 3v2 affair between these two teams, 52 Esports against the players of Magnus, where Magnus have now taken the higher ground that was in control of, well, none other than Quantum Rage. But one thing that Magnus do not have is, of course, the zone, as the Blues is slowly but surely going to be catching up to them. 52 Esports, they have the zone. All they need to do is play it safe, play it passive.
Certainly, they have the circle, they have the cover, also hard cover in the name of the airdrop, and a wall, a broken wall also. So 52 Esports, yes, they have everything working in their favor. But Magnus Esports, like you also mentioned, they are in a height advantage, but they have to go down. They have to go move inside the circle. But the minute they will try and do so, maybe 52 will capitalize. Or the only thing that can work in their favor is a vehicle. They have a vehicle, so maybe they might be able to do so when one of the player might provide cover fire from the backlines. Let's see, Rollin with the smokes is already closing the distance towards the side of 52 Esports, and Finisher still holding on to the back angle, providing the perfect cover fire in case 52 Esports players peeks and shoots in the direction of Rollin and faster. Now Rollin has already moved to the safety of the compound, safety of the circle, I'm sorry, and with his throw burst is looking for the knock onto 52.
Well, there we have it. Again, it is Magnus Esports who are in control of this contestation. 7 defeats, 7 elimination points already confirmed for them. Again, there's going to be his final nade, but will this bring in any damage? Yes, they do have the numbers advantage. All they need to do is bring in a little bit of a Molotov, get a little bit more smoke wall created right through, because right here in front of this tree trunk, he has no cover. He's going to have to fall back and regroup, or rather create a flank angle, and that's exactly what he's working towards. On the backlines, on the front of the hill, they have kept one of their players in the back as well. So very good positioning from Magnus, but they don't have a lot of angles to take these fights from. If they can somehow spot out Joker, that is what Faster is trying to do. And along with that, Joker, what a perfect read from him as well. But we can clearly see that the zone is slowly but surely constricting and now has moved away from the players of 52 Esports, where in turn, Nojo has brought the numbers equalized. It is a 2v2 affair between these two teams now. Drawlin and Faster, it all boils down to how are they going to be approaching this, because Nojo and Joker, they are in such a safe position and spot, but the only thing is, where exactly is the zone? Well, the zone is in favor of Magnus. So as soon as Joker gets out of this position, gets behind outside this wall, he's going to be out in the open. He needs to jump for depth. He needs to run for that depth right in front of him. That is the only way he can find a little bit of cover. And that is what they're going to be doing, where Nojo draws the fire from the side of course, Magnus. And Joker should be able to push on ahead. And that is exactly what he's doing. And this is where we should be able to see a perfect synergistic approach from 52 Esports. But sadly, it is going to be taken away. And the chance from them is going to be stolen away, rather, because it is going to be none other than Magnus walking away with a perfect chicken dinner for themselves. 9 eliminations. Of course, there's no question about it. In the overall ranking, they are sitting on the first spot. 24 points more added on in their tally.
Well, certainly, this is the day when the top team can go all YOLO, all gun blazing, and they are certainly doing so. Magnus Esports getting another win for themselves. They were struggling a little bit, but the consistency was never missing from their side. And this particular win, the 15 placement points and 9 elimination, no one is touching their spot, and not in this day, definitely. But they are also making a statement that yes, we never faced any kind of downfall. We are still the strongest team in the lobby. But 52 Esports, a very good effort from their side. But a little bit of the mistakes from their side when the fight was happening with the players of Quraysh Esports costed them a winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. With that, we'll go on that short little break. Of course, stick around, viewers. We're going to be right back with the post analysis as well as the second game of the day. Hello and welcome back once again right here in PMPL Pakistan region, where of course this is going to be a critical day as we mentioned earlier, because this is week 3, day number 5, the final day before we jump into the grand final starting on the 30th of September, right at the end of this month, a 3-day affair finishing on the 2nd of October. But right now we just got done with the first game of the day, where Magnus Esports, they had a dominating play. They definitely had a very good position in the zone. They made that early rotation, which in turn of course was provided to them with a chicken dinner, but a valiant effort definitely being showcased from 52 Esports as well.
Well, certainly, but the MVP is going to be Senior from the side of Quantum Rage with 4 elimination points and 737 damage he was dishing out. But look at the healings, only 27 healings were done. That means he was not taking any sort of a damage at all. Quantum Rage, well, a good performance from their side as well. The compound was contested by other teams. That is where they started crumbling down. But Senior came on the top as he's the MVP with highest elimination, points. That is going to be 4 elimination, but followed by Faster from the side of Magnus Esports on second spot.
Absolutely. Now for QR Quantum Rage, it was definitely a good positioning, but it was just 2 out in the open for them to be able to contest, and they tried their level best, as we can see of course Senior and Goku right there. But of course, moving on ahead from this side, we do have the match ranking from this game as well, where you're going to be looking at the team walking away with a chicken dinner was Magnus Esports with 24 points of their own. Secondly is going to be Quantum Rage. Now again, there is a difference because of the 2 elimination point difference that we can see. Total points are going to be 23 awarded. Therefore, second position is Quantum Rage, and then comes in at third 52 Esports. But 52 Esports, they're playing their cards right. As we were talking about it in the pre-game segment as well, they need the points, and that is exactly what they're working towards, and they're delivering it in style. Just keep on bringing this sort of an effort from 52 Esports. They might as well jump in to, of course, the top 16 to play in the grand finals as well.
Well, certainly, if they manage to get 21 points or close to 20 points in every single game, they can certainly do so when the team sitting on the 15th or 14th spot are not gaining too many points. That is helping the case of 52 Esports, because Metershot Sky, yes, few defeat points are in their favor, but not a very good performance that is required has been delivered. So in the case of 3x Esports also, because yes, they were a little aggressive, good points in their favor in terms of defeat or the elimination, but placement point is something 3x Esports need to work on. So yes, 52 Esports, they're working in the right direction.
Oh, definitely, because as we mentioned at the start of the day as well, right, they're competing against Metershot. Metershot is a team sitting on the 16th position in the overall. And from this game, Metershot Sky was only able to accumulate 7 points as they were eliminated early. Now, we saw 3x also try in their level best in the Oppo F21 Pro moments, we can see. But again, over-aggression is something that kind of did not favor them, as they made too much of noise and then were, of course, attacked on upon from another team, and I believe it was Metershot. But looking at 52 Esports, they had a tough game to play. They had so many fights to take. They had to bring down Quraysh Esports, the grounders, make the rotation, and then still stand tall against the players of Magnus, bring it down to almost a 1v1, which in turn, of course, Magnus won. But a perfect, like I said, a valiant effort from 52 Esports was definitely showcased.
Well, certainly the way they are reading the circle, the way they are placing themselves every single time in this, that is very impressive. But talking about the damage graph, it was all about Magnus Esports, 52, Quantum Rage, and 3x Esports. 3x, they are dishing out the damage, but they need total points, total in the terms of elimination and the placement points to maintain the consistency. Yes, 6 elimination points are in their favor. That is helping the case. But Triple Esports, well, the chances of qualifying looks bit slim, because look at that, only 308 damage and no elimination point at all.
Absolutely, it is. Well, today is going to be a day of hardship for a few of these teams as we move slowly and steadily towards the end of the day. Right, we're going to find out what teams are going to be participating in the top 12 games, top 12 teams. Like I said, in fact, who will be participating in the LIVIK map. So let's have a look at the overall ranking right now of this week number 3 itself, where Regicide is definitely sitting up on top, looking comfortable. 52 Esports with that sort of a play style is pushing on upon one position and of course getting closer to Regicide's play. But this does not matter, because what they need to be working towards, of course, as mentioned, is of course being a part of the top 16 to be participating in the grand finals itself. But along with that, of course, as we can see, Magnus Esports has pushed on two positions for themselves. Quantum Rage, a perfect try from them as well, pushing them 2 positions. But let's move on to the next page now. Triple Esports, they fell 1 point, sitting on the 10th spot. From this onwards, now only top 12 teams are going to be participating in the final game of LIVIK, which is where these teams need to be pushing on for, and that is where we need to see all of these teams from the second page try and bring in the best play they can to get closer and closer to that top 12.
Well, certainly top 12 is where they want to be. And TMW, okay, speaking of TMW, do you think it is correct to say this is the day when they should go all YOLO and not go for the strategic gameplay or the passive game style? Because TMW, yes, they chances of qualifying for the finals are very slim, because they are sitting in the bottom of the overall league standing. So, do you think they should leave an impactful performance?
You pointed out perfectly, as we are going to be moving towards the map of Erangel. Definitely should be the anticipation from TmwEsports Esports that they should go all guns blazing into the fight and take on as many opportunities as they can. We'll see if they'll do this in this Erangel game, where this time around Group D is sitting out. That means Quantum Rage, the Grounders, Regicide, and 3x Esports are the ones who are going to be sitting out for this Erangel game, second match of the day. But let's see if that sort of an opportunity can be provided to TmW Esports or not. But again, it is a tough luck affair. From them, they tried to play it safe. They tried to play it passive from this, because it was only 5 minutes to start the game, and they were caught off guard. And that is where, of course, 3x Esports jumped in. But there's no complaint, because this is the battleground. That is exactly what's going to happen. And especially on the final day, we know that this is going to be the case. But now we move on to the Erangel map, the OG map that everybody prefers, that everybody, I believe, is comfortable, if not prefers, is comfortable, because that's where you start your journey from in PUBG Mobile. So hoping, and again, it is a tough one, but we know that we need to predict. So that's exactly what I'm looking at again and again at my sheet, as to which team should we go for. What team are you going to be choosing, Shadow, for this upcoming Erangel game to hopefully win a chicken dinner?
I want to pick between I8 and 52 Esports. The way 52 are playing every single time, coming the second or third spot from yesterday itself, I think they're very close to getting that win for themselves. But I8 will also be looking for an impactful performance, like yesterday in one of the game. Okay, 52. I'll go
52
with
Esports
52.
it is.
Yeah,
All right,
52
all right.
Esports.
Again, best part for them is that we've spoken about the rotation that they end up making ends up flawlessly working for them, so they definitely have a chance and opportunity. On the other front, I'd like to see what Quraysh Esports does this time around on the map of Erangel. Are they going to be able to deliver the kind of play that they have in week 3, or is it going to be taken away from them and their limelight is going to be stolen? Again, limelight stolen or not, they are looking comfortable, we know that. But let's see if the prediction comes true or not, where Quraysh Esports, are they going to get me that 5th prediction right? or not. That is where I'll draw the line. But at the end, of course, we anticipate a very aggressive match, because this being the final day, as we've been saying again and again, the teams are trying and proving their point in week 3, throughout week 3 itself. But today is the finale. So yes, a lot that can go in favor of them and a lot that can go against them as well, as we saw in the case of TmW.
Well, certainly anything can happen. This is the final day. Any team can go all aggressive or maybe completely passive. We don't know for sure.
True.
Because, yeah, certain teams are looking very confident in terms of the points they have accumulated in the overall ranking. So, yes, they are looking so confident that they can afford to have few bad games. They can afford to drop in the drop location of 52 Esports or maybe Team BABLU or any team out there, drop in their drop location, have a head-on fight. So that is a possibility of happening. But with that also comes a question: do you think any of the team right now is having a bullseye target on their back?
All right, let's go through Erangel and then we'll clearly know, because then all the groups would have played. Right now,
Yeah.
Group Eve did not participate in this previous Miramar game, and now they are, of course, jumping in where Group D is setting out. So once this game is done, we'll know for sure if at all any team is getting targeted or not. There definitely could be a possibility, but the points are so close, right? The points are so close that they ought to be perhaps working towards their own welfare. But we'll see, because we've seen that happen earlier. We'll see if that'll be the case. Perhaps by the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that's the kind of way the games are going to be going. But right now at the start, teams are trying to play it safe. Teams are trying to bring in points for themselves, especially the ones that are at the bottom half, right? Because they still have an opportunity to maybe make a climb, to be maybe be a part of the top 16, to perhaps push into the grand finals itself. So all the stakes are going to be brought down to how the battleground goes and where the zone actually dictates them. With that, of course, the flight path, as we do have it starting all the way from shooting range from the north of the map, going down south over Milta towards Nova Noise. So a comfortable drop for, of course, I8 as well as Metershot. On the north, we do have, of course, Zarki, where TmW love to drop down towards BABLU, as well as, well, again, talking about BABLU, H2E, and TUF, they're looking very comfortable towards the Giorgio and the zone. What a perfect zone. This is the third time that we're looking, third or fourth time perhaps, that I'm looking at the zone in this week itself, where it is actually providing an opportunity for Team Star 52 Esports to be able to capitalize the game for themselves.
Well, certainly, I don't want to jinx at all because the way 52 has been playing every single game, they have placed themselves in top 5 every time. The way they hold the circle is quite impressive. But this time, one of the player is in the territory or in the close proximity of Quoti's Gravity over there, and we know for sure Gravity and his entire team, Quoti, is running high on the confidence. The way they're picking the fights, the way they are winning the frontal battles. When it comes to firepower, yes, Team 40 is also one of the strongest team in the lobby right now in this particular week. Although they have managed to get only one win on day number 2, but still, every time when Team 40 gets into frontal battle with any team, they come on the top. So, Nojo, you better run back to the safety, regroup with your teammates, and he's certainly doing so right now. But
True.
the two players, his two teammates are still in the stalwart area, a good position to hold on to in these kind of circles. Don't you think, Lakshay?
Definitely. Oh, most definitely. In fact, let me counter as to what you just said, right? A different point of view, not counter. So for 52, the way they love to make those rotations is if they have the awareness of where the other teams are. Perhaps it was a already pre-made decision that Nojo should go down towards Yasnaya and towards the back of Yasnaya and see if at all there are other teams and players. And of course there are going to be, but he's now gotten a better knowledge. Now definitely the zone, already they know where the zone is, and now Nojo has definitely let his teammates know that making a rotation from that stalwart directly into Sovini towards the center is a possibility, but making it through Yasnaya to be outside could be a little bit of a tricky affair. That could be another way to look at it, because they are, I mean, they are always able to make those rotations for themselves. And the way I see it, the only way you can make a perfect rotation consistently is if you have the awareness of the location that you're in and the surroundings as to where the teams are. That is why we see so many of these teams drop out with a very fanned out approach, as we did have FS spread themselves all the way from Peripier all the way down south to Primorsk, where now they know the entire area is going to be theirs. I think that's the reason why I8 also go down towards military for some odd reason. I think they love that secludedness that they've got. They've initially, of course, been contested, and then they showcased with their prowess that no, you cannot defeat us, you cannot take us down. This is ours. And now they have the best loot every single time. That let's see, because the zone is going to be all the way towards north. I8 as well as Metershot, they're going to have to make a very lengthy rotation. But for Team BABLU, for H2E, as we mentioned earlier, for of course South of Georgia TUF, it is going to be a critical game. This is where it can very well go in their favor, because the zone is actually favoring them. For the first one, at least, it is definitely favoring them.
Certainly, first one is favoring them, but talking about the way Team I8, they are isolated on the military base island, and Meteorshot Sky also on the southern island. Look at the traffic or the congestion. Majority of the teams are on the eastern side or the northwestern side. That means the entire southern side is empty. Late rotations are going to work perfectly for I8 or Meteorshot Sky as well, because majority of the teams like Triple Esports around the shelter are already going ahead with those early rotation. That means they are not going to face any kind of resistance in terms of the rotation. So they are going to find a clear pathway, at least to the second circle. They kind of clear pathway inside the circle. Later on, things will decide, time will decide. But western side is where my concerns are. Team BABLU, TUF, H2E, TmW, so close to each other, and Rozhok also being occupied by three teams right now. NES looking for that territory, Triple Esports looking for that, and R3, well, they have a residency in Rozhok.
Absolutely, they definitely do. It is like we said, it is going to get a little chaotic, definitely, when it comes to that area, because three teams, as you perfectly mentioned, are spot on right there. They don't need to make a rotation. In fact, they've, I'm sure, already spotted out where the opponents are. As soon as their loot is done, they are definitely going to be making their moves with that Triple Esports on our screens, as they are making their moves as well, away from the area that they dropped, actually, and going more towards the northern side, which is a good decision. And talking about the north itself, it is going to be Team Star, who love the Severny region, who are actually leaving Severny to get further inland. An interesting play being showcased from these teams. But let's see which one are going to be the ones who are going to be bringing us the first blood situation. For now, R3D's players are waiting patiently. I'm sure they've already gotten a basic idea as to where their opponents are, and that is something that Anubis and Destroyer now are going to have to tackle and deal with. At the same point, in the top right hand side of the screen, we can see where the other players of R3D are. Now, Anubis has decided to push on forth to, at least, if nothing else, find out where the players are and how many are there. He's clearly spotted out three of them, and now the players of R3D have an opportunity to either chase or fall back. And for now, it seems like they are going to be holding their ground. They are going to be holding their ground, which is a decent decision for now, because the zone is a-okay for them. They don't need to worry too much, but they are going to be very, very wary of the rotation being made and the threat that's been created in the name of Triple Esports.
Well, we have seen R3D holding this very compound so many times in these kind of circle. Sometimes Triple Esports and R3D, they have engaged in a fight with each other as well, and both the teams have suffered casualties. We can't say this team has always dominated in this particular fight. No, both teams suffer casualty. That could also be the reason that Triple Esports, now they're a little far away. They're found a little distant from R3 Esports and not pushing or not engaging in a fight, because they need those crucial points. One bad game already in their hands. Now only 3 games left, and 3 games they want to see themselves in the top 16 over there. So Triple Esports, yes, they are going to play a little passive game for now, but still in the blue, we have Metershot Sky going for a very late rotation, and along with that, I8, well, they're already heading from the bridge area.
Absolutely, they are making that rotation from the military base, and at the same point of time, now they're going to have to be a little more careful about what the other teams, where the other teams, in fact, are. As we can see, Metershot, in fact, this time around, are waiting like they did in week 1 and week 2. They are patiently waiting for a furthermore later rotation. They're going to be allowing the other teams to take on fights by themselves, and then perhaps they'll get in their vehicles, as we've seen them do this previously as well. So, all right, it is a good mind play from the side of Metershot, and maybe perhaps it might actually work out for them. We'll have to see, because if we look at the rotation that they usually make, they make it from Milta or farm directly. Where right now there's going to be no team in their vicinity to provide any trouble to them. Absolutely not. With that, the zone going to be constricting once again, forcing so many teams to get in so much close of a proximity. And now the Stalberg Mountain going to be very critical as to who's going to control it. And it seems like, well, it seems like 52 Esports have awarded that and provided that opportunity towards the players of T20 Quoti. T20 Quoti are now going to get either try and get up on top, perhaps, to maybe, if nothing else, retain information about their opponents. But let's see how exactly are they going to be playing out. For now, it is the zone forcing these teams to get closer and closer. A very tricky decision being made from I8 as they are slowing down, as we saw them rotating, but then they slowed down a little as soon as the zone shifted. But with that, on our screens, it's going to be Team BABLU who are going to be sticking together and taking shots, I believe, and against Triple Esports, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the best part for BABLU that we've spoken about earlier as well is they stick together, and that is what we are looking at right now, which is a very good decision from them. But the zone isn't that big, so all right, never mind. They are sticking together, but they're playing buggy cars, or what was it called back in the day? Either or, they need to be enjoying it. That's what they're doing. So let them have their fun, but only for that long, because it's not going to last for long as we reach the 10-second marker, and another zone is going to be, of course, seen at the same point. We are reaching the 11-minute marker where the zone has already shifted the teams into such a close area that now it is the moment for teams to take on those fights and be a part of those third parties as well.
Certainly third parties might happen right now, but like you also mentioned, teams 52 Esports, they have completely left the Talbot area and gave it in the hands of Team Quoti over there, one of the strongest team. And with that information that Quoti will gather from that location is going to be deadly. But 52 Esports, one thing I've noticed is they always likes to play from the center. They always becomes the first team to go in the center position, so that when the next circle forms, they are somewhere on the periphery. This has been their rotation style, but right now Sultana finds a poke knock and a confirmation onto Thor of TUF, and Sultana is already looking was already looking in the direction of Virus over there, and got Fury with at minute 14 might be looking for another knock onto the players of TUF, who are somewhere in the shooting range area.
TUF in week 3, what I've noticed is the rotation is where they're getting caught so many a times. So many a times, TUF, they either make the rotation and during the rotation itself they get caught, or in the early moments while making the rotation itself they get caught. And right now, exactly what the case was, as they've already lost Thor. But on the other front, they are still left with a 3-man squad. They are going to be a little surrounded by other teams as well, as we do have the top right-hand side clearly indicating in the mini map there is a team in yellow, and that team is going to be none other than H2E, rotating right around the vicinity of TUF towards the water shore as well. So let's see how the fight, if at all a fight, breaks out between these two teams or not. And now finally from the south, we do have the entrance, or a slow entering team of Metershot, and they've got a clear opening south of Yasnaya, a clear opening for Metershot. So very good positioning and play can be made from Metershot X Sky as well. But let's see if that'll be played out for them or not, because the zone in the next 5 seconds once again is going to be making a shift, and this is when we know a chaotic turmoil is going to be indicated from the zone, where the teams are going to be pushed against each other and are going to be forced to take on the fights. If not, the blues are going to be catching up with them and bring in huge and loads amount of damage to their faces. So now it's going to be part of the third party opportunities, and here we have H2E's player as a start. He should have, it was JD who was driving, but he should have been able to definitely run over, but never mind that. Hasab is going to be brought down nonetheless, as the spray was connected while driving. That is the skill, and of course being showcased right there from start. Now it's a fight between H2E as well as, of course, TMW. Now TMW, they were unaware. They were in fact without the weapons, vehicles as well, and the cover that H2E had in terms of the weapon, vehicle itself, has resulted in them getting 2 perfect knocks right there. And now it's going to be brought out to, once again, H2E. They are in a little bit of a lackluster rotation right here, as they are playing against each other while making a rotation. Thus, opening has been created for the players of TmW to bring down the health of H2E a little bit more, but no knock has been converted. Rather, on the other front for TmW, a knock has been confirmed, as Hasub up north of that hill has been brought down. At the same point, Reaper has already been eliminated. So a tough luck position for TmW right here at the edge of the zone.
Well, phase 3 circle, 16 teams, 62 players in the lobby, and an entire open circle. Team H2 decide to pick a fight, be a little greedy for those defeat points. Now, Triple Esports. Well, Triple Esports are aware of H2E, and it's a matter of time. Triple Esports are going to retaliate as 2 players are already bleeding of H2E. They're still bleeding. Assad looking for the confirmation. This is the moment when they have to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrades. Tarzan, let's see where Tarzan is. He might be able to help his teammates, and yes, he's trying to do so along with Assad. But Triple Esports, look at the position. They have the height advantage. They have the clear line of sight on the players of team H2E, and they have the numbers also to converge H2E from all the 4 directions. And I think Thaga's already trying to do so from the left side. So let's see how H2E they will survive, and the situation is as Assad is already going for the rescue mission. And looks like Triple Esports, they are not in the mood to pick this fight.
Absolutely, they've made their presence felt at a very critical position, right? For H2E, this was the perfect opening for them to be able to get more points. At the same point, of course, deliver massive blows to TMW, and that in turn has provided none other than TMW's players to be, at least if nothing else, get out of that H2E fight, which in turn has resulted in one of the players still going down, but a little bit more of a opportunity to Hayan has been created right here. But does he know that T20 QWERTY is, well, there we have it. Now that he definitely knows, because earlier it was T20 QWERTY shooting at the back lines, and now it was from the front. All in all, he was left all by his lonesome, a 4v1 situation that he could do nothing for. And we move on ahead with another zone shift coming on along, and H2E with a 4-man army slowly but surely taking on a perfect nade parade fight against the players of Magnus this time around, as they are going to be towards the northern edge, and Magnus was trying to make a rotation where H2E were very comfortably positioned, and Triple Esports bringing in a third-party affair as well. Magnus's rotation right here has been damaged, has been stopped, and the nade parade from H2E is definitely not helping out the positioning of Magnus, where Zen on the backlines has been knocked down as well. One of the players already eliminated. That means only 2 players, Faster and Finisher, are the 2 players who are surviving right in front of our screens. At the same point, Triple Esports, they are the ones bringing in that triple threat in a third-party approach against the players of H2E as well, who were bringing in a perfect dominating play in terms of the nade parade against Magnus, but now they need to be careful of Triple Esports' approach as well. But let's see how exactly is that going to be panned out. Will H2E be able to deliver a punch to Magnus and get them eliminated, or is it going to be a completely different case?
Well, on the other side, TFD is definitely doing some damage on the side of R3D, and Team Star is also doing the third party. Triple Esports, well, Finisher is still bleeding out faster. What can he do? From the backlines, you can see TUF is also making their presence felt, and Tarzan with a grenade gets a confirmation onto Faster. Finisher over there, and Faster, well, his time was very limited. Another grenade comes in from the side of Tarzan, eliminates the entirety of Team Magnus over there, but now H2E and Triple Esports might also get into a fight, and TUF, well, they were trying to, Joker was trying to damage towards the side of Thug, but Thug was smart enough to make a quick escape from that situation and regroup with his teammates. Smart gameplay are coming from the side of Triple Esports, the way they are not overextending on the information, rather sticking together. But on the other side, we have Team I8 on the southern side, as is bleeding out, and it is none other than Quraysh Esports who is doing all the hard work right now.
Well. Quraysh Esports are left with just a 2-man squad, as from the backlines we can see North Esports were the ones who actually dominated against Quraysh Esports' position and compound, thus brought their numbers down to 3. And now we saw Jaguar also push on ahead from the side of Quraysh Esports in the entirety of this fight taking place, which in turn has brought down the players of Quraysh Esports to just a 2-man squad. It is going to be a very difficult conversion from them, but they have been able to deliver a little bit of a punch to the players of I8. But now Quraysh Esports, they are in a tricky position of their own as we move on away from their side towards the zone itself, where we do have TUF from the eastern edges of the zone in very close contestation against the players of BABLU. But from the backlines, North Esports are the ones, we've seen them be very, very cheeky in terms of how they approach things, and TUF realizing that, he's going to be pushing away, and he's going to be pushing away towards a better safety net. But again, TUF, the only thing that they have is a small little shack to be able to keep them in cover. And one good spray could be the end of this team as well. A very small area left for the side of these teams. But let's see how exactly is it going to be panned out, as we do have BABLU against the players of TFD, and on our screen BABLU is bringing in a perfect, amazing spray as they are able to clearly dominate against the players of TFD. One by one, players of BABLU have easily been able to bring down, yes, they have gotten one knock, that's going to be in the name of Zibian, but in the end, this is a perfect conversion because they got those points. One knock can be definitely revived as well. In turn, BABLU is looking very comfortable, but the position that they're in is being surrounded by so many teams. How exactly are they going to be standing tall in that region? It is going to be very, very tough. And TUF, yep, the small little shack is not going to be able to help them out for long from the backlines. It is going to be Team Star in control of TUF as well as BABLU and their rotation as well.
Well, TUF, all they have to do is try somehow that no teams close in the distance so that a single grenade can ruin the entire team. They can eliminate the entire team, but the team to be eliminated right now is going to be Quraysh Esports over there on the 13th spot. Now, 8 looking for the rotation inside the circle. They are being peppered few bullets from the side of TUF, and that is not how you drive Ghost. That costed him his life.
Well, again, BABLU was pointing out towards this exact same angle because right behind TUF was the exact same position where Chaos was being brought on from the side of Team Star. Now, not knowing what I8 have jumped into, they're in the sandwich situation that TUF were in. And this is this is going to be their own made crate right here, because that's what's going to be left once Team Star and BABLU are going to be done with that shack. There is going to be almost no possibility for I8 to be able to get into their buggies to get away to a safety net. But with that, it is going to be T20 Quoty also being damaged as 52 Esports. They are still surviving, looking very comfortable, making a lot of noise, and now I8 along with the perfect smoke wall are trying to just get away from this position and the shack that they were stuck in where TUF were earlier just a minute ago. Along with that, North Esports, I mean, so many fights taking place all across the board. Metershot are the ones who sprayed on against the players of North Esports. North Esports, everything boils down to how Zameen is going to be playing things out, where again against him are two players from the side of Metershot. Now, Metershot are the ones who can very well control and are controlling the position. And what has Zameen done? He jumps into his own Molotov, which in turn results in him getting eliminated as well. And that gives an opportunity for Metershot to get a little bit of a breather before they can make an entry into the zone.
But they have made their presence felt to the plus of FS Esports, who are already inside the circle, and the rotation that Team Metershot is making, Team BABLU will also be very aware of that situation and their position. But right now, Triple Esports engaging with H2E, and Tarzan has been knocked down, and the confirmation might be coming in from the side of Hunter of Triple Esports. And with that, Metershot also bids bye-bye. No, they are still surviving. Healthy is still surviving from their side, getting those placement points for themselves. But I hate what's gonna happen as Team BABLU is still looking in the direction. Team Star is also still looking in the direction. But on the eastern front, we have 52 Esports. All the 4 numbers are still there. They have the numbers advantage. And FS, well, they also have a little shack for themselves.
Absolutely, FS have created a perfect shack for themselves. They've perfectly created a smoke wall as well, but that smoke wall isn't going to last for long. Thus, that means the cover that they've got isn't going to last for long. In this, the best compound that one can say is going to be in favor of maybe Triple Esports, but that also will be taken away from them because the zone is going to be constricting once again. We do have only 7 teams remaining, 22 players in total, where 52 Esports with 3-player advantage is going to be rushing on along with the perfect grenade parade that they're trying to bring on along. But for how long are they going to be able to do so? Because Triple Esports, with the safety net of the compound, were able to see where the 50 Esports players were, and now that is being converted into knocks, as we can see Thug getting closer and closer to 50 Esports' position, and that in turn is damaging the possibility of 50 Esports getting a chicken dinner for themselves all across the board. This is the team, Triple Esports, that for now is going to be in close contestation for this chicken dinner. But the best part is that the zone is what they're going to have to work towards, and the zone is going to be out in the open, for which again there are other 6 teams remaining that Triple Esports need to battle out.
Well, certainly Triple Esports, the way they have eliminated the 3 players of Team 52 Esports, leaving Jojo only the last man standing. Let's see what Jojo can do in this situation. And Hunter with that vehicle is already working as a distraction, forcing Jojo to come out in the open, but the lack of cover fire costed Hunter his life as Jojo eliminated him. Now Rex comes out in the open, puts an end to Jojo and 52 Esports as well. Triple Esports, well, they lost one of the player, Hunter, but 8 defeat points and the entire control of the northern eastern side in their hands. But on the western front, also we have Team Star having their numbers also in their favor and good position. But I8 and FS, two teams just a little shack in their favor. Can they work things around? Can they work it to their best advantage? As FS Wasi is flipping a hard scope onto the player of Metershot Healthy, but it was a play zone that is going to eliminate him.
Well, what a perfect awareness of your surrounding right there being showcased on the side of that team. Along with that, I8 are yet not done, of course, as they try and, of course, dominate against the positioning of FS. As we saw earlier, FS had that compound and a shack, in fact, for themselves, but that is also going to be hammered on upon. I8 are in good placement for now based on how the zone is, but another 30 seconds and that also is going to be stolen away from them. 4 teams remain, 12 players in total, sprays coming in from all individual directions. As of now, Freestyle, they're trying their level best to, of course, hamper on as much damage as they possibly can, because when it comes down to the zone itself, Team Star from the northern side are the ones who definitely looking very much in contestation, like I said earlier, to be able to walk away with the chicken dinner. But will they be allowed to do so? Because the cover is what they're going to have to find. Once they are able to slowly and get closer and closer towards those tree trunks, that is when things are going to get that much more clearer for them. They have been able to eliminate all the other threat that they had around them, and now they slowly start moving ahead. On the other side, I8 themselves are taking on damage from the side of Team Star as they made their presence known to Team Star itself. Hunk was brought down. Hunk definitely gave the information and the angle for Team Star's players to be able to bring in the perfect threat, and that in turn is Osama, who we've seen earlier is a very, very cheeky player and has been able to provide a little bit of a damage as one of the players from I8 has been brought down, has been revived as well, I'm sure by now. But now the zone is going to move away from all these teams, and I believe it is going to get closer to FS's position. We will see if the team in the top right hand side of the minimap is going to be FS or not, because Triple Esports angle is what we're looking at, and they are looking directly towards FS. So yep, it is going to be FS's shack. That is looking like a good place to be at least for now, because they are going to be in the zone and in the safety net of that small little shack, concrete shack.
Well, certainly, but with the play zone that is also closing in, and Triple Esports needs to move with us inside the circle, but Vasi retaliates and eliminates Psychos. With that, only 3 teams, 10 players remaining, as I8 is still looking for few knocks onto the players of Team Star, and it's still bleeding out, and Malik with that scar is looking for confirmation onto him, but Sultana is also on a very low HP. He needs to heal up really fast. Team I8 looking or crawling their way and closing the distance towards the side of Team Star. It is very crucial to eliminate the threat of Team Star, and then managing to do so with a vehicle explosion. Sultana also goes down. Now that means Usama, the 100 IQ player, is the last man standing and is doing everything perfectly as he managed to eliminate 2 players of Team I8 over there. But with that, Team Star has also been eliminated as the last player of Team I8 retaliated perfectly. Now FS, they have the numbers advantage. I8 last man was with no healings, only 5 bandage to work around with, and a 1v3 situation.
Well, what a play has been made right here from I8. I mean, they were in all odds. And the way they rushed and pushed and got those points for themselves is definitely commendable. Is definitely a read. That is a learning, in fact, is what I'm going to say, in terms of the way that they were able to dominate. But overall, it is FS who will walk away with the chicken dinner right there. We do have our reigning champions right here for this game. It is going to be Freestyle with 7 eliminations of their own. They themselves were in a very precarious situation based on how the rotation was made, and they found themselves in that shack. But perfect read from them, perfect sprays and controlled from them, which resulted in them getting that chicken dinner with 22 points in the overall ranking, comfortably sitting at the 5th position.
But still a very good performance from the side of Triple Esports as well, and I8 as well. I8, they didn't have the perfect real estate or the space to work around with, but still the way they picked fight with the players of Team Star, who had a little bit of the height advantage as well, definitely worked in their favor. But Team FS, they held their ground, they held their patience, holding on to the little wooden shack over there and just waiting for the last player of I8 to come out in the open, and that is when they striked and got that perfect win for themselves.
Absolutely, but along with that, of course, there are so many different conversations that we can bring up for this Erangel map because it was a chaotic zone that ended up actually forcing these teams to get into a very chaotic mess. But of course, like I said, we'll talk a little bit more and a lot more will happen as we move ahead. But it is time for that short little break. Stick around, we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back once again right here in Pakistan PMPL for this beautiful week number 3 final day, and the final day is turning into a very big turmoil for so many of these teams, for so many of the players, because how the zone is forcing these teams to get into fights nobody wants to be. But again, the valiant efforts were being showcased right here in this game, especially from like how FS played, like how I8 played. Tremendous approach. Bhavna, what do you think?
But certainly, valiant efforts. They dropped towards the southern side, making rotation on the northern side. That wasn't easy, but Blade also becoming the MVP with 5 elimination and 693 damage. Yes, he was taking a bit of the damage as well, as he has to go for the 2-1-3 healings over there. But still, a very good gameplay from the side of Team I8. The way they were facing a little downfall. These are the kind of gameplay that they need right now to boost their confidence as well.
Absolutely, and along with that, of course, we will also move ahead and have a look at where the players to focus list is going to be, because after all, when it comes down to the MVP, yes, Blade, again, we saw them make that rotation. They were in a very difficult position, yet they were able to get themselves all the way on to the second position in this game in terms of the placement points, in terms of course, the elimination points. But moving away from that team towards another one is going to be Triple Esports. They had the numbers, they had the control, they had in fact the information as to where the teams and their opponents were, which all turned out to be in their favor. Thus we see 2 players of theirs right there in the players to focus list. Alongside that, it is FS who walked away with a perfect chicken dinner for themselves. Second position is going to be in favor of course I8 with 20 points to their name, followed in very closely with Triple Esports sitting on the third. But Team Star, I mean, honestly, I wanted to see Team Star get this game for themselves based on where they were, based on the numbers that they had. They just overextended a little too early, perhaps. That's when I8 were able to hunker them down, and that in turn brought their numbers down, which in turn, of course, is the result in front of us.
Well, certainly, Team Star. This was their terrain. The northern circles are supposed to be Team Star's home ground because that is where they dropped towards the side of Severny. But Triple Esports has a very good effort and gameplay from their side. 9 eliminations, and along with Triple Esports, Metershot Sky is also grabbing those numbers, those points in their favor. 9 points in this particular game is going to help their case. But Team BABLU sitting on the 6th, sitting on a very safe spot in the overall ranking as well. But this time getting 8 points for themselves. Now, talking about 52 esports, well, 5 points only to them in this particular one.
Absolutely, but let's of course recap as to what all happened through the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where chaos ensued in the first few 10 minutes of the game itself. But after that, it was just the zone that dictated all these fights. Magnus Esports thought they were in a very good position. Right here, of course, a very crazy Tom Cruise approach showcased from I8, which of course we thought could have been the end of theirs, but they still held on strong, where they eliminated TUF, stole their shack. They were in sandwich situation between, of course, Team Star from one side, FS from the other side. There was so much of chaos happening against I8, but they still delivered a perfect game for themselves.
Certainly perfect game coming from their side, but the moment Triple Esports managed to eliminate the entirety of 52 Esports, FS could be the game, but after that FS came into the picture and Triple Esports, they were not left with enough numbers to work around with, and also the blue was also closing in. But in the damage graph, Triple Esports, well, they have the highest damage.
Absolutely, they definitely ought to, because of how they were able to, well, bring in so many different sprays against so many individual teams. And the best part was the compound that they had. All the other teams were in small little shacks or out in the open through the smoke in between vehicles. Whereas for Triple Esports, they had a proper shack, a proper compound, in fact, which helped them out majorly. But overall, again, it seems like as we move on ahead, that is where we do see a little bit of a dip from the other teams, because the majority of those elimination points we can clearly see are already in control of FS, I8, Triple Esports, H2E as well, definitely. But a good effort from pretty much all the teams is what I'd say.
Well, yes, very good gameplay. In fact, majority of the teams were showcasing good gameplays in terms of the damage. Yes, elimination points are something they need to work on. But Magnus Esports, Quraysh Esports, R3D TmW, like you mentioned, were taken out pretty early without giving much of a fight there. But in the overall ranking, we still have Regicide on the top with huge points, 228.
Absolutely. And then we do have 52 esports, but freestyle retaining the position that they had lost, as this was their first game of the day, and they pushed themselves back on the third spot with 184 points, along with, of course, a perfect chicken dinner, getting only 2 points shy of stealing away 52 esports' play as well. And then following along, we do have Triple Esports jumping 2 positions for themselves, pushing down H2E and Team BABLU. Now, Team BABLU, they've started up and down is what they're doing, but again, just keeping the a hope alive that they are going to be part of the top 12. If they keep performing like this, I'm sure they're slowly but surely going to be rising in the top 12, 10 ranking itself. But moving to the second page, 11th team is going to be Team TUF with 116 points. 1 point shy is going to be the Grounders, and 1 point shy is going to be T20 Quoty. So a very close battle being brought out right here in this week 3 leaderboard, where top 12, the reason why I bring them up again and again is because they're going to be playing that extra map of LIVIK, where the bonus points are going to be accumulated. And look at I8 Esports. They started that run yesterday, and already from that lower half of the leaderboard, or rather bottom half of the leaderboard, I'd say, they've jumped positions and now sitting on the 15th, sorry.
Even the point difference between the 12th spot Grounders and IR is not so much that they can't cover in
Exactly.
coming 2 games. So there is a very high chance of I8 being in the top 12. But talking about the
True.
schedule, now we have Miramar and I8, and the entire group C, Lakshya will be sitting out.
Absolutely. So this once again provides an opportunity for the others to be able to over-aggress, to be able to, of course, take on the reins against the players of course, what I8 Metershot Triple Esports were able to do this time around. But again, it is the map of Miramar, so the map changes as well, which in turn, in a way, allows the opening of Los Leones, where we've seen North Esports drop down. North Esports from Group E is going to be playing this game, so that maybe could be where we can see some other team also jump on and create some sort of a contestation for Los Leones itself. But again, right now it's time for that prediction, and this is what I'm dreading, because I have absolutely no idea as to what team to go for. What team do you want to pick, Shadow?
This time, even I have no idea which team to go for.
Well. It is a very tricky thing that has
Yeah.
been taking place right here, because every single time the teams that we end up picking, at least the ones that I end up picking, always go down south. The first ones to go down south are those. So you know what? I spoke about North Esports. I think I'll just choose North Esports and hope for the best for this Miramar game.
Even I was thinking North Esports because yesterday also they got a big win for themselves. So chances of North Esports doing it again are very high. But I want 52 to get that big win. But this time I'm going with H2E again.
All right, H2E. Okay,
Yeah.
dokie. That is a good one. That is definitely, again, a very comfortable pick, in fact, as one can say, because you talk about the rotations being showcased from the side of H2E. They are looking very good in terms of how they're able to read the lobby, right? For North Esports, they are a very cheeky one. They do make those rotations, but when they want, they always aggress and get those points for themselves as well. And that is something that is the most important thing for North Esports. Now, yesterday, they got a chicken dinner on Erangel, and they've done so on Miramar as well. In fact, the first day itself, I remember the second game of week 1, day 1 itself, they got a chicken dinner on Miramar itself. So I'm keeping my hopes up. I have no idea as to what's going to happen, of course, but I'm keeping my hopes up, and especially knowing the fact that I8, as the way that they were performing in this game, everything against them, and still gotten decent placement and amazing elimination points. Metershot, had a decent rotation. R3D were bringing in a lot of commotion. Triple Esports very comfortable, but that entire group is not playing. So again, a limelight can be provided to the other groups. But let's see. Again, it's all going to be focused on where the zone is and how the zone ends up forcing these teams to make that rotation.
Even Team BABLU, now I think of Team BABLU also stand a very high chance of getting a win for themselves. Since
Yes.
Los Leones is completely empty, if we witness a southern circle, well, Team BABLU can make very good rotations along with H2A. And when it comes to firepower or close frontal battle, we've seen Team BABLU come on the top, so chances of Team BABLU are also very high in this one.
Absolutely. But what I'm thinking about is that in the first, to start the day off itself, we started on Miramar, where the zone was basically towards Los Leones and then moved up north towards, of
Yeah.
course, Junkyard and then Graveyard down south. So it was towards that region. This time around, for this being the second game of the day, I'm anticipating the zone to either be completely towards the west northern side or the east northern side. No idea if that's going to be played out or not, but that's what I'm anticipating. Maybe it could be a very centralized San Martin zone as well. All in all, you're definitely correct that BABLU being an aggressive one, they have a possibility and a chance to also be able to get, if not a chicken dinner, be in the at least second or third, be in the top
Yeah.
three definitely based on how they play.
Even Team Star also, if the circle is going on the northern side, that is where they have a decent drop location somewhere in the centrish position. So yes, Team Star will be looking for a redemption, but the way they are playing, the chances of securing a win are not in their favor. Yes, a good
True.
gameplay might come from the Team Star, but a win is unlikely right now.
It is slim. It is definitely slim. That is true. It is not an easy position for Team Star to be in, because again they need those points. That is for sure. They are in a tricky position. Yet when it comes to over aggressing, it all boils down to how the fight is going to be played out, how the zone is going to be favored, and with that, let's move on ahead as the third game flight path is going to be on our screens, and we do have it completely centralized from this entire map, as it is going to be, of course, cutting and dissecting the map in halves, two equal halves, which helps out all the teams perfectly. But now it seems, along with that, we also do have teams that are going to be starting a passive approach. Look at Quantum Rage's players, as they have dropped as soon as the flight path started. So they're definitely looking forward to a very late rotation or a very slow start, at least for themselves, because they know that not a lot of teams are going to be around in their vicinity, because Metershot is the one that loves to go towards Campo Militar, but they're not playing in this group. On the other front, for 50 Esports, it worked out perfectly, as the flight path started from the north, and they love to go towards Trailer Park Ruins, which is going to be easy comparatively for them based on how the previous game was. But right now, looking at the zone, oh well, it's going to be repeating itself. And what if this time around it takes us towards that urban finish of Los Leones? Okay, that would be very lovely to see. But all up in the air for now, as we are, of course, still looking at players slowly gliding for their drops. BABLU as well as H2E once again being in close proximity. I don't understand the love that BABLU and H2E have. Their players drop down in North Georgia. Their players drop down close in the map of Miramar so many times as well. In fact, on Sanhok, H2E drops towards the Campo. Well, again, no idea what to even anticipate from them. But today being the final day, of course, chaos is what I want to be able to see. Them being close means that much more chaos can be anticipated.
Along with W and H2E, there is also one other team in Chumasira, that is TUF Lakshay. When it comes
Oh,
to
yes, also
TUF,
TF.
yeah, when it comes to TUF, the performance in week one was very good from TUF. They were so consistent. I would say week number two was entirely bad. No, but as compared to week one, the points they accumulated were less, and that continuing in week number three as well. Their graph is slowly, gradually going down, not significantly to complain about, but yes, there is a certain downfall from the side of TUFL as well. But a fight is already breaking. As Reggie said, they're already peppering few bullets. They were peppering few bullets in the side of Team Grounders, but now Grounders, well, they found safety and made an escape, quick escape act.
Absolutely, they definitely have, and that is, of course, going to be a sign of relief for them because this is just the early moments of the game, and they do not want to be falling down right here. Nobody wants to be, of course, not be able to even touch their feet on the battleground, and before that, you get eliminated, and that is the approach that we saw from them. So that's something that I'm definitely keeping my fingers crossed as the day progresses on. The teams to get that much more chaotic against each other, but alongside all of that. Right now, it's going to be Team Star that we're going to be looking at as they have a perfect water treatment drop, I believe, and they're going to be in close proximity to any other team. No, they're not. They are looking very comfortable all by their lonesome. So it is a good strategy for them, and of course, so very close to the zone they are as well. On the other front is going to be TMW and T20 Quirty that are going to be in very close proximity, but for now we'll see if they are going to be able to get into that contestation amongst each other or not. If they will, only time will tell.
Only
Again, on the other front, all the teams that are dropping, they have spread themselves, is what I was going to say. I mean, TMW, I was pointing out, as soon as I pointed that out, TMW has already actually started rotating towards the Los Leones, towards the center of the zone, pretty much.
well, certainly, and sorry to cut you off. Yeah, only time will tell. That was I was saying, but yes, a few of the teams, like you also mentioned, are making rotation from the northern side. Team Star being one of them, but 52 this time they are in La Cobreria, a little away from the safety of the circle. But like you also were saying, it is not in the picture. North Esports is there, and this could be the game because North Esports, they've already capitalized on the city of the Los Leones. And last time also, if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. North Esports got the victory when I8 was sitting out yesterday in
Not
Miramar.
yesterday. No, no, no. Because yesterday, even though we did have a very good Miramar day, in the end, it was not allowed to them because BABLU got that first Miramar for
Yeah.
themselves, and then we pushed on away to, of course, the Erangel plays that were made, and that is where NES came in and got that chicken dinner for themselves with a 13 elimination point. But North Esports has done that previously. Previously, they've done that on the map of Miramar itself. They did do on day 3, I believe, where it was yes, on day 3, North Esports got that 9 elimination point chicken dinner on the map of Miramar itself.
Well, certainly North Esports can again do so, and if they do so, your prediction will, from the 4, will become 5, and the chances of my prediction becoming 2 are so less. But I still have a faith on H2B because look at the position. JD is already on the southern side of Los Leones somewhere. He can be that anchor. He can lead his teammates to a good compound, but the curveballs are the problem. The circle is definitely going to take a curveball on the northern side or somewhere else. That is when the problem will begin for H2E to come out from the city of the Los Leones and head somewhere on the northern side. But if the circle goes to the southern side, well, H2E, they will be rewarded by a good position. But picking up this particular
Absolutely.
team, Lakshay Faulty Devils, they have become so aggressive now this week.
TFT, oh yes, TFT definitely need to get their ball rolling right in their court in their favor because TFT is another team that is not looking good. Just like TMW that we spoke about earlier, TFT is another team that is going to be at the low half, and it seems like well TFT and TNW, as we bring the name up, are the ones who are going to be aggressing against each other, and perhaps going to be the ones who might as well bring us the first elimination, the first blood situation right here in this game. Let's see if this fight goes in which team's favor. Right now the nade parades are going to be brought on, of course, from these two teams. We do have Saboy from TFD side, along with, of course, Tyler, his background on his background, and the flank angle are being covered from TFD, as well as Tyler goes towards the back. For that, TMW, what exactly are they planning? From the top right hand side of the minimap, I can see them clustering up, and that is not a good decision from the side of this team. TMW, they're pretty much in a line, and that is something that can very well be going against them. But TFD, what a play that was, because third parties have already started, and it's going to be freestyle starting on that aggressive approach as they're going to be spraying down. Okay, Malik, don't get too greedy, mate, because you do not know where they're running on from, and now you yourself are going to be shot out from, and that is exactly what has happened. Of course, the teammates are going to be right around the vicinity as TFD try to run away from TMW, and this third party freestyle should not have entered, because up top again the advantage is definitely going to be in favor of TMW. For Malik, he got a little greedy, which he shouldn't have done. And we'll have to see FS, Malik, his teammates, what sort of a cover are they going to be able to provide in this fight to him.
Well, they are also pinned down because look at the position of Styler, little far away. He's already trying to dish it damage on the side of Vasi. Freestyle will they need to find a good ridge or a good cover for themselves because it's a matter of time. Along with Faulty Devils, TmW will also start shooting in their direction as Reaper with it. AKM is being a little too optimistic. Considering the distance that he has between FS and himself, but yes, all the three teams now they've decided to go away from this fight, but no, freestyle is still looking out in the direction of Faulty Devils over there, but this is a good position to hold on to. At least they have information, but now is the moment of truth when the circle is going to shift and it takes a sudden shift. That means my hope of getting a correct prediction this time is still alive.
Oh, definitely. That's what, because as soon as the game started and the zone pretty much went down towards Los Leones, oh, this is a big opportunity for H2E, for BABLU to be able to capitalize. On the other front, of course, there are so many other teams that are going to be making a rotation from the north. So they are going to have to then make their presence felt. They are going to have to find a perfect compound for themselves, a perfect position for themselves. But let's not forget, 52 Esports is one of those that somehow always ends up finding themselves pretty much in a very wonderful position, in a centralized position of the zone, and they are making a late rotation this time around as well. They are being very safe, as they do pretty much always. At the same front, look at Quraysh Esports' position as they're trying to make that rotation from Impala and Puerto Parecio from the western edges of this map, which is also looking very good because there is no team in the vicinity for them to even give any trouble at all. In fact, the entire mountain range is theirs for the taking. From the backlines, Magnus have already put a full stop to their entry, as they are going to be finding themselves at the edges for now. Drawlin is going to be holding on safe, and the other teammates, it seems like, are going to be pushing on ahead to create a split between them. But from the north, the chaos still pushes on forth, as we do have a player of Team Star, I believe that's Team Star, who has taken a knock, as T20 Quoty is the one that got in their way. But now on the backlines, as soon as QR, that is Quantum Rage, as soon as they start making the rotation and we can see them getting in their vehicles, if they come in straight through Graveyard itself, they themselves are going to be in a precarious situation against Team Stars players as well as T20 Quoty's players. But T20 Quoty have decided to make a push for it. Everybody wants to get into the zone, everybody wants to get into Los Leones, and this is where they don't realize and understand that PUBG Gods are never going to be favoring Los Leones. I don't think it's going to be pushed out towards a completely different affair altogether. But let's find out. My previous wish also on Miramar first game was that we should have an urban finish. Let's see if maybe this game we can have an urban finish.
Well, let's hope so because in the if that happens, it is going to be the battle of the grenades. Who is going to lob the perfect projectile? But talking about the perfect spray and headshot, Hayan gets a knock onto the players of TUF over there. But thankfully, fortunately, his teammate is nearby in the close proximity. But again, TUF going for a 2v2 split. Can they survive again this time? That's the main question because up until now they have managed to survive. Whenever it came to a frontal battle, they have improved in that way. But Team Star, they are looking in the direction of Team Quantum Rage. Both these teams are a little few meters away from the circle, the safe zone, but they also need to realize that it is Miramar. They have to prioritize. They have to be friendly with the circle. Otherwise, some other team will do a third party or will try and gatekeep. So let's see what's going to happen as H2E again finding themselves in the city of Los Leones.
Absolutely. From the south, they entered, and for now, they're looking at a very comfortable spot for themselves. In fact, we'll have to see if Quantum Rage is going to be able to make their entry. As we were talking about it, they were making a rotation from the north. Now they've got their crosshairs against the players of Team Star locked, and Team Star has been damaged a little bit, but same is the case for, of course, Quantum Rage as well. As we do have, of course, the teammate Tentanatan bringing in a perfect revival, but another 2 seconds and the zone is constricting once again. The zone is getting further and further. Now it's 1800 meters that the players of Quantum Rage as well as pretty much Team Star, 1000 meters is minimum that they're going to have to cover. And the flank angle that we're looking at from Goku perhaps could be the opening that Team Star did not predict. Or are we looking at a broken fight and they're all going to be focusing on getting into the zone? Perhaps the latter. They are going to be breaking out of the fight and they are focusing on to get into the zone for now. As we do have the map on our screens, 52 Esports have made an entry. T20 Quoty are finding themselves towards the northern side of the city of Los Leones. And of course, from the east, apologies, we saw Magnus Esports had taken a full stop at the edge. As soon as the zone moved ahead, they have made their presence felt and moved ahead into the zone as well. So all the teams, slowly but surely, are hunkering into the city of Los Leones, and it seems like the urban finish possibility is definitely real, and all the 16 teams are still present. But where is this fight going to be dictated? Is it going to be in the center? Is it going to be towards the eastern side? Or, because the eastern side is pretty much clear, only Magnus is there. If it pushes towards the east, if the zone pushes towards the east, Magnus have a really good chance to be able to capitalize upon. But let's see how it all turns out, because all the teams from the west are still entering the zone.
Certainly, I'm still waiting for the curveball that the circle is going to throw, because for sure there is going to be a one curveball or maybe more than one, because we have seen that in the previous games, also in the previous days also. So I'm just still waiting for the curveball, that which direction the circle is going to heavily shift. If it goes south, H2 is there. If it goes towards the northern side, 52 and Team Qwerty are there. And with that, Team Qwerty finds a beautiful knock onto Nojo, who was so close to the safe compound. But the main thing is, where are the rest of the teammates? Can they revive the fallen comrade? Because Voltrox is still waiting for that opportunity. When the moment 52 esports player will come for the revival, all the players of Qwerty will try and shoot them down. And maybe this could be the reason 52 esports rest of the three players are not trying to revive the teammate, because he's already lost calls.
Well, he definitely is, as we do have the player of T20 Qwerty, Gravity, on the run right now with a ghillie suit. He's trying his level best to find where the player is, and Mojo, he little did he know that the nade was already being cooked, and now 52 esports were trying to make a very good entry into the zone, has been brought down to a two-man squad. But all the position that Gravity is in, or rather the pressure that he's facing now, he'll need the safety of his teammates. Where exactly are they? Are they going to be entering right now or not? As we do have both the players from both these teams bringing in a nade parade, and Gravity, you were just a little too unlucky right there, as the nade just went out. It did not go towards the direction of 52 esports, which does mean that a pro entry, or rather an opportunity will be provided to the players of 52 esports to be able to give that revival and still have at least 3 players surviving. But Gravity does not want to fall back. He does not want to move ahead, or rather move away. He's still pushing on. He still wants to get this fight finished. He wants to be able to get those points converted for himself. And this is where, again, I'm waiting. Where are his teammates? Why is this entire fight just pushed on to him? His teammates, we can see on the minimap, are towards the edge, but why are they holding the high ground? Now it's time for them to make an entry. If not now, then when? The teammate needs you at the same point. This is a very good choke point to be able to cover, because this is at the edge of the zone that T20 Qwerty should have. And finally, it seems like an entry has been made, as we can see them encircling this entire compound.
Well, certainly they need to provide that much needed cover fire to Gravity, and they're trying to do so. They've already closed in the distance. They've already gotten close to Gravity over there. But 52, right now, it's in a stalemate situation. 52, they are trying to make an escape, because they need those points. Every single point is very important for 52 esports, and with the numbers disadvantage, they most definitely don't want to pick this particular fight with the plus of Gravity or Qwerty over there. But Voltrox, well, they have smelled blood, and they're looking, or rather searching for the plus of 52 esports over there. But what's happening? Late rotations coming from the side of grounders, as Black has been taken down by Play Zone, and 3x Mary, well, he finds a knock onto the plus of Qwerty. Yes, it was
Yep.
Qwerty.
Yep, T20 Qwerty thought that they will try and make a little bit more of their presence felt, and wanted to get away to find out where the 52x players went. And sadly, it was up from above. 3x Esports were able to, of course, bring down a knock, but a point was not yet confirmed. An elimination point was not yet confirmed. But what a chaos this has ensued right here. In another 1.5 minutes, the zone is still going to be constructing. 14 teams still surviving, 50 players in total, and the urban finish has been brought down to all these teams now. And of course, the god PUBG has been so gracious to provide us this. Now let's see, where is this fight going to be? North Esports, they're out in the open, and this is where things are going to get tricky because TUF are surrounding them, and not one but two knocks taken. What a perfect approach from the side of this team. North Esports, they had a really good building, and what sort of a scoping, what sort of a peeking was that they can peek from the same angle and expect nobody's going to be shooting you from there. Two of the players have already been brought down. Now TUF have a very good opportunity to be able to, of course, push on ahead and get the entire team of North Esports divided and maybe even eliminated. But all of that has been put to a halt thanks to, of course, Zameen and his Molotov. Right now, of course, the entire fight is being slowed down, but TUF is still on the run. They are still on the push. Let's see how exactly is this fight going to pan out, because North Esports, they are trying to hold it steady, but for how long? We will find out.
Well, we will find out. North Esports, well, Maxi is still bleeding over there, but talking about the other team that has kept themselves away from all that commotion and the city of Los Leones is Team Star towards the complete eastern side. They have a good point or position to hold on to. Along with that, Quraysh Esports also a little south to them, but right now, TUF, well, they don't have that hard cover required in this kind of a situation. But look like Lakshay, your wishes are being granted as the circle takes a shift, and it is in the city of Los Leones. We are definitely going to witness an urban final circle as Jojo with a TmwEsports also finds a knock and a confirmation also onto Khan.
Absolutely. Along with that, as soon as the zone shifted, as we were talking about it, Magnus making a perfect entry from the eastern fronts has been now granted the zone itself. And with that, it is going to be North Esports trying their level best to, of course, push ahead the push coming in, or rather, stop the push coming in from the side of TUF. Now, it is a 4v3 affair. North Esports thankfully were able to get all four players standing, but now they are going to have to fight it out. Now they're going to have to, of course, let TUF know that this is our compound. With that, 52 Esports in the outfronts do get eliminated, and the fights now continue on within compounds themselves, where, of course, TUF is on the hunt. Virus is trying his level best to be able to, of course, spot out all the players that he possibly can, as there are so many enemies around in the vicinity. Now, North Esports have left the building and taken... See, this is what North Esports are really good at. They're a very cheeky team. They will take on shots and then fall back and then reposition, which is a perfect approach to the game, because you do not want to be re-peeking from the same exact angle again and again, from the same building again and again. And that is, they've done so gracefully right now. But TUF, as we saw, they were on the hunt. So we'll come back to that fight, as we do have Quraysh Esports against the players of Regicide, where Regicide have been able to already bring down one of the player. That's going to be Jaguar, and of course Hasni right around the corner to be able to, of course, give that revival. But as soon as he did, he himself was eliminated, and along with that, 2 points will be confirmed for the side of Regicide. For Quraysh Esports, a very tough conversion right here it was, as they got their teammate close. Hasni was right there, got the revival done, but Regicide pushed on ahead, got those points, and now Quraysh Esports is left with just a two-man squad.
And numbers are required in this kind of a situation. Quraysh Esports, Reggie's side is also in the close proximity. One of the strong team when it comes to Reggie's side. This particular day, they are a little missing out, but still, there are few games in their hands. Maybe this could be the game, because right now they have the southern control where not many fights are happening. But Roll is going to find a beautiful knock onto Osma of Team Star over there. And TUF, they need better position than this, because look at that, we have Team TFD also, we have other Team North Esports also in the situation with which TUF is engaging in a fight or were engaging, and Maxi is already peeking in the direction of the plus of Team BABLU. Now things are getting very interesting, as we have 13 teams, 40 players alive, and 40 devils. Tyler Boy, along with that height advantage, is keeping a close eye onto the plus of TMW, and the minute they are going to give a little opening, Styler will make sure to find a knock onto them. Styler also needs to be careful, as he's exposing himself to all the teams present in the city of Los Leones right now.
Indeed, and I'm not entirely sure what North Esports' Zameen right there was doing, as he got into the buggy in this late a game. Of course, letting his entire opponents know as to where he is, and definitely TUF capitalized on that and brought him down. I mean, not the kind of mindset that we've seen from the side of North Esports, but I'm not entirely sure what they had in mind. Now their numbers are definitely dwindling down. TUF have been able to capitalize on the situation and the compound itself as well, and thus in turn it is probably going to be the demise and the end of North Esports' entire squad right here from this game. 13th position is where they get eliminated. Yeah, that was a poor choice coming in from Zameen right there, but nevertheless, as we do have all the teams getting surrounded from one angle or the other, as TMW also get eliminated, 11 teams do remain. FS down to just a two-man squad, Mom2 and Malik. But in all, Magnus is still holding on steady, still holding on strong. And the best part that Magnus is doing, look at that, they've got 0 finish points. They are not making their presence felt.
There is no need. The circle is already in this favor. Now is the moment when Magnus will start grabbing those defeat points. But because, like you mentioned, they have the numbers, they have the best position, they have a best compound to hold on to, and the circle is already in their favor. But majority of the teams are still fighting amongst each other on the western front, where Team Star on the northern side is there. On the western, we have Team Faulty Devils, who are definitely capitalizing on few defeat points for themselves. But right now, Voltrix Gravity over there, Gravity of Team Qwerty finds a beautiful knock onto 3x Kratos and a confirmation as well. But fortunately, boy, he's still keeping an eye onto the plus of Team Star, who are trying to close in the distance with a smoke wall. But now, 420 boy has been taken down.
Well, Quraysh Esports get eliminated. 9 teams remaining right here. 24 players in total. Team Star making a very good push right here as they are able to damage the positioning of T20 Qwerty, and T20 Qwerty themselves are not looking good as they are left down with just a one-man army, and one of their players has been brought down to their knees, for which Team Star are patiently, eagerly waiting to, of course, capitalize upon. With that, as we mentioned, well, Magnus Esports, they have now finally started opening up. They have now finally started delivering those massive blows. And there we have them bringing down the players of BABLU as well. One by one, the numbers of BABLU have been dwindled down just to a one-man squad is what they're left down to. And the final player is also, finisher knows exactly where he's at. So Magnus have all it takes to get this game for themselves. As we can see in the kill feed as well, they've been able to eliminate 3x as well. Now 3 defeats is going to get converted into 10, perhaps more, because of the way they are playing and the way that they are able to control the zone, and the zone is entirely theirs. But let's see, with 4 seconds, 3 seconds more, if the zone moves away from them, then they've given away their position a little too early, and that's exactly what happens. I guess Caster's curse is real.
Well, certainly it is real because Magnus Esports, the minute they started chiming in, the minute they started picking up the fight, the circle went away from their hands. And so for the players of Regicide and H2E also, but Team Star, well, they are still in a good spot, but they have to deal with the enemy in their own compound. Let's see if they can eliminate the remaining 2 players of Team Qwerty as well, or the numbers advantage, because the numbers advantage definitely with the plus of Star, but Voltrix is having the height advantage, dishes out a lot of damage, hefty damage towards the side of Team Star's one player. That was Hug, if I'm not wrong. Let's see. Voltrix, Fortune Boy, being still very careful because they have information that Mom 2 is hiding. He's hiding right in front of him, and Mom 2 better be careful because Fortune Boy actually has no grenades and molotovs, but his teammate Voltrix is definitely having one and land perfectly right in the face of Mom 2. Was it a grenade or smoke? Ah, that was a smoke. Voltrix and Gravity, they have no idea where Mom 2 is.
Absolutely. He's being one with the rock. That's definitely true right here on the map of Miramar. And with that, H2E's JD goes down. What a perfect approach coming in from the side of Magnus as well, with the nade being cooked to perfection. And that in turn has, of course, brought down JD. But now H2E, they are being surrounded from 2 individual angles and directions. And that in turn is going to be the elimination, probably, of the players of H2E. Yep, the entire team has been, of course, the entire squad has been wiped out. 6 teams remaining. Team Star tried to bring in their presence and move ahead and move away from the compound that they were in, because the Blues were slowly but surely catching up to them, are now brought down to a 2-man squad. They did, of course, also eliminate T20 Qwerty, looking very good. And what a perfect nade also being brought on against the players of Magnus, where Hunk pushed on ahead, along with, of course, his teammate God Fury. And now FS from the backlines can be the ones who can deliver a punch to the players as well of Team Star, because they are going to be in a little bit of a sandwich situation. In fact, talking about sandwich, it seems like a chaos being ensued right here for Magnus, because from all individual directions, the damage is coming in terms of the nade just against them.
Well, certainly, FS stands a very high chance of getting this one, as Regicide are picking fight with the plus of Team Magnus, and Zen is surviving on a very low HP. He has patched himself as his teammate finisher is going for the rescue mission. They have survived the Molotov coming from the players of Team Star over there, who are holding a little concrete building, and the grenades that if any grenade comes in the direction of Team Star, at least one knock will come in. But Styral, being the cheeky one, still holding on to his angle over there, and the way Faulty Devils are playing today, they are looking for those defeat points. They have nothing to lose right now, and they're looking kill hungry. But Magnus, the way they are approaching this game, They have the numbers, they have all three players, and they're looking a little aggressive on this side because they need the safety of the compound as well, which they have managed to do so. But from the backlines, Reggie side are trying to lob, in fact, grenade or a molotov. But Styler takes on Baz as Baz had no idea where Styler is and gets a confirmation point as well.
Well, again, this nobody could have predicted or anticipated, but in all, the consistency being showcased from Magnus as to why they are on number one. And right now it's going to be Regicide against the player of TFD. As TFD's final player, Styler, does get eliminated. Regicide is going to get, of course, him pushed, get his first made as well. As we push ahead, 3 teams remaining. FS only 2 players. For the side of Magnus, we have 3-man army. Regicide is also remaining with just that one player that we saw earlier. In all of this, it is going to be the players of FS who are, of course, pushing on against the players of Magnus, because Magnus now are out of options. They do not have a lot of position to be able to, of course, move around. And that is where the players of FS as well as Regicide Rashad are the ones who are trying to dominate and reign in supreme as many points as they probably can. With that, look at Ashad. He's already accumulated 5 elimination points, and the defeat points for the entirety of the team is 6. So it's all down to him and his prowess, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. But look at the Blues. It's catching up to him, and if he's not able to get out of here or create an opening against FS Malik, then it is going to be probably the end of Regicide's affair in this Miramar, where it has turned into a little bit of a stalemate situation right here, and thus it has provided an opportunity for Magnus as well. But FS Magnus, they're all just holding on steady and getting out in the open. This is where, well, Ashad has mushed on. Ashad was getting ready, and that's exactly what he's done. Now all the auditory cues he's getting from across the wall is what he's utilizing, and now he knows that Ashad knows that there's nobody coming in from the backlines, and that's what he's utilizing to his advantage. But little does he know that right in front, of course, it's going to be Magnus is faster with that nade parade, and just like that, we do have Magnus Esports getting this game's perfect chicken dinner, a second chicken dinner for them in a day on the map of Miramar. A perfect read coming in from the side of this team of Magnus as well.
Well, at one point, Magnus was struggling when the circle took a curveball, or when the circle got away from them. But the way they held their calm and the composure, and the way they managed to enter inside the circle, eliminating threat after threat, and in the end, also the patience worked off for the players of Team Magnus Esports, because the way they were so silent and let Ashad, the last player of Regicide, close in the distance over there. Well, a very good gameplay from the Team Magnus, and well, they are still on the top with the total, how many points? I think a lot of points. Yeah,
definitely. When the day started off, they were looking at 658 points, and now with the play that they've made with 2 chicken dinners, they're looking at a very comfortable lead for themselves. There's no way that they are not going into the grand finals, that is for sure. But with that, of course, a lot more coming right after the short break. Stick around. Hello and welcome to PMPL in Pakistan region. This is, of course, week 3, day number 5, the final day, where it all boils down to which are those teams, the top 16 teams that will participate in the grand final, starting from the 30th of this month all the way till 2nd of October. So that is what we are, of course, looking for, and that is what the teams are also fighting for. But all in all, right now we just finished, of course, game number 3 of the day, and that was played on Miramar, where we saw clearly Magnus Esports were a comfortable, well, not a comfortable, but definitely a cautious and a comfortable approach from their side resulted in a perfect chicken dinner for them.
Well, certainly, but this time we have to focus on the individual player that stole all the limelight, and that is going to be Ashad from the side of Reggie's side, being the MVP with 5 eliminations and 824 damage he was dishing out, but also he was taking a bit of damage. 481 were the healings which were done, and in fact, he survived also for a very long time. In fact, Reggie's side from their side, a very good gameplay also coming from that. It was all about the numbers. Team Reggie said they didn't have the numbers advantage. They had to come out in the open. But talking about the other players we need to focus are going to be Gravity from the side of Koti as well.
Absolutely, and again, players to focus. There are so many teams to focus upon because again, this zone on Miramar, it was a chaotic one. It was, of course, the Los Leones zone, which is in the city, which is the urban city itself, and that means that there are going to be so many openings that the teams can utilize in their favor and advantage, and that's exactly what we saw teams do so perfectly. But at the same point, as we move ahead from this to the match ranking, I really want to see. We know who got the chicken dinner, but that one nade that eliminated both the teams, who was the one who came in second? It was FS, and then came in Regicide right there, as we can clearly see, with a perfect 5 eliminations. FS sitting on the second position, and moving ahead, of course, was the third one where we saw the MVP Ashad with 5 elimination points to his name, sitting on the third position. A perfect game for them.
Certainly a perfect game, but Poly Devils also this time they are stepping up. But I think it's a little late for them, but still they can leave an impactful performance. The way they have taken an aggressive stance and this time coming on the hashtag 4 position in this particular ranking of the match, 12 points to them. Good gameplay and good approach from Faulty Devils right now.
Definitely, it definitely was. But again, in this map, it was all started when the zone slowly but surely moved on towards the Los Leones city itself, and that is where the team started pushing on ahead. So to start things off, it was a little bit of a stalemate starting, but then slowly but surely the fight started picking up, and then as soon as every team was part of that urban city, that is when the entire chaos ensued, and that is when again it was a point. There was a point in the third to fourth zone where Magnus was approaching from the right itself, from the eastern side, and all of that will become clear right here in the Oppo F21 Pro moments. And as soon as Magnus approached from that eastern front, there was no team, and the zone definitely favored them. But looking at, of course, the performance from these teams, Regicide, a perfect approach from them as well, as they finished second, all thanks to Ashad. But along with that, there were so many other teams. I mean, talk about North Esports, talk about TUF, the way they pushed on against each other's compound and tried to get the fight working in their favor. Team Star then capitalized upon the building of T20 Quality. It was a chaotic game for sure, every single second that it continued.
Certainly, but the teams that are on the southern side, Team BABLU, Team H2E, they were not able to deliver this kind of, or rather, a very good performance which was expected. Because also the information, like you also say, when you are not rotating, when you are not traversing around the map, you don't have the information, which Magnus definitely had, and they capitalized on it, and it is visible in the damage graph as well. Because look at that, 2200. Damage they have been dishing out, 13 elimination. It is, I think it was all about Magnus and Quirty only.
Indeed, the way they converted those points for themselves, the way T20 Quirty sitting up on top of the hill mountain, looking at all of the information, Magnus also just utilizing that same exact approach that they had, being very, very silent and quiet till the moment that the teams were not surrounding them, and then they open fire and they bring in a lot of points for themselves, as we saw them take on shots with so many teams and individual teams actually simultaneously from that one individual building. After that also things got a little difficult for them because the zone moved away from them, and then of course we saw them slowly push on ahead, take on those fights one by one, convert that into a perfect chicken dinner for themselves. But looking at the overall ranking for week 3, we do have Magnus Esports reigning in, once again pushing up to their third spot that the day started off with, and of course along with that they do have two chicken dinners now with 197 points.
Well, definitely they have 197 points along with that 52 esports. They have taken a downfall of 2 points and sitting on the fourth spot with 187 points. Well, 52, the day that mattered the most, they are not able to perform up to the mark. But Contemporary, well, they are on a decent spot. But a team on the bottom is going to be TmW, 40 Devils, 3x Esports, and Metershot Sky.
Absolutely, as we do, of course, push on towards the second page. Now, this is where The top 12 is what we're going to be looking at throughout the entirety of the day. In fact, talking about the entirety of the day, we're only left with 2 games before we have the top 12 teams playing on the map of LIVIK. And the LIVIK map is critical because it provides the teams with bonus points, for which Magnus Esports is leading the charge right now. But again, Team Star being so very close, the Grounders with 115 points of their own, it is going to be very important to see how exactly, or rather, which teams are the ones who are going to be pushing on towards the top 12. In the previous game, we saw I8 get themselves closer and closer, but now this time around, of course, they were not playing, so therefore, no change in that. Along with that, moving on towards the schedule, we do have the fourth game of the day, which is going to be played on Sanhok. This time around, Group B will not be participating. That means Quraysh Esports, Team TUF, Team H2E, as well as TmwEsports are the ones who will not be able to participate in this map of Sanhok. So yes, that is where the storyline is. But along with that, the storyline that we now need to create is the prediction. The prediction is where the storyline goes down towards. On the map of Sanhok, we're already looking at the entirety of the day, a very chaotic, in fact, the entirety of the week, a very chaotic zone being played throughout PUBG Gods. So on Sanhok, what do you think? Which team do you think should be the one, could be the one walking away with that chicken dinner?
I want to pick a team who is not in top 12 right now, but I
Okay.
don't think I8 stands a chance to get a win in this one. QWERTY, maybe. Although they are in top 12, still I'll go with QWERTY.
All right, that is definitely a decent pick coming in. And from my side, it is going to be Regicide. Because in the previous one, Regicide did deliver a decent play. And yesterday, final game on the map of Sanhok, throughout the day, they did not do much. And then in the final game of Sanhok, they delivered a massive punch to the entire lobby with 11 finish points to them, along with, of course, the chicken dinner. So definitely a possibility. But let's see. Let's see how exactly is it going to be fared out for Regicide on this map of Sanhok, because it is going to be a chaotic one. It is the smallest map in the lobby itself, in the entire loop itself of the esports maps. And of course, every single team needs to be wary, just like on the map of Miramar, those third parties dropping in, those fourth parties dropping in, for which if you are the ones approaching with fights, if you are the ones approaching with a vehicle, you're already given away auditory cues to your opponents, which we've seen happen multiple times. So I don't know. Let's see how it's going to be fared out and played out in this battleground of Sanhok.
Even I was thinking Regicide. I was just about to say
Okay.
Regicide because yes, every single they get a win, and in the last Erangel, I think I8 will try and get a win for themselves because we need those points. So that is chance of I8, but Sanhok
Right.
could be Regicide's game. So maybe, but let's see. QWERTY, they also need points for themselves. Right now they're sitting on the 11th spot, but some of them are losing the frontal battles today.
They definitely are. It's not looking too good. I mean, the synergy is definitely there. The way that they're able to control things, definitely looking very comfortable. I mean, same can be said for Magnus as well, right? The Magnus approach that we're looking at on the map of Miramar throughout the day has been supreme in terms of how they're controlling things. Same can be said for Team Star as to how they're able to approach the fights. At the same point in time, the lackluster approach that we're looking at from few teams is where things go a little quirky. But all in all, in the end, that is what the battleground is. You always cannot know as to what is going to happen in the next zone, in the next turn, in the next angle that you peek to. And all of that, of course, we'll look at right here as the map is live. We'll jump on ahead and find out where exactly is the flight path taking us for this game. And right off the bat, it is going to be dissecting from this time around western side towards the eastern front. And this is definitely a decent, good flight path. For yesterday, we saw Camp Alpha being the main zone island. Today, perhaps a different way, a different area. Let's see where are the teams going to be forced. Because one thing is for sure, they are going to be very, very divided. In the initial fronts, we will see, like, look at Triple Esports right there. They're so very divided right off the bat itself. We'll see 3x do the exact same thing. Metershot with the two-man split. So let's see how is it going to be fared out. On the same front, I8 following FS. Now FS we've seen be in a very varied position from docks to cave and kampong. They are between that triangle. And this time around, once again, we have what we saw yesterday. Okay. What do you think, Shadow? Where do you think is this zone taking us?
Camp Alpha, for sure. That is where grounders are North Esports are, and I do remember yesterday when that island became, or rather, it was full of bloodbath in the initial few moments, in fact.
Exactly. Absolutely. And that is where things went so chaotic because teams started making a rotation into such a small island on Camp Alpha itself. It was almost next to impossible for any other team to be able to, of course, lay hold of that area, lay hold of that opportunity that was being provided. But again, we'll see if that happens or not. Right now, of course, it is just the start of the map. It is just the start of the game. It is just first 2 minutes, but so many teams are in such close proximity to each other. Now the second question arises is who are the ones who are going to be, of course, bringing in that first blood situation? And T20 Quoty, they are looking very good. Your pick definitely looking very good as they know where their opponents are, Shada.
But they are losing the frontal battle. That is where I have my concerns because yes, Quirty is one of the strongest team, like just like Team BABLU when it comes to firepower. But the way they are losing those frontal battles today in this particular day, let's see if they can redeem themselves. Let's see if they can find a win for themselves because yes, the circle is favoring them. And yesterday also they were the first team to go for rotation on the Camp Alpha Island and keep themselves away from all that commotion that was happening around them. So yes, Quati can do so, but right now they need to be very careful as they are in the close proximity of Triple Esports. In fact, 2+ of Triple Esports, but right now Maxi is opening things up on R3D as he finds a perfect confirmation also onto Anubis and R3D. Well, they are now 2 3-man army.
Absolutely, as we do have North Esports this time bringing in the first blood situation in their favor. In the first 3 minutes of the game itself, they have been able to get a good hold of their opponent. Alongside that, R3D's players, well, they were a little scattered right now, and that in turn has put them in a very precarious situation because we can see Destroyer making a water rotation along with his teammates, and they cannot, of course, give them an opportunity to North Esports to be able to get another point for them. On the other front, as we move on ahead, towards the players of T20 Quoty, they are just patiently waiting. We've got Khan patiently waiting. On the other side of the map itself, we've got Team Star Sultana taking on shots and sprays against the players of 52 Esports. And 52 Esports have already lost one of their players. That's going to be Nojo. A tough game for 52 Esports right off the bat in the first few minutes. It seems like this time around they decided to make an early rotation towards the Camp Alpha Island, and that is where Team Star has been able to dominate. But from one clutch, you go towards other, where of course we know North Esports is going to be waiting, the Grounders are going to be waiting. So 50 Esports off to a very risky start making that early rotation.
Well, certainly the day it mattered the most, 50 esports are falling or crumbling down rather than or facing a downfall. But because right now all the three players are still in the lobby, but Nojo, he needs to heal up really fast. He needs to patch up really fast. And like you also pointed out, Magnus Esports is also in the close proximity. So Magnus can also chime in and do a third party. Right now, 52 esports, they need to be as silent as possible because from the looks of it, they are a little short on those healings as well. They don't have enough medkits or the first aids required in the map of Sanhok. But Magnus can be a blessing in disguise for 52 esports as Finisher is already looking in the direction of Team Star. Two of the players of 52 have already managed to cross the bridge and move over to the Camp Alpha Island. In fact, three players, one last player of 52 esports is still on the main island of the Bootcamp Island in the close proximity of Team Star and Team Magnus over there. Let's see how he's going to regroup with his teammates. But North Esports, well, they're still holding on to the shorelines, and I wonder how 52 Esports managed to go to the shoreline, extreme western side, without North Esports noticing them. There are some impressive gameplay or rotations always coming from the side of 52 Esports, and again this time also. But right now, Rounded are also looking a bit comfortable. But talking about Reggie's side, they're coming from the side of Ruins, and 52, well, they are in a 3v split, 3 plus on the extreme shorelines on the western front without losing any player, but also about the resources. They don't have enough resources in their hands. They don't have those grenades and the smoke or the helix. In fact, they don't have those level 2 armor. So 52 esports need to go for the secondary loot. But Nojo is still hiding because he know there are players of Magnus Esports, and the split is not going to help his case right now. Because look at Nojo, he's right there, so far away from his teammates. Team Star is already closing in the distance, and Nojo, you better not be spotted by Star.
Well, this is tricky. In fact, next to impossible. But again, we've seen some very interesting and impossible kind of things actually happen where players have been so close to their opponents, lying in their feet and still not being able to spot, right? And that too from big names who've not been able to spot because their mindset is on to a different fight altogether itself, which is definitely something that can be seen in the background because it is so very chaotic. And this being, of course, the second last game of the day, and especially on the map of Sanhok, it is bound to be getting chaotic. And right now, we do have, of course, North Esports' player. We saw them bring in the first blood situation, and now they seem to be, of course, in crosshairs and in the and taken on shots against the players of the grounders. But I was just trying to find out if Evil Boy was knocked. No, he has not been knocked. He was given a little bit of a damage based on the spray from North Esports, but it has worked out perfectly. It is looking perfect for the grounders for now. Even though they're at a they're on top of the rocks, it is something that North Esports are able to understand and know the angles that, of course, they can be sprayed on upon, for which they've got themselves spread across in this compound, but now they've given away their position, and that in turn they're going to have to be a little careful of. Avenger OP, what exactly is happening right here? Has Roshan not let them know that there is a team right up there that whatever the communication between the teams is, they are certainly taking their chances, for which the grounders Sensi is being very quiet and is not overreacting or responding. And now North Esports, well, they're just going to be hunkering down. They're just going to be keeping steady and quiet, not moving much, not making any moves, because they're going to be waiting for other teams to get in close proximity. Same could be the case for the grounders as well, because the grounders, apart from this team of North Esports, I don't think they have much knowledge about other teams. Well, it's just a matter of time before they definitely will, because on the other side, from the southwestern side, eastern side, we do have I8 and Metershot Sky also making a rotation. In close proximity to them is also going to be 3x Esports. Now, Ghost, he's making a lot of noise. He's definitely, in fact, creating a bait for other teams to be able to take on those shots and sprays. And that is where Tantanatan from Quantum Rage is so close and right in front of course, Zebian. Zebian brought the entire Mac down, but still was not able to blow up that vehicle. And that in turn has, of course, allowed Quantum Rage to be able to make that rotation. And Tantanatan has been able to reach his teammates. Now, a two-man split coming in from their side, two of them up on top of that mountain, and of course two of them down below. On the other front, we do have I8, as we saw making that rotation, are now crossing hairs against I3X's players, and I8, they seem to have been able to bring that knock, and the point is now what they will be working towards slowly. They've gotten very close to where they want to be. Now all they can do is wait as to where the zone is going to be moving ahead, because it is 40 seconds, and 40 seconds later the zone will shift. This is just the first zone, so it is still very open. So I8, they have played it safe. They found the compound, but now it is a little bit of a waiting game. Once in the next 15-20 seconds they find out where the zone is, then perhaps they'll make a move towards, of course, Camp Alpha Island, or maybe even not.
I'm just waiting for the circle because all the teams, they are also patiently waiting and hoping the circle takes a shift in their favor or in their direction. But let's see where the circle is gonna go. I want a concentric circle. Let's hope the teams get confused. I want the teams to stay confused, and my wishes are being granted. The teams are still confused with where exactly the final circle will go. I'm loving this, Lakshya.
Absolutely. Well. Let's see again from the north, as you were talking about it, Team Star. They are very good position. The two-man split from their side. From the backlines, though, the team that is going to be approaching them, Magnus, it is right now they're outside the zone, but that is a big threat for Team Star. They're going to have to be very cautious of. But along with that, on the map of Sanhok, things have slowed down just a little bit as we reach the second zone. Now teams know that the opponent team is going to be right around the corner, and they cannot make overextensions and cannot overpeak any angle. The grounders, perfect positioning as we saw them from in front of that, on top of that rock, and yesterday also was the same case. 52 Esports, somehow they always make that rotation work out for them, and they have made an entry, of course, as we see them towards the eastern side of Camp Alpha. And no team for now wants to be in Camp Alpha itself, because everybody knows that that is going to be the center zone wherein no one wants to be, because from every single direction where teams start approaching, it is going to be the place where chaos will start ensuing. Every
Well,
single team right now, all they want is to be able to understand as to where the opponent are. With that, it is going to be TFD who, actually being a silent snail in the Sanhok map, has been able to deliver a punch to the face of Magnus, as Magnus's one player has been knocked down, but elimination point has not yet been converted. But really good positioning from their side, as Magnus now are being pushed away from this entire site, as TFD up on top of that mountain, top of that mountain and hill, do have a very good positioning, and of course an awareness as to where their opponent is. But the only thing that's not favoring them is the zone, so they at one point in time are going to have to come down from that mountain, and that is where Magnus can definitely utilize. But I8 is what they're going to have to be careful of, because I8 is in the zone, Magnus is not, and it seems like TFD is not going to be waiting, and they are going to be slowly but surely pushing in. They are creating those perfect flank angles as well. They're creating an opportunity for Magnus to not be able to run away. But let's see if TFD themselves get caught in I8's crosshair or not, because I8 is just around the road itself. So a very precarious situation between these three teams, and it is Magnus who's actually in a sandwich situation this time.
well, they certainly are. But now that I think of, yesterday also we had a similar circle, na Camp Alpha, and that is where Regicide got a win for themselves. That was a very smart pick, Lakshay, in prediction. And this time again, we have a very similar circle, Camp Alpha circle, and Regicide, the way they have placed themselves on the southern side of the Camp Alpha island, I think they are again looking very strong. Uh, Maybe again could be their gameplay, but right now Magnus and TFD Faulty Devils might be locking horns with each other, as the zone is already closing in. And Faulty Devils, this fight is inevitable. They have to move inside the circle. They have to be in the safe zone. And Sad Boy, he's still taking the brunt of the blue, as Faye is still taking the brunt of the blue, and they're already approaching or showing on the doorstep of Magnus Esports. They are hoping the two teammates from blue will provide the required cover fire, as two teammates go towards the side of Drolin over there, and Drolin takes him down, and Styler, rather, finds the trade onto finisher over there. Drolin finds one more knock. That means Faulty Devils 2 plus have been taken down, and somewhere far away, I8 is also the team that is watching all this commotion that is happening, and they can definitely do a third party. They're just waiting for the plus of Magnus, or rather, Faulty Devil, whoever comes out in the open. But no, they won't be waiting for long, because the blue is already catching up, and Uzm also needs to regroup the teammates without getting caught by Faulty Devils.
Exactly. Well, it was a deja vu till now, and now with the third zone, the zone has taken a turbulent shift towards the center of these three islands. That is where in the center we do see Triple Esports. Right across there is going to be T20 Quality. And like we just spoke about, Triple Esports are taking on shots against the players of R3D, and I8 are trying to bring down once again the fight that was continuing and brewing on along from last 2 minutes. Now they have to be able to convert this into points for themselves, because they know that now they need to move towards the zone. TFD is going to be in their backlines, and if they are not going to be eliminating them, then TFD is going to be bringing down a world of trouble to them. On our screens, of course, it's going to be Uzum, who has been able to convert that point, but now he needs to be, of course, running, as 400 meters is what he needs to run to get into the zone. And talking about the zone is where 3x is actually going to be waiting, as well as Bootcamp is exactly at the edge of the eastern front where I8 is approaching this zone from. As we talk about the southern fronts, we do have Quantum Rage, along with that FS, and now Regicide have also made that rotation. The only teams that are remaining on the Camp Alpha Island, of course, were the Grounders, who were up on top of that rock, and 52 Esports, who are still patiently waiting and letting the other teams just battle it out. 16 minutes in the map of Sanhok, and we still have 15 teams remaining, 54 players still surviving. It is definitely a slow poked game, but also it is necessary for them to do so because of the stakes that they are at. For Team Star, the stakes couldn't have gotten any higher because of the position that they're in, the points that they need. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see exactly how it turns out.
Well, only time will tell how it is going to turn out, because we'll still have 15 teams, 54 plus in the lobby, and Reggie's side, they are falling down because of the grenade coming from the side of Senior, and Senior finds another knock onto the plus of Team Reggie's side. The way Quantum Race, they have placed their plus perfectly, but a trade is also coming in as Senior gets taken down. But Tanatan might be looking for the rescue mission, or are they going to push on that fight? And it looks like Goku is in the time to save his teammate Senior over there, but Tanatan also gets taken down by Ashad over there. Tanatan was out there in the open with no cover at all onto himself. This is a moment when Quantum Rage can try and turn things around in their favor. Now Reggie's side, they are on the weakest point as Goku with the perfect projectile of the grenade find one more knock onto Reggie's side. Noku with that TBS, can he perfectly land the shot? And no is the answer, as Sigma Male will take him down as well. But Sigma Male is down to 10 HP. That is where the players of Reggie's side, the last player Baz of Reggie's side, is closing in the distance. Can he take down Sigma Male, who is already on a sliver of HP? I think he can. Sigma Male is just buying some time so that his teammates can come and help him out, and that he has definitely succeeded in doing so. But he gets taken down, and Sigma also comes in before Goku comes and helps him. Reggie's side bids bye-bye, but before bidding bye-bye, they do enough damage on the side of the opponent.
Oh, that was a really good play from Quantum Rage right there. But in
Yeah.
the end, of course, that is how it had to be, as the numbers had just not favored them. Again, talking about the camp itself, boot camp, where of course we were talking about 3x and I8 pushing themselves towards that exact same field. We do have 3x now holding themselves steady as I8's barrage starts bringing in. Now Metershot Sky up on top of that mountain have a possibility to be able to take on shots down here in boot camp itself, to be able to either damage 3x's position or the push of I8. We'll have to really be they'll have to be really overextending themselves, Metershot Sky, to be able to be a part of this fight. But before they can do, it seems like 3x have already taken on a little bit of a damage in this fight, as one by one the nade parade as well as the molotovs that are being brought on along will be the elimination of 3x as they get eliminated on the 14th spot. And I8, they are very wary. They know exactly where they can be sprayed on upon, as they do have a crosshair set up towards the Metershot Sky's hill as well. Esports on the other front is going to be the one who is remaining with a 3-man squad as of now, with 2 defeat points already confirmed for themselves, as it is going to be Team Star who is now going to be trying to get their crosshairs set up against them. Now Team Star, they have the possibility to be able to take this, but do Esports' players have the backing? Because Hammer, we can see, he's all by his lonesome in this compound, and Esports' player, his teammates basically are going to be far out, and there's no way he's going to be allowed to run to them, because, well, we know for sure Team Star, they have their flank angle already set up, and Metershot Sky up on top, they have all the information, and now slowly they're taking on those sprays, they're bringing in that damage control, and they are going to wait as well. Apparently it looks like for the zone to start constricting, and once it does, that is when they have to make an entry, and that, it seems, is likely to happen right now, because the blues have caught up to them. This is the 4th zone. In another 40-50 seconds we are going to be looking at another one, where of course if Metershot do not make a rush right now, then things are going to be very, very late for them, as they are doing so. We also do have Team BABLU from the other front itself, from the southern side of the zone itself, getting closer to the compound of T20 QWERTY, where again Khan is the only player, I believe, who's remaining. So from T20 QWERTY, only one player does remain, and it is now all boiling down to BABLU, if they can eliminate that threat or not. They're slowly but surely pushing on, and yep, there we have it. T20 Khan, he's the only one from QWERTY who is left by his lonesome, and being out in the open, this is a very tricky position that he's in, a very tough position that he's in, and of course he's going to be inviting a lot of leads towards him, and that's exactly what happened, where his health was brought down to almost next to nothing. But I8's push and rush, look at that, their name is pretty much everywhere, as they take down Esports' player, they take down Team Star's player, they also are able to obliterate the players of, well, TFD as well. But what a play I8 is making, it looking like this game could very well be theirs. But in the backlines, Metershot Sky, what a cheeky play from Metershot, as Metershot is following exactly the same trajectory that I8 is doing.
But now they have to deal with Star also, Team Star on the tails. Like you pointed out, they have Metershot Sky. So coming out from that situation is not going to be so easy as Uzm is still in the water. Team Star can easily spot them down. Blade is deploying few smokes to revive his teammate, and Ghost is still going for the rescue mission. Blade, he needs to buy some time. IQ is there, who's get taken down by a grenade of Sultana, and God Fury with that UMP 45 lands beautiful shots, takes IQ also down, and Blue is also catching up on both these teams, so making it inside the safety of the circle is not going to be so easy as Blade and Sultana are in a close frontal battle, and Sultana gets taken down, but Blade all gets taken down by the other player, and TFG Leon OP also doing a third party, getting confirmation onto the plus of Team 8 over there, and Leon OP eliminates the last players over there, and Team Star and I8 also bids bye-bye as the last player of I8 has been eliminated. Knocked down by Metershot Sky. Confirmation comes from the side of Team Grounders. What's happening? All teams are trying to go for the defeat point for themselves. Right now, only single compound and safety of the circle is with the plus of Triple Esports, and this is the moment when they can capitalize and grab defeat points as they are trying to do so. Rex finds a beautiful knock onto Mojo over there, and Jojo is going to be the last man standing over there. Triple Esports, this is their game to lose as TFD also bids bye-bye at 7th spot.
Triple Esports, what a perfect handover to them. Now they just need to capitalize on the compound and this zone. They just need to start, shredding down the herd that is in front of them, and that is what they are doing slowly but surely. As we saw, that they have already accumulated 4 elimination points for themselves. 52 Esports, as you mentioned earlier, is left by only Jojo, and now all they can do is play a passive approach. Triple Esports, what a perfect angle from Psycho, as his QBZ was able to keep a very close exact angle on the exact pixel on that rock, and with that it seems like this is going to be the end of 52 Esports as well, and that's all thanks to Team BABLU. But now we're left with only 5 teams remaining. For the side of Triple Esports, they've got to take care of all the individual angles that they're surrounding, that their compound is surrounding, and that they're doing gracefully. The players, the amount of communication that must be going on between them, it is definitely top notch, because they're not going down, but they're definitely keeping their threats as far away as they possibly can. But now, from all the angles, the threats are coming in. From the front, it's grounders that they're taking on shots. On the way, on the back, it is going to be, of course, none other than BABLU, who's also trying to slowly but surely jump in along and get closer and closer to this entire battle. And it seems like there's also a heal battle taking place from the side of Metershot's Gully Boy. So this is a very proactive game being showcased from Metershot Sky as well, as throughout we saw them making a follow-up to what I8's rotation was, and now finally they're working towards that heal battle. But let's see who will be the one who will reign in supreme. Again, you talk about numbers, definitely it is going to be Triple Esports, but can there be any other team that can provide themselves a little bit of a advantage? Well, yes, there is, and that's going to be the team of BABLU, if they can take down 1 or 2 player of Team Triple Esports.
But Triple Esports, they have a compound for themselves, hard cover for themselves. But Sensi can be the little cheeky player who can do some damage towards the side of Triple Esports, because they are not aware of the whereabouts of Sensi, as their entire focus is on the side of Team BABLU over there, who are trying to crawl their way inside the circle and have managed to do so for now. Sensi, well, he has no grenades, but 3 Molotovs. Crucial Molotovs in this situation. The minute he's going to realize the position of any player of Triple Esports, he can capitalize on that. But right now, he's wasting away his resources and also at the same time giving away his position. But no, Molotov was perfect on point, and Rex is burning into the flames right now. He gets a confirmation as well. That means Triple Esports, they have been down to 3 men. That means this is a blessing in disguise for Team BABLU, and Sensi takes down Hunter also with his QBZ. This is a moment when Team BABLU can chime in, but Sensi is looking for a damage on the side of Team BABLU as well. But Pika eliminates him, but a valiant effort from the side of Sensi as Team Grounder be bit by at third spot.
Absolutely. Now it's all boiling down to how Team BABLU can convert this game for themselves, because they know exactly where the players of Triple Esports are. Triple Esports, they only kept their angles focused towards the front, and slowly but surely, like a snail and snake, BABLU was able to dominate and push on from the south, and that in turn has resulted in this fight going in favor, in fact the game going in favor of Team BABLU, where 7 defeats have already been confirmed in this final. Psycho elimination going down will be the 8th, and that in turn will be the game itself for the favor of Team BABLU, as BABLU are the ones reigning in supreme this time around against the players of, well, none other than TmwEsports. TmwEsports, what a perfect approach from their side. A very good try, definitely, but it was Team BABLU who came in with 8 eliminations. That means it was Team BABLU who had all the momentum working in their favor, and that in turn provided them to be proactive, and that allowed them to slowly but surely utilize the opportunity and take on the opportunity in their favor, which in turn has been stolen away from TmwEsports, and BABLU up to the rise as they get 23 points, pushing to the 7th position from this game.
Well, certainly, second win for Team BABLU in this week in the map of Sanhok, which was with their weakest in week number 1. The way they have improved their performance in Sanhok is definitely something worth praising and appreciating for. Yes, Team BABLU, they have got a win, but yes, Team Ground is also Sensei. The way he was being the ugly thorn for the plus of Team TmwEsports over there, he managed to find a perfect knock and a confirmation onto Rick over there, eliminate, in fact, not eliminate, take down other player also. TmwEsports, they were down to 2-man army. That is where Team BABLU capitalized.
Absolutely, but again, more on the conversation will continue on 4th right after the short little break. Stick around. Hello and welcome once again to PMPL right in the Pakistan region, where we are done with, well, down to the last game. We're done with 4 games for the day, and this is the last day right here in week 3, where after this final game, we are going to know which are those teams that are going to be a part of the grand finale starting from the 30th of September. But right now, we just got done with the map of Sanhok. Let's move on ahead the conversation and have a look at the MVP shadow. And this time around, the MVP is going to be the Grounders Sensei. Now, the Grounders started off really good. The positioning they had was really good, but it was all stolen away. Yet, they did push on through, and I believe finished 3rd. We'll find out when we reach the match ranking.
Yeah, I think they finished 3rd because it was only 3 teams remaining when Sensei got 2 knocks onto TmwEsports, and being the MVP, also 585 damage, he has been dishing out. In fact, he was not taking too much damage, as healing stun in the numbers are only 105. But along with Sensei, the players we need to focus on is going to be Leon OP. In fact, from the side of Faulty Devils, this is a guy that has been stealing all glory from the side of Faulty Devils whenever it came to frontal battles, and this time he becomes a player to focus also with 5 eliminations.
Absolutely. Along with that, let's have a look at the match ranking as well, where we will confirm as to what exactly went down. Team BABLU were the ones who stole away the perfect chicken dinner for themselves, and that in turn resulted the players of TmwEsports being the one who finished on 2nd. On the 3rd, as we just were talking about it, is going to be the players of the Grounders and Quantum Rage finishing up on the 4th spot. After that, there is a little bit of a fall down, but of course, in all of that, we do have a clear distinction where I8 sitting on the 6th spot, thanks to, of course, the elimination. 9 eliminations is what they were able to accumulate. For TFD as well, look at the same exact thing. As you mentioned, right? They were just participating in those third parties, and that resulted in them working away with 9 eliminations. That too is definitely a GG play being showcased from TFD from this game.
Certainly, it was a good game from their side. In fact, other teams also were trying to grab as many points as much possible, because it was a last game for few of the team, but second last for other teams also. So every single point was going to matter. And TmwEsports, well, they gave their best effort. They were sitting on the, I think, 17th or the 18th spot in the overall league stage ranking. So right. Yes, they needed those points. And they have gotten few good points as well. They came on the 2nd position, good defeat points also in their favor. But if whether they have managed to qualify for the finals or not, that only time will tell. But I8 also at the time, good points in their favor.
Indeed, definitely. And looking at, of course, the Oppo 21 F21 Pro moments, we have chaos been ensuing on the map of Sanhok, where, of course, this fight right here from Quantum Rage, of course, it was definitely a really good one. It was a valiant effort being showcased from the teammate. Along with that, I8, the way they were able to make the rotation, the way they were able to, of course, face all the turmoil that was that was thrown against them, still came upon with decent amount of elimination points, was definitely much needed. But at the same point, as you were just mentioning about TmwEsports Esports as well as their points and how much they walked away with, well, now what I'm wanting to look at is this final game is going to be between Group B, C, D, and E on the map of Erangel. Now, between Group B, C, D, and E, we have Team Star, who is not going to be playing, Magnus Esports, who are already confirmed, Team BABLU, who looking very comfortable, 52 Esports, looking A-OK as well. So for Team Star, it seems like the journey has gotten a little more trickier, but we will also confirm that at the end of the day, as we have the damage graph on our screens, where of course a lot of damage was dished out from I8. Look at that, 1642 damage compared to, of course, all the other teams who were dishing out decent amount of damage, but the elimination point also being in their favor. Thus, of course, they were sitting on that 6th spot from this game. Moving ahead to the overall ranking, we do have a very tricky position where the top 12 is what we're wanting to look at. And here we have it. The Grounders sitting on the 11th position. On the 12th, we do have T20 Quoty with 129 points. 8 points shy is going to be Team TUF. Team Star sitting on 120 points. So, well. And I8, of course, 114. So, are they going to be able to push ahead? I8, they have one final game of Erangel that is remaining. If they don't, well, again, it's a big climb that they're going to have to do from 114 to 130. They have done so earlier, but it is going to be a very difficult climb.
I think they can do so. The way they are amping up their aggression, going for points, I think I can definitely do so. But I'm worried about QWERTY as well because they are sitting on the 12th spot. The sword is hanging right now on QWERTY. Their performance has taken a downfall in terms of the firepower, in terms of the points they are accumulating for themselves. So this very last game is going to be very crucial for QWERTY as well. But team that are
True.
sitting comfortably on the top are Regicide, Freestyle, Magnus Esports, even 52 Esports also.
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, all the way till 7th, 8th position, in fact, I'm going to say they're sitting very comfortable, at least for this week's play that is going to be made on the map of LIVIK. And of course, those 12 teams that will participate in the map of LIVIK, it is very important to be in the top 12 because of the bonus points. With that, let's move on ahead, bring up the schedule. We started the day off on the map of Miramar, of course, but now we are going to be following up along after this Sanhok game, moving towards the map of Erangel. So Erangel, we saw to start during the start of the day, FS was the one, Freestyle was the one who walked away with a chicken dinner. But this time, who will it be? Which team is it going to be? This is the final battle because after this, the LIVIK map will be played. But from this game itself, from this Erangel game itself, we are going to find out what those top 16 teams are.
Well, definitely we'll find top 16 team which will be moving in the finals. So it is not crucial only for the moving into the LIVIK but also moving into the finals as well. So it's going to be
True.
very important for all the teams, only teams, Triple Esports. Well, they're for them also because they are somewhere on the 17th or the 18th point. Metershot Sky, so many teams are there who who are waiting for this particular Erangel and hoping to deliver an impactful performance and go for this more than 20 points total in terms of placement and defeat points. They are hoping to cross the mark of 20, in fact go for the 30 bomber as well if they can do so, because that is unlikely. 30 points, that is unlikely, but still possible.
Well, we'll see if that'll be the case or not for them. But along with that, for this game, what team do you want to pick? For this map of Erangel, what team do you want to pick that will get away with that chicken dinner this time around?
I8, definitely.
You're confirmed with that, all right?
Yeah.
All right, so from your side, it's going to be I8 confirmed, and from my side, it is going to be Regicide that I'm going to pick, and hope that this time, previous Sanhok, it did not work out for them, but this time around, hopefully, they can get that chicken dinner for themselves. But again, all in all, the entire focus is going to be towards that second half of the page that we just saw, because that is where we are going to find out that if at all there is going to be a change in that or not, because the points, yes, there isn't a big difference, but you perfectly mentioned T20 quality, there could be a rise from another team that could topple them down, and that is something that we'll have to see. But right now, for this final game, Regicide is the one that I'm going to pick, and Regicide, I hope, can deliver another point to my prediction list. So let's see, fingers crossed. Let's find out if that Regicide can do this or not. Can they deliver it or not? Because from the previous two games, they've had one player. They've had one player who's always been there at the end. In the top 5, there's always been one player. So maybe this time the final game could be the one there. Could be all 4 players standing and maybe get away that chicken dinner.
Well, that is certainly possible, but I am just looking for if any of the top teams who are sitting comfortably on the top 5 spot, or the team who is most definitely not moving into the finals, will they try and contest I8 Esports top location? Because this game is crucial for I8. They're definitely moving into the finals. No one is stopping them. But
True.
the LIVIK map, the bonus points, they need those bonus points to have a good head start in the finals already. So few of the teams, other teams like Magnus Esports, let's say Magnus Esports, the bigger competition for I8 is
Right.
going to be Magnus Esports and vice versa also. So Magnus
True.
might try and eliminate I8 Esports by dropping in their drop location and not give them the advantage of the bonus map.
Well, again, since this is the final game, we know that Magnus will not be a part of it. But
Yeah.
what team I can say, because it's the map of Erangel, it can very well be Metershot. Metershot is sitting on the 17th position or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, 17th position or 16th position, I think. And they are going to have to be the ones maybe who can maybe try and get their revenge factor started right now from this game. But we'll find all of that out, of course. Right now, we're only talking and majorly focused on what's going to happen along in this game. And in this game, we want to be able to see if at all that can be confirmed, that revenge factor that you were talking about, that can be confirmed or not. Along with that, we do have Quraysh Esports joining in with only a 3-man approach this time around, where Hasni, Mani and Sadarji are the only ones, and they've lost out on one of their players, sadly. But let's hope for the best, because after all, when it comes down to their play and their grand final, their slot is very comfortable, because they were at the top 10 position or top 12 top 10 position. They were very comfortable with. But never mind all of those conversations, we'll come back to that, as we do have the flight path on our screens majorly focused towards the northern side. And this time around, we will have to see, it is going to be a long rotation that Metershot as well as I8 are going to have to make. At the same point of time, TFD is also another team, actually, Shadow, that we've seen from Novorupnoy were the ones who actually stopped Metershot in their track, did not allow, or rather had a bridge camp for Metershot setup. So this time, maybe even can be a possibility that TFT does exactly that. And oh boy, okay. Well, now we know for a fact we are in for a chaos in this Erangel game.
This is a blessing in disguise. This is a blessing for I8. Looks like everything is working in their favor. Their lucky stars are perfectly aligned because PUBG gods are giving them everything required to go for those crucial points which they need to qualify for the LIVIK map, the bonus map, and have a good head start already into the finals. So I8 better capitalize on that situation. I'm very sure after seeing the circle, all the 4 players of I8 and Metershot Sky, they have a big smile on their face.
They definitely do. But at the same point, I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of a, well, again, these are experienced teams. Yes, that is true. But there's, I'm sure, going to be a little bit of a fear factor that would be attached to that as well. That we have to deliver. And that have to deliver, when that comes into the point at the final moment itself, then it becomes a very tricky position to be able to convert. But again, that is all up in the air, because right now we do have none other than TFD, actually, who's moved on to Novorupnoy, and Metershot have this time around taken a very laid back attitude into this game, liking that approach, because they need to have points that are going to be favoring them. When the day started off, they were, I believe, sitting on the 16th, and then that is in the league standing itself. So for now, all they need to be focused on is get as many points as they can. But I8, all the eyes are going to be focused on them. What exactly is this team going to be doing? Along with that, once again, R3D, R3G, as well as NES, and the players of 3X, well, in close proximity, So we'll have to see that if at all R3D can start the first elimination point, or could it be North Esports maybe? All in all openings are possible, but perhaps the teams are going to play it safe also because of the pressure that they're going to be feeling. And what am I seeing? FS right off the bat are going to be, of course, pushing on ahead against the compound, not the compound, sorry, the island of I8, if I can say so, where they do not want to be. And TFD on the other front, talking about rivalry, Shadow, that's exactly what's happening, where TFD were patiently and eagerly waiting. They knew exactly where Metershot is going to be coming from, and FS has done the exact same thing.
At the start of the day, I asked you whether any of the team is going to have a bullseye target or not, and you told me by the end of the last game, you the answer, and it looks like the Southern Island speaking itself whether teams are having a target or not. And FS Mom 2 finds a beautiful knock onto Blade over there. Both these teams are a little short on the resources, the weaponry required for the early close combat, and they were not hoping for this. They were most definitely not hoping for this, but they are going to retaliate, as Ghost has a F16 but no armor, only a helmet, as the raise on Zerbath has already been made. Ghost takes down one, takes down the other one also, and keeping the hope alive to qualify for the LIVIK map, and finds a confirmation as well. There is enough time to go for the raise onto Blade as well. So that means I8, 2 defeat points already in their favor, and the decision of chasing I8 in their own territory of FS is not going to work in their favor at all.
Well. This was a rushed decision that can be clearly seen. From FS, all they wanted was a little bit of masala being brought on to I8, so that I8 do not participate in this map, in this week's LIVIK map. And seems like their dreams, if that was the approach from FS, then their dreams have been faltered. On the other front, for I8, in fact, it's a really good start because the momentum has been warmed up for them. They know that now they know that the teams can be actually working towards or rather against I8, right? So that's what has probably given them a little bit more of a motivation. And of course, the skill we already saw, where 2 elimination points have been confirmed, in fact, awarded to the players of I8. But on the other front, of course, we did have another team that were bringing in a rivalry. That were the players of against the players of Metershot, and it seems like that has taken a backseat approach as of now, as TFD and Magnus are going to be in close proximity to each other, but they're not going to be going for a war, or maybe they are. There is a chase. There's actually a chase going on. So yes, there is a cat and mouse chase that is still continuing on both, and of course that means that they can very well eliminate the possibility of Metershot also not participating, and that's exactly what TFD is going to be doing. Well, this is the chaos theory that was being spoken about at the start of the day, and that is exactly what is being delivered before we present the LIVIK map.
Faulty Devil. They were just waiting for this opportunity. They were the first one to enter into Nova Rupna area. They were hoping Metershot Sky to. In fact, they were hoping to eliminate Metershot Sky before they even entered in Nova Rupna area. But now Metershot Sky, they have good resources, not good resources, at least some resources in their hands to fight against Faulty Devils, who are having numbers advantage as well. And Faulty Devils, they need those points, they need those defeat points onto Metershot Sky, because the way they were chasing one of the player, well, that was pretty evident. But Leon OP is still holding on to the angle. He's just waiting for his teammates to come in, chime in. That is when they are going to open things up onto Ad or maybe Gully Boy, who are also holding on onto their own angles. But they don't have the numbers, they don't have enough resources. Healings also are a little short, something they are a little short on. And Rafe, well, Gully Boy, he did spot him down, tried to take him down, tried to take Styler also down, shot a little bit of damage, but that takes down Gully Boy over there. And from the backlines, Ash trying to provide the cover fire required, and he takes down Leon OP and gets a confirmation as well.
Well, what a conversion this is turning out to be between these two teams. Of course, TFD against Metershot, the numbers have kind of equalized, or not, in fact, because at least the points that Metershot wanted before they get eliminated have been given to them. They've got 2 points. They're not going to be walking out with nothing, and they still have an opportunity. But the numbers, as I was pointing out, TFD have them. They've got a 3v2 situation right now that they need to be careful of. And now, along with all of that, Khatir at a very good flank angle, If Rafa is not careful about that, then there can be a backstab coming in from Khatir as well, as Ash has moved away slowly but surely, eye-hopping across, and now as well, he's created a perfect opportunity for Khatir to give him a cover as well, as Khatir goes towards the flank angle. What a perfect approach from Metershot Sky. Even though they are at a loss of numbers in their team, they are still playing it to perfection, and they're creating opportunities which in turn can maybe provide them with the possibility of actually eliminating this aggressive team of TFD, wherein TFD know for a fact that all they need to do is bring a YOLO play, bring a YOLO game, and that they are definitely doing. They're enjoying their moment right now, because when you talk about the overall standing, we know that they're not looking good, that's for sure. So when it comes to being a part of the grand finale, they're definitely not looking good. On the other front, there's going to be Triple Esports, who were also not looking that steady when the day started off, who are going to be taking on the players of FS this time around. They did not anticipate that to take place right there, where FS was being very, very quiet, and Triple Esports, they were just trying to get the loot segregated. They were trying to move on ahead to find out if at all they can get a knock provided right there, a elimination point, but it seems like it has been stolen away from them. The thought itself has been stolen away, because it was FS who's been able to eliminate Psycho, and now that nade, what a perfect throw that was. This is probably going to be damaging a little bit of Triple Esports' players. Well, Triple Esports' players are going to be falling back, as we do have Malik and Wasi getting the health back up, and now Triple Esports and FS in this small little warehouse area are going to be playing it out, battling it out. But who's going to be the one who's going to come up on top? Well, in just a few minutes, we are going to find out, because the same exact scenario continues on forth that we saw about Metershot, where Metershot was just a two-man approach. Same is the case for FS, but they are playing it down to their core. They are playing it to their last, and that in turn has resulted in their opponents kind of backing out, as we can see from the top right mini map.
Well, certainly, Triple Esports. Well, FS, they are in a safe spot. Now they're picking fights with the teams for whom this game matter a lot. And Triple Esports were present at the wrong time at the wrong place, but now they have made it inside the safety of the circle. In fact, they have scuttled to the safety, but right now on the bridge, we have Quantum Rage going up against TMW, as Hyan is looking for an opening or a knock onto Quantum Rage with those multiple grenades. But can he find that connection? Let's see, as Chanat with that vehicle is trying to regroup his teammates. This is a moment when Haya can try and take him down, but the perfect cover fire required is coming from Sigma Male, stopping Hayan in his tracks. That is why he's not overextending this particular fight. But they also need to realize they have to go and cross the bridge where other team might be waiting for you. So Sigma Male, TMW. Well, let's see what's gonna happen. As Quantum Rage, they have nothing to lose, but TMW, they are also have nothing to lose, as testing on the bottom. Better leave an impactful performance at this time in the very last game. That is why they're still very stubborn on picking this fight. Hayan, he needs to patch up, he needs to heal up, but the question is, does he have enough bandage? Yes, he has, and he has already healed, but he doesn't have those painkillers to go for the 100 HP. Let's see what's going to happen at the bridge. I'm hoping for a third party right now.
There is definitely a possibility of that, because there is another team around in the vicinity, but that's only based on will they approach the fight or not. Quantum Rage and TMW definitely are locked horns against each other, as they've got a perfect setup right there. A very default but a perfect setup. But the only thing that can twist the fates between these two teams, as you perfectly mentioned, is a third-party approach. And that third-party approach could be brought on either from, of course, H2B making that rotation, or from T20 Koti, or from Redicide, for which, again, they are busy on in their own. Redicide were trying to enter from the Ferry Bridge, but they did not, and then they pushed on ahead, and now are at the ridges. And now at the ridge itself, they have now taken on shots against the players of T20 Koti, where T20 have actually started knocking down the players. T20 has been, in fact, able to bring down one of the players of Regicide itself. So for now, it all boils down to how exactly does Regicide want to be playing. Of course, the fallback opportunity is not there for the players of Regicide, as they are definitely going to be pushed on upon, and that in turn is going to be perhaps the end of Regicide right here, because the numbers advantage that was in their favor could very well dwindle down, because the damage has been dished out quite a lot from the players of T20 Quarry. But the one thing that both these teams need to be careful of, for now, the zone was theirs, but the zone has been taken away from them. On the other front, Quantum Rage and TMW, the stalemate that we were looking at has opened finally, and it's going to be TMW who are at the receiving end as of now, as we do have a perfect nade being brought on and perfectly cooked from the Goku, as he is going to be able to bring down two of the players from TMW. And now the petrol station approach that, of course, the gas station approach that was showcased from the side of TMW, it has definitely been taken away. And of course, all of this goes in favor of Quantum Rage, but can they finish it all is what we'll have to see.
Let's see if they can finish it up or not, as M7 is still holding on to the petrol pump area along with his teammates. And Quantum Rage, how many grenades do they have as they're trying to lob all the utilities and even the smokes also to diversion to the two players of TMW over there? And this grenade is going to be so deadly, and Senior, has he poked it to the perfection? And the answer is no, but Senior with that M416 is going to find Reaper and will take him down. That means M7 is the last man standing, and a 1v2 situation is being created as two players are already rushing towards him. And Senior with a T1P45 has brought M7 to 10 HP, and now he has been eliminated. That means TMW bids bye-bye at 16th spot. And now Quantum Rage, they have been rewarded by 4 defeat points, but also they have grabbed the attention of Quraysh Esports.
Well, again, this is what this final game had to ensue, and that in turn is what all these fights are about. 15 minutes into the game, you're still looking at 50 players surviving. Quraysh Esports being very quiet right now because they are at a loss of course, numbers, as they are only a 3-man army. On the other front, Regicide, slowly but surely making a rotation. They are down to, of course, 3-man now. And Baz will also go down, as Quantum Rage will definitely be putting a nail to that rotation as well, and that in turn will result in, of course, the players of Regicide left down with just a 2-man squad as they try and get into the military base itself from the Ferry Pier Bridge. On the other front, we do have 3x Esports players against the players of Regicide. As the rotation was being made, 3x is going to be able to dominate, and that in turn has resulted in well, again, chaos all over the place. Quite a lot of teams down to just a 1-man army from the looks of it. 3x Esports still have an opportunity to be able to jump into the top 16. They need a lot of points, though. They need a lot of points. This is just the start, but they do need many more points. For Quraysh Esports, they have taken a very safe approach, and it seems like Sardarji's approach has been caught, as we do have T20's Voltrix, or was it 420Y, who has been able to dish out damage and take down the player. But of course, the elimination point for now has not been confirmed.
Man, as the circle is going to shift on the northern side, and we have more than 50% water inside the circle, R3D are going to find themselves on the coastline, and they can capitalize on few of the defeat points because the position is right on point right now. But Quantum Rage, they are looking greedy on the defeat points, as they're they are knocked on the players of Quraysh Esports, and also 420 boy of Team 40 also. But unfortunately for 420 boy, there is no help, there is no rescue, as the rest of the 3 players are going for the water rotation. They better hope Quantum Rage players don't spot them down, or R3D. In fact, I8 also. The I8 will also be shifting towards the coastline. That can be that little cause of concern for the players of Team 40 over there. But Team Grounders also, CU finds a perfect knock and confirmation onto Malik of FS Esports, and FS also bits bye-bye at 15th spot.
Absolutely. Now, in all of this, R3D have a perfect position for themselves. As we can see them right there, they're at the edge and they are sitting so comfortably because they're at the center of the zone. On our screens, we can see 3x Esports' players trying to bring down the Molotov and the compound of with the Molotov. The compound of H2E, and H2E, Assad as well as Dread are now going to be the ones who are going to have to retaliate. 3x Esports on top, of course, they had the cover, and what a perfect controlled spray that was coming in from Assad as his teammate went down. The trade was clearly made right there, as he was able to trade out another knock from 3x Esports' players as well. And now they both know, well, again, 3x Esports exactly have to decide if they want to be participating in that fight or not. On the other front, TFD are the ones who are now reigning in supreme against the positioning of TUF, where TUF in a small little area with smoke wall being created, not a lot of dip, not a lot of cover for them. Perhaps a few vehicles could be there in the smoke, and all of that is now being burnt on because it is TFD who are with a vengeance playing this game. All they want is commotion, all they want is fights all over the place, and let's being sprayed all across the board. And that is exactly what they're doing. With 2 of their players already eliminated, they do not care. They want to be bringing themselves as close as possible. And Styler from the backlines is going to be closer. And again, another knock goes down, as we do have Virus and Joker. So the only 2 players who are remaining from the side of TUF, as 2 knocks have been confirmed from TUF. And now Styler still remaining with a sliver of an HP. What an incredible turn of events. And with a sliver of HP, Styler will be able to bring him down. Now the only thing is, Rafai has to bring down Virus. Rafai has to somehow eliminate the possibility of TUF to be able to push on ahead or not. But Rafai seems to be in a presence of his own. He's jumping on ahead. He's trying to break on shots, and he's just not going to be able to deliver, as TFD do get eliminated as well. An interesting play, definitely, but Rafai should have done better for that fight to have gone in their favor. Whoa, ouch.
Well, I8, they managed to eliminate the entirety of FS, not the entirety, they managed to save themselves and eliminate 2+ of FS, but right now, point perfect rotations were coming from their side, but Triple Esports become the ugly thorn to not let them qualify and come in the top 12 position. But Ghost is still bleeding out. IQ has been revived, all thanks to Blade over there. Triple Esports, they don't have enough numbers. It is still doable for I8. I think it is still doable. They know there's no chance of saving their own fallen comrades, so better go for those throwables and the molotovs and the grenades. As Triple Esports, they're just holding on to a little building, and a point perfect grenade is enough to dish out enough damage to take down multiple players of Triple Esports. And Rex being a little greedy right now, but from the backlines, R3D comes in and loses a third party and takes one of the players.
Well, with 11 teams remaining, R3G also get eliminated right there. Along with that, I8 are still part of this entire fray. They've got 2 elimination points confirmed. One of their player, Ghost, has already been eliminated. Uzum, of course, right there with a perfect loot that he's got in his hand, a level 3 kit, wants just that one shot, just that one Hulk shot, and that is what he's trying to work towards. But of course, he decides that being out in the open is a bit too risky and falls back. Along with that, we are now left with 10 teams remaining. It seems like a very difficult fight is what was being forced right here from 3x, and that in turn has gone against them. For now, of course, we do have Triple Esports also left with a couple of players, but Triple Esports are being pushed on against the players of I8 from both the directions of the compound, and there is no way they're going to be able to stand true and all by lonesome. Thus, they were the ones getting eliminated on the 10th spot. 9 teams remaining. I8 slowly but surely ranking up numbers for themselves. It seems like they are determined, thanks to FS, I believe, they are now more determined to be able to be a part of the chicken dinner, as well as perhaps the top 12 finish, so that they can participate in the LIVIK map that will be played right after this one. The Grounders getting eliminated at 9th. 8 teams remaining, 17 players in total. I8 have a pretty decent compound. T20 QWERTY, Gravity, he knows exactly what's up. He knows exactly what's happening. 3x going to be on the run, on the move, on the back lines. On the front, of course, was Quantum Rage, trying to, of course, bring down the numbers. And they were able to do so perfectly, because Quantum Rage have also been able to accumulate 7 defeat points of their own. A very good play that is being showcased from Quantum Rage as well, as they've got a very good control of the fights that they want to be able to take. R3D left with just one player. That's Destroyer in that small little shack. Now, if Quantum Rage know that, even if they don't, the basic safety would be to absolutely bring a Molotov or a utility in there. That's exactly what is being showcased, as Goku is doing this, that, and with a DPS, he's going to be absolutely annihilating the possibility, and NES gets eliminated. Alongside that, of course, the final player of R3D also gets done. 16 remaining right here. 14 players in total. 3x trying the level best, but Kratos has absolutely no idea where he's getting shot on from. H2E's JD. A perfect small gap that is found, which again is part of so many houses and compounds, is being utilized to perfection right here. And this is exactly the kind of IQ play that needs to be played right here. And again, talking about the compound, look at the minimap. JD team, they are pretty much in a very good spot, and they can bring down so many teams from this area.
And the circle has taken a northern shift. That means I8, they have to pick fight with the plus of 3x. This is a moment when they can do a third party and more defeat points, because H2E is already pinning down the plus of 3x over there. Miracle has been pinned down. Kratos is bleeding out, in fact has been eliminated. So JD can be that player who can ruin the game of 3x East. Quraysh Esports were making those rotations and they have been eliminated at the 5th spot. But Uzmu with that AWM eliminated Trident, that means 6 has also been eliminated, and I8 are becoming so close to that big win they are looking for. But JD from the cheeky angle takes on Blade with a perfect headshot. Now he's looking for the confirmation. Can he find so? That's the main question, because JD has his own trouble as QWERTY is also closing in the distance.
Well, again, right now, 4 teams remaining, 10 players in total. Quantum Rage and of course T20 QWERTY have been at this edge for such a long time, and now it seems like they are going to be locking horns against each other. They've created the smoke wall so that H2E's players cannot dominate against them. In all of this, I8 has been given a clear reign, as we can see them in the back lines. They're utilizing those buggies and those vehicles to be able to get closer and closer to the fight, and of course T20 QWERTY and Quantum Rage have absolutely no idea that the third party can be brought in, and that's exactly what I8 do, as we do have IQ bringing in a perfect straw along with Uzum, of course, as they bring down the players of T20 QWERTY to almost a sliver of an HP. Their player Blade has also been brought down. Now QWERTY's gravity, all he can do is bring down those nades, and he's got a lot of utility. Actually, he's got a lot more than what Uzum has right now, and that perfect nade being brought on from gravity has resulted in a perfect annihilation of the side of course, the push that was being made from the side of I8. But now we'll have to see that the Blade has been revived along with I8. IQ, how much are they going to be able to push the players of T20 QWERTY in all of this? H2E is being so very quiet. They do not want to make their presence felt. They know they are in the comfort of the zone. They know they are surrounded. But all of this now, the pressure of it all boils down to T20 QWERTY's Voltrux, because from the back angle they took a fight against Quantum Rage, and now from the front they've got I8 pushing on against them. I8 looking comfortable for this chicken dinner with 10 defeat points already confirmed, but Quantum Rage isn't that far behind, as they have 8 of their own, I believe. But it is a 3v2 situation between them. But T20 QWERTY's Voltrux, he is getting sandwiched right here, and the zone is going to be shifting once again.
Certainly, the circle will be shifting, and I8 they're still holding on to the little slope area, and H2E is far. He managed to eliminate gravity, leaving Voltrux all by himself. So H2E is still being so very. They are picking fights very carefully when required only. Otherwise, they are being so silent, like you also pointed out. But right now, Voltrex, he has already deployed few smokes, and when the moment when the players of I8 will start closing in the distance, Voltrex might try and take them down. But Blade with the vehicle is already coming close, and Voltrex still not preparing any few bullet, any bullet at all. But now he's going to do so, and he brings Blade to 1 HP or 2 HP over there. Now relying on that Molotov, and takes Blade over there down, now dishing damage onto Uzmu. Now I8, can they survive this condition? Because Voltrex is raining havoc onto them, but H2E is also in the close proximity, and the smokes are providing the little bit of the cover which I8 desperately needs right now to revive the fallen comrade, which they have successfully managed to do so. But Senior, oh, he's watching all this from backlines, and he can ruin the game of Voltrux any second.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, Voltrux is getting a little overextending himself a little right there, but at the same point of time, of course, he needs to be careful that yes, he wants to be able to take down the players of I8, but in the backlines, of course, Quantum Rage are also waiting, and that is where Sirius was so very patient. But in all of this, T20 QWERTY Voltrux, defendable, I mean, commendable effort being showcased from his side as he tries to push on ahead all by his lonesome, and has stopped in track the players of I8. But again, nade after nade, Molotov after nade, it all boils down to, of course, his end, as T20 QWERTY do get eliminated right here on the 4th spot. 3 teams do remain. I8 are now going to push on ahead against the players of Quantum Rage, and in the backlines we did see that the players of H2E have also pushed on outside. Now it's a 2v2 situation, 2v1 situation in fact, as we do have Rage Goku, Quantum Rage's Goku, who has to deal with the pressure of course, the players of I8, and I8 cannot divide themselves much because the flank angle cannot be created as H2E is waiting up on top. And now what a perfect play, because the DBS can do it all. It's all down to Goku against Blade, and the health is looking very good in terms of course, Goku. He does not need anything else. All he needs is a perfect shot, and it seems like right now he should have pushed on ahead. He should have not given the opportunity to I8 to get that revival, but of course he could not, because the smoke is what was defending the players of I8. So he decided to absolutely utilize that time to his perfection and get his teammate Senior up, and that will give them an edge in this fight, because now Blade has fallen back. At the same point in time, H2E, why are they being so quiet? I saw them when the fight was taking place between T20 Quraysh. They were out. JD was out. He was looking at what was happening, but then he fell back again. I believe they were a little cautious about Quantum Rage, but all in all, things are looking very tricky for them now, because if they do not over aggress or bring in the Molotovs or utilities, it is going to be a troublesome situation, because right now the game is 2v2v2 between these three teams, and it all boils down to which side is the zone going to be. And well, the zone right now is all forward towards the side of where the players of Quantum Rage could be, or maybe I8. But the smokes that are being deployed from I8 are absolutely pristine, because they're creating so much a cover, and that in turn can actually help them, and that's exactly what they're working towards. As slowly but surely they'll creep on towards, and look at that, they have 15 meters still to cover, and Quantum Rage have none. Quantum Rage have all the opportunity to get this game, but they're being very, very resilient. They are not wanting to let any information get away. And of course, for I8, they've got so much of smoke created and baited out that now it all boils down to how exactly is this entire fight going to be. And it's going to be H2E who actually jumps on ahead to get that shot, and JD will not only take a shot but also eliminate, thus remaining I8's only one final player, and the DBS will do it all, it seems like. And along with that, it is now boiling down to these two teams, where it is H2E against the players of Quantum Rage, a 2v2 affair between these two. And now in the open, now we'll have to see who has the information, who has the better information. Now JD's teammate Assad has already gone down, so that means it's a 2v1. But sadly, of course, Quantum Rage's senior does not know that, nor does Goku. And Assad on the back lines cannot do much. JD all by his lonesome does not seem to be able to do much, because the zone is bringing in a lot of damage, and all within a matter of seconds, it is going to be Quantum Rage walking away with a perfect chicken dinner for themselves, as they have 12 eliminations along with, of course, 27 points. A swift approach.
Certainly 27. Yeah, 27 points. Quantum Rage. Good performance.
They were being so quiet, they were being so resilient as the fight was taking place between T20 Quraysh, Voltrix, and I8's players. And I was just waiting as to why Quantum Rage and H2E are not doing anything. And then when it mattered the most, JD jumps in along. And of course, all the commotion was being made and invited from I8 because of all the smokes they had deployed. All in all, JD helped out Quantum Rage, and in turn, of course, the Blues helped out Quantum Rage. But of course, it was Quantum Rage's fight, because 12 eliminations and the way the zone actually shifted and curved all, it was definitely a very valiant effort. Same, of course, is the case for I8 as well.
Certainly, but talking about the team for which the game mattered the most is Esports, and I think they have managed to grab enough points to qualify for the LIVIK. But at the same time, Team Quoti was also in top 5 spot, so that means Quoti is also having few good points in their favor. So it's still a big question mark whether I8 in the top 8 or not, because last time, after the previous game, they needed 15 points. Just the 15-point difference was there between the 12th and their position. So yes, they have 15 points, in fact more than 15 points, but the other teams, how many points they have accumulated, that's the main question right now.
Absolutely, we are definitely going to find all of that out right after the short little break. Stick around. Hello and welcome to, of course, PMPL right here of the Pakistan region, where we have now completed week number 3 and are left with the top 12 teams who are going to be participating in, of course, week 3's LIVIK map. But right now we just got finished with the Erangel map, and what a phenomenal game it was. All based on, of course, the zone, but the way teams made those rotation shadow, it was amazing to watch. It was definitely a very difficult game to play, I'm sure, for these teams, as we could clearly see so many shots were being taken from all across the board. So many shots were being taken. from different directions, from different mountains and islands as well. But in the end, we know who got that perfect chicken dinner. It was none other than, of course, Quantum Rage.
Well, certainly it was Quantum Rage, but other teams also that brought in some masala and drama in this last match of Erangel. But the individual player that came on the top is going to be Goku, becoming the MVP with 7 elimination and the highest damage of today, 1103 damage over there that he was dishing out, and 274 healing done. But along with Goku, we also need to focus on Senior, his own teammate with 5 elimination, and his individual damage is also more than 1000. That means Team Quantum Rage, they were dishing out a lot of damage, all the 4 plus. Followed by them is going to be Voltrix from the side of Team QWERTY and JD from the side of H2E as well.
Absolutely, but moving on ahead towards the match ranking itself, we do have Quantum Rage sitting up on top with along I8 on the second, and 21 points in total that I8 were able to accumulate, 11 eliminations that they were able to confirm. Followed on along was H2E as well. H2E played it brilliantly as they got 8 eliminations, but the read that they had in terms of the fight was perfect, was absolutely pristine, as they did not overextend themselves. But in the end, of course, the blue zone actually pushed them to do so, which in turn, of course, took the game away from them.
Well, certainly. And that also means the team that failed to make an impact is going to be Triple Esports, Metershot Sky, a very crucial game, very crucial day for both these teams. Metershot Sky, well, Faulty Devils became that ugly thorn for them, but Faulty Devils are sitting on the 6th spot with 4 points for themselves. A good, impactful performance from Faulty Devils, especially Leon OP from their side, but the decision to chase the players of Metershot Sky, well, it worked in their favor, but definitely not worked the favor of Metershot Sky when it comes down to overall standings. But looking at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, the decision of FS Esports also going against I8 Esports, well, it kind of backfired because they were also taken out pretty early. They were outnumbered in the fight with Triple Esports because I8 managed to eliminate 2 players. But this fight prolonged, but Quantum Rage definitely came on the top and eliminated the entirety of, not the entirety, at least 2 players on Reggie side over there.
Exactly, but we were talking about rivalries that are going to be extended by the end of the day. Well, they definitely were showcased all across the board, from one team to the next, taking on as many shots against as many players as they possibly could. Of course, that all led down to this moment right here where Voltrix was eliminated, and then it was, of course, a 2v2 affair between these teams. And of course, a big support came in from Goku, where he was the man who took down so many players all by his lonesome. And of course, that resulted in the side of Quantum Rage getting that chicken dinner, a perfect approach in the fight that he was showcased, and that resulted in the damage graph also going in their favor with 2229 damage dished out with 12 eliminations. Followed along was, of course, H2E with 8 eliminations of their own, and then came in I8. Very high fragging game for these 3 to 5 top game teams.
Well, certainly high fragging because they needed those points. It was very crucial for majority of the team. In fact, for 3x Esports as well. Yes, not a performance they were hoping they delivered, but still not a bad game at all from the side of 3x Esports. 980 damage. They were dishing out 5 elimination point for themselves. But yes, it was all about I8, Quantum Rage, and H2E. The decision of staying silent maybe have been because H2E was looking for a winner chicken dinner. That's why they was being so silent in that very final moments, but still a good gameplay from all these teams.
Absolutely. That is exactly what we saw right there. And now moving on ahead towards the overall ranking for week 3 itself, we do have Regicide sitting up on top with the perfect approach that they had throughout the entirety of the week itself. Commendable approaches, in fact, what one would say, compared to week 1 into week 3. What Regicide have showcased to the entire lobby is something to definitely learn from, as they have 247 point, a big lead that they were able to create as well. Along with that, look at Quantum Rage with that chicken dinner, the first chicken dinner of week 3. They're sitting on the 3rd spot with 202 points.
Certainly 202 points. Quantum Rage, Magnus Esports, they have been brought down to 4th spot with 197 points. Team BABLU also sitting very comfortably on the 6th spot with total of 167 points. But Team H2E, they have taken the major jump of 3 points in this particular week, and even QWERTY also. But the main thing is I8 Esports finally taking the jump of 3 positions and now sitting on the 12th spot, qualifying for the last match of LIVIK, the bonus match. But unfortunately, Team Grounders, they have not qualified this time.
Ooh, just 1 point shy right there. That is what we spoke about
Yep.
yesterday as well. At times, teams are left with just 1 point, and that in turn results in them not being able to participate in the upcoming games. And that is exactly what has happened right here for the Grounders. But of course, this is the LIVIK map. That is the bonus map for which I8 from the starting of the day have been trying. In fact, from yesterday have been trying. And slowly but surely, here they are fighting themselves with 1 point difference on, of course, the 12th position. With that, let's move on ahead towards the schedule where we have the one final LIVIK map, the bonus map, to be played out between these top 12 teams. And this map, whatever the team results in, that is what will add on to their bonus point standing. And that is the points that they will start the entire grand finale with.
Well, certainly, LIVIK is going to be so very crucial because already having a very good head start for the finals is important because that is going to help your case because finals are going to be so much more challenging. But talking about the bonus ranking, Magnus Esports are on the top with 39 points, but only one single point shy is I8 Esports sitting on the second position with 38 points.
Absolutely. Moving on ahead towards the second page itself, we do have the Grounders right there with 19 positions and then 19 points. And then moving all the way down towards the 20th position, we do have 52 Esports with only 3 to their name as they were only able to participate and do and bring out that many points. Now, again, this is a new approach to the format itself, and that is where of course we see a bit of a difference in terms for the points to for the teams to understand. But talking about the points themselves, the storyboard is going to be very clear. You get with the elimination, you walk away with point, and of course the team walking away with that perfect chicken dinner on the map of LIVIK will accumulate 10 points. Along added on will be the elimination points from them. As we saw right now, when it comes to the leaderboard, we do have of course Magnus, I8, Quantum Rage leading kind of up on top respectively. But let's see, this week, this final week, it is all going to change down. It is all going to be brought down to a different affair, I'm hoping. But let's find out. Let's move on ahead. And of course, so we will see what sort of a play can be made from these teams. Now, you were talking about it, that teams like to go aggressive, teams like to take on those early opportunities for themselves on the map of LIVIK. And again, it is the smallest, I mean, it is the smallest map, of course. So only top 12 teams are participating, and that means a lot of opportunities provided for the teams to be able to jump in ahead and gun on ahead and take on those points, which we saw, of course, in the first week itself from I8. So right now, when it comes to the prediction, I'm going with I8.
You're going with I8. Okay, I'm all going with I8.
Perfect,
Because
because
they want those points. They want to be on the top.
exactly, and we saw them right now. They delivered a perfect play, even though things were so very difficult for them. They definitely delivered a perfect play throughout the entirety of the day itself. They've been slowly but surely working towards it, and thus just 1 point difference, they are participating in the LIVIK map. Everybody was questioning that will they be able to do so. Well, here they are. They've made their presence known that yes, they can, even if they're lacking and slacking and sitting on the 17th, 18th position. They are going to do it, and that's what I definitely hope. So do you. But of course, only time will tell. Only time will tell as to what this LIVIK map result is going to be. But alongside that, of course, now when it comes to the league stage, this is going to be the final map. After which, of course, only the grand finals remain, and the grand finals will start from the 30th of September till the 2nd of October, which is where only the top 16 teams are going to be participating, and the bonus points that they accumulate over here, well, that is what they will already have in their favor. So we will find out what is that exact tally going to be right after this match. But of course, Shadow, when it comes to the play style of the players themselves, do you expect them to play it safe, or do you expect them to go absolutely guns blazing?
Week number 1, they went all gun blazing right from
Exactly.
the start. The moment they dropped in the LIVIK map, they were picking fight after fight. But week
True.
2 was a little different from week 1. They were a little passive. They were approaching the game a little strategically because they realize the importance of those bonus points as well. But
Right.
week number 3, I don't know what's gonna happen because LIVIK is we call Sanhok the unpredictable, but LIVIK I think is more unpredictable than
Oh
Sanhok.
yes, definitely, it definitely is. Well, let's find out what this unpredictability is going to be leading us towards, as we do have the flight on our screens. And again, I absolutely actually love this map, and because of the variation that it provides. But at the same point in time, not a lot of players, of course, enjoy it, because in the esports, it is a different approach that players want to be able to have, and this provides a very swift approach, for lack of a better term. But right now, as we do have the flight path on our screens, we are looking at 52 esports with a very split out approach coming in from their side, where two of the players, of course, splitting together, and two others are going to be splitting apart. So let's see how exactly is it panning out or faring out for 52 esports, because right in vicinity, of course, is going to be I8 as well. But on our screens, we do have Regicide, who they are sticking together, but in their compound is FS as well. And talking about this, is going to be a very, very important push for FS, and that is exactly what we do see, as we do have right off the bat R3G's player going down, and this is going to be all down to how FS is going to be able to finish. It seems like an opening from both the sides have been created, actually, because one player from each side has been knocked, and the passive approach that we were hoping will definitely never be showcased on the map of LIVIK.
Well, certainly now this time, as Pika is also in the close proximity of Team BABLU right now, Ashad is having that shot in his hands with that grenade. He's looking for the confirmation or another knock to the side of Team FS. They have the momentum. Reggie said they have the momentum. They are the strongest teams of week number 3, but right now they both are going for the rescue mission. They both need those healings also, which Nocto is certainly lacking. But Malik has been revived. Does he have enough first aids or the bandages in his hand? Looks like Zarbaf is not having, only 8 bandages he has to deal with. But on the other side, we have I8 also on the southern eastern island, where the players of Team Gravity are there. 2 of the players of Team BABLU are in the water. North Esports are in water. What is happening, Blotter?
Well, this is an unexpected play being showcased right here from these teams, right? Because this is where they want to be able to rack up those 10 points, the bonus chicken dinner points for themselves. And on the other side, we do have, of course, the fight that is still taking place, where FS, they were able to get that revival. Same was the case for, of course, Regicide as well. But it seems like a perfect climbing from Abbas with his Carl has decided with the opportunity going in their favor, as he was able to bring down Mom2, and now all he needs to do is just be able to get that point for himself, and he'll be able to do so. Thus in turn will allow an opportunity and an opening for his teammates to actually jump into the safety into the compound of where FS felt safe. And now a 4v3 affair is what FS is dealing with. Yes, they do have nades, but not that many. They do have Molotovs, but not that many. That means that they're only going to be able to hold on the push from Regicide for that long, because Regicide, they can wait for as long as they want, because they need these points. The sooner the better.
Well, certainly sooner the better, because final you want to start on a very good note, but Zarbak has taken down. Malik is going to retaliate and find a trade onto the plus of Team Regicide over there, but he also gets taken down. Right now the numbers advantage is with the plus of Team Regicide, and they are already looking for the confirmation, and with that the final blow has been landed, and Team FS becomes the first team to be eliminated from the map of LIVIK, giving Regicide 3 or 4 defeat points, in fact giving them a good head start for this particular one. And Regicide, well, they were already looking very confident in this entire week. This could be the game to lose as well, because right now the majority of the congestion is either in the center or towards the southern eastern side completely. But the next fight can erupt between Team BABLU and Team Magnus, and there is another team also in the center.
True. That is where we have a well, again, a lot of teams actually that are going towards the center itself, towards, of course, the middle of Crabgrass and Mid's team. But we'll have to see if, or rather, which team, in fact, will be the one that will get themselves out of there. We do have the players of NES alongside them from the backgrounds of course, Mid's team. We do have Magnus Esports' players also jumping in along. From the north, we have a rotation coming in from Quraysh as well. Quantum Rage, my apologies. And so it is going to be a tricky affair in the center as to what is going to happen. But I8, they are so far out. They are towards the waterfall. They are playing it the most safest. I mean, towards Shipyard, and then you're making an entry is something that is the most passive that I've seen I8 play, because in the first week I remember them, they were in the center and they were jumping along chimneys to be able to get those shots and sprays. But this time around, they need those points. I mean, that's clearly evident. And so let's see the passive approach, how well is it going to last for them?
Certainly, they need those points. They want to be on the top of the bonus points as well, because that is the target to start the finals with being on the top with already a very good head start. And so is what Magnus wants. But right now, Magnus, they are in the thick and thin of action because they are surrounded by so many teams. And in a map of LIVIK, such a small size map, any minute a third party can happen. As Magnus Knight is already looking in the direction of but they also needs to watch their six because there is another team present over there. Team BABLU is also there. So the next circle is going to decide the fate of so many other teams. But JD makes a knock onto the players of Team Gravity over Team 40 over there. But the trades are also coming in as Wolverine gets taken down. Now other players are also joining in. We can see certain changes in the players lineup as well from the side of 40.
Absolutely, and that seems to not have any veil in them, because it seems like H2E are definitely still capitalizing on the opportunity and have been able to actually accumulate points for themselves. We do have Wolverine and Khan left from the side of T20 Query, but same front from the side of H2E as well. They've got a two-man approach as well, so a 2v2 situation has been drawn between these two. And now we'll have to see if the players of H2E will want to approach, because again this approach is going to be a precarious one, and creating a flank angle between two players is a tricky one, as the communication needs to be key. And this being the map of LIVIK, we know that there's also the opportunity of the third parties that can be brought. So it seems like H2E is going to be falling back and going towards a different compound itself, and they're going to be waiting it out. They're going to be waiting for the zone, and that is when they'll take an answer. For now, we do have Quantum Rage's players taking on perfect sprays against TmwEsports as Psycho does go down. Now, for the side of Quantum Rage, this is a perfect start, but could this be a bait? We need to see, because Quantum Rage's players are now slowly but surely going into the compound of TmwEsports, and that is where we do have Hot Springs. Now, Hot Springs is very open area, so from far away distance also there can be shots that TmwEsports can bring in, and that's probably the reason why Tantanatan is not pushing on ahead to get that confirmation done. And finally he will be able to do so. It seems like his teammates have also finally arrived, and the cover that they were waiting for, that Tantanatan was waiting for, has now been provided, and now is the time that they will make that push against TmwEsports. But TmwEsports have already decided to take an off from the Hot Springs, as on the map I can see they are taking a very edged approach to get into the center of the zone.
Well, certainly they are trying to move in the center of the circle right now, but how that is going to fare off, that's the main question, because it's a 2v2 map and 11 teams, 30 players still remaining, makes things difficult to survive for very long. But yes, Hot Springs is a safe area to hold on to. That's exactly where TmwEsports are, but beautiful rotation also came in from the side of I8. Now they are on the northern western front, where the players of Quraysh Esports are also in close proximity. So what's going to happen? Quantum Rage, well, they have a vehicle, but a map of this size, holding the vehicles, is it a good decision? But Maxi finds beautiful knock onto Hasni out there in the open and gets a confirmation as well. Now Quraysh Esports, they are struggling because the other player also is still bleeding out. There is no chance of a revival or a rescue at this point, so that means Quraysh Esports, they need to stay alive as a two-man army for now. And Quantum Rage, well, the aggression of the previous game is still continuing as they're hunting for the players. No, they are not hunting right now. They don't want to leave the safety of the compounds. But on the other side, Team BABLU are finding few good knocks on the players of Team Reggie side, and I8, they're also getting knocked down.
Well, again, I8 are taken on, or in fact, it is the team BABLU that were taking on shots against the players of I8 in the kill feed, as was showcased. And of course, I8's players were being knocked. Two of them were knocked, and the elimination point, I'm not sure if was converted or not. No, as we can see from BABLU, they are still taking on those shots. They are still hammering on the players and the position of I8, but the elimination point has not yet been converted. As we are looking at 11 teams remaining, they are taking a safe backseat approach for now, but again, not for long. For the other front though, for Team BABLU itself, they need to be careful of their back, because Regicide is right behind them. Now R3G have a clear opening. If they want to be able to push on to the compound of BABLU, they very well can, but it seems like they've been hearing all the commotion that BABLU has been making, so they want to be keeping it a little safe for now. They are playing it low-key for now. But North Esports, look at the positioning. I mean, they are pretty much in the center of the zone. They've taken on a small little ruins on the shack, and we'll have to see if that will favor them or not. It is a really good area to be at because you've got a lot of openings that you can shoot from, but also a back down of that same exact fact is that a lot many areas are open for you to be shot from as well, as North Esports is apparently becoming daredevil and fearless as they want to be able to push on their front, and that's exactly what we saw from Zamin as he was trying to climb up on that rock, and Avenger OP is going to be around the vicinity to give him that revival. For now at least they do have the cover, but at the same point of time they've given away their position, as now Regicide's Nocto is creating a flank angle against the players of NES. But Nocto needs to be careful because BABLU's compound will also have a clear line of sight if Nocto pushes on ahead against the positioning of NES. But let's see what sort of a position and decision will be made right here.
Well, certainly, BABLU also have a line of sight onto I8, and Regicide is a team that BABLU needs to be careful of because they are in the back lines. They can throw a few good grenades or molotovs in the direction of Team BABLU, and that is the opening which Regicide is where the majority of the teams are there. Magnus Esports having the safety of the compounds of Midton over there, 52 coming in the open area, and Regicide can easily spot them down. This is something that Team 52 Esports doesn't want at all. But in all this commotion, I8, all the 4 players are there. They are somewhere on the northwestern side. Magnus, they are somewhere on the southern eastern side. Top 2 teams having a really good position, and the game can go either ways, either in the hands of I8 or maybe in the hands of Magnus.
Absolutely, because from both the directions they're looking very, very comfortable, but they're both at the edge as well. And I don't know why I somehow have the feeling that this could actually go towards Hot Spring, where we saw Quantum Rage bring in a shot. But never mind that, as we do have 52 esports right now on our screens. 2 of their players, Joker, well, never mind, 3 in fact, correction. Mojo also goes down, and it is all thanks to Magnus's approach, as Magnus is definitely retaliating. And just like that, 52 esports, they thought they were entering an empty building. That's definitely not the case, because they, as soon as they entered, have been annihilated, and Magnus Esports will thus help us with 10 teams remaining, 30 players in total, and they will also help themselves with getting those points for themselves. The elimination points are definitely theirs for the taking, but Magnus needs to be careful. The rotation that they're making, they are going to find H2E in their crosshairs as well, or rather H2E could find them in their crosshairs, but it seems like the zone has a different feel altogether. North Esports are the ones who are going to be helped out, but North Esports are in an open area. So it means all the teams, as soon as the Blues start catching up to them, are going to have to jump into that open area as well. And that is where a lot of commotion from all different angles is going to be showcased, as we can see clearly from the map itself. From the north, we have Triple Esports making a rotation. We just saw where I8 was set up, and now I8 also need to start understanding and figuring out as to how exactly are they going to be setting themselves up, because they were at Grohus, but from Grohus, the zone has moved away. Same is the case from Magnus's Midstein compound. All in all these teams are being pushed in the open. It is the LIVIK approach. Live it the way you play the battleground, and that is, of course, going guns blazing. So let's see which team is it going to be that will, of course, approach the position of NES for now.
Certainly, NES position. Let's see what's gonna happen. But I'm worried about Regicide and H2E as they are trying to enter inside the circle. And for H2E, Magnus Esports, Knight is eliminating plus, but Knight is also getting shots in the retaliation. So he also needs to be a bit careful because there are other teams. Tarzan is still in the blue, and in the map of LIVIK, you can't afford to be in the blue for a very long time. And Hunter also gets taken down because of the play zone. Triple Esports fighting with the blue in LIVIK. An impossible fight, but can they win it? See, but as a circle is going to take eastern shift, Team Quraysh Esports are going to find themselves in the safety of the circle, but Regicide Nocto shooting in the direction of the plus of Team BABLU. Pan takes a hefty damage, and this time Nocto is going to retaliate with a grenade. Can he find a knock? That's the main thing, but Pan is going to scuttle back to the safety, and the grenade did dish out a bit of the damage onto Zabian and Pan, but not enough to take them down. Now Nocto is going to be relentless. A beautiful grenade comes in, eliminates BABLU, but he also gets taken down because Pan was also retaliating with a retaliation grenade. But Team BABLU, they have been eliminated. Team Regicide, they have time to go for the revival onto their fallen teammate.
They definitely do. I mean, that was just a perfect fates turned against each other sort of an opportunity for both the teams, and that in turn of course resulted in going against the players of BABLU, where they get annihilated itself, as one side was blues, the other side was of course the nade, and thus in turn we're left with 8 teams remaining. Now Regicide slowly but surely are trying to make themselves get closer and closer into the zone behind the players in position of North Esports itself. Now North Esports right now can very well be the ones who can gatekeep these teams, but they're out in the open like I was talking about earlier, and that is where North Esports themselves are going to have to be double careful as to how and where do they make their presence felt and known, and they are divided as well. But all in all, they've been able to bring down the numbers of Regicide as the Blues have caught up to them, and now Nocky all by his lonesome in the blue will not be able to get much of first aid, and with that nade being showcased from Zamin, it probably might be the end, and it seems like the elimination point was not confirmed. In fact, Nocky was able to get that first aid, push on from the Blues, take on a kill point, but himself was eliminated. With that, Regicide also getting out. With 7 teams remaining, Magnus themselves are getting shot at. North Esports, the way they're playing this from the open area itself, it is definitely commendable and very, very, well, again, a very unexpected approach, but definitely a last day approach that is being reflected from the side of NES. But now, as the zone keeps on constricting, now it goes towards the players of Quantum Rage and Quraysh Esports. We saw they were the ones who were in control of that contestation and that compound, and now they are the ones who are going to be slowly but surely pushing on. But whoa, with that, it is going to be Quantum Rage who themselves throw a massive blow to the face as QE also get eliminated. Quraysh Esports are eliminated. I8 themselves get eliminated. 14 teams remaining. Quantum Rage are playing it to perfection thanks to the zone also that favored their compound, but they got out of there and still are taking on shots and fights. But Magnus is still not yet done.
But certainly, yes, Magnus are not done, as they're going for the players of Team North Esports who are already falling down, crumbling down. So many teams have been eliminated, and the zone is playing its own game. And North Esports, even Joe OP, he was picking fight somewhere else, and Magnus side comes in, puts an end to him. That means 2 teams remaining, 3 teams in fact remaining. Quantum Rage is there, Team Magnus is there, and Team Quoty is also there. The numbers advantage, I think, is with the players of Team Magnus over there. But now, Sigma Male is cooking up a grenade using few throwables in the direction of Magnus, looking to find one knock or one connection, but also he just realized there is a player on the back lines that he needs to be a bit careful of, and that is certainly Wolverine, who has to come out in the open sooner or later, otherwise the blue will take him down. Quantum Rage, well, they are looking aggressive, 7 defeat points already in their name, and Ton is being relentless with those grenades and the molotovs in the direction of Wolverine. And Knight can also be that ugly thorn for Wolverine, because look at the position of Knight. He has a little hard cover for himself in the name of a wooden shack, and Wolverine, well, he's in the line of sight of the players of Team Magnus, but right now he's busy with the players of Team Quantum Rage, who are working as a distraction or working or trying to lure him out of his hard cover, and that is where they're going to strike, and the blue is going to lure him out, and they are going to put an end to him. Now we have 2 teams, 6 players remaining.
Absolutely, Magnus themselves are getting caught on upon, and their position has been definitely pointed out. Same is the case for Quantum Rage as well. It is going to be a 2v3 situation between these teams, where Magnus definitely have a bigger chance, and never mind the chance, it is going to be confirmed itself. They are not going to leave anything to chance, and they're going to get that win for themselves. The chicken dinner is going to be none other than Magnus, again reigning in supreme like they have been on that leaderboard, and that storyboard is still continuing on forth with 12 eliminations confirmed, a perfect chicken dinner for them, and a big boost in terms of the way the bonus points are going to be favoring the players of Magnus Esports, because I8 got eliminated, I believe, on the 7th or the 8th spot.
Well, yes, they were eliminated. They were going for the passive game style. They were going for the points, I'll say, not for the approach. They were going for the points. They wanted those points, but in the map of LIVIK, the way the point structure has been you have to go for the elimination points. Even if you come in the first place, you get only 10 points, and you can all easily go for the elimination points, which other teams are trying to do so, especially Magnus also, and that kind of paid off really very well.
Absolutely, it played out perfectly, in fact, for the side of Magnus. And I think when we started, we only had a 1-point difference. But anyways, we'll come back to all of that right after this short break, and then we'll talk more about the 16 teams and what's going to happen, of course, in the finale, the grand finals. Hello and welcome back right here at PMPL of Pakistan region, where indeed week number 3, final day, has come to an end. The final game of LIVIK has been played. But with that, let's move on ahead and have a look at the MVP from the game and find out who is it going to be. Perhaps, oh yes, Regicide's Knock Knock. I was just about to point out that the one that started it all off, it is going to be Knock Knock with 5 eliminations, 668 damage dished out. Amazing performance from Regicide throughout week 3, of course.
Well, certainly, considering LIVIK the size, 660 damage is quite a huge number, and 5 eliminations. Also, Regicide were looking so aggressive from the very start, getting the first blood and also continuing with the domination until they survived. But followed by Knock Knock is going to be Zen from the side of Magnus Esports and his own teammate Knight with 3 elimination, and Senior and Spark from the Quantum Rage are the players we need to focus on.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, when it comes to these players, they have played their level best. Quantum Rage, Magnus, they have been phenomenal throughout the entirety of the week. But moving ahead towards the match ranking itself, we know who got the chicken dinner. It was Magnus with 12 eliminations of their own, of course. Along with that, Quantum Rage is sitting on that second position with 8 eliminations of their own. So a perfect conversion right here that can be showcased from this final LIVIK map for these teams that were looking fantabulous in this week number 3, but a few drops that we did not in fact anticipate. I8 sitting on that 6th spot, BABLU getting eliminated on the 12th spot. Maybe a bit too passive of an approach that was showcased from them.
Yeah, in LIVIK we have to focus on the elimination points. That is the main rule of LIVIK. Such a small size map and the way point structure is there, there's no point in focusing on the points, placement points, because if you're not getting the win, you're not getting enough points in your hands, which you can easily grab by going for the aggressive stance. But still, they are in a good spot in the bonus ranking as well, because you know they before this LIVIK they were sitting on the 2nd spot. So already very good hit start for I8 in the finals.
Absolutely, a very, very good start. In fact, it definitely is going to be. But along with that, when it comes to this day, yes, the ups and downs have been proven, have been thrown, have been showcased as well from the teams. I mean, talk about the comeback story from I8 itself. An incredible effort that showcased from the start of the day, and then participating in the LIVIK map, walking away with 6 additional points, bonus points. But all that, of course, we can continue talking about through the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where again, it was a very good game that was showcased from Magnus that they were in control of. And so was the case for North Esports from the center that they played out. But Quantum Rage, I mean, when they all started off, they were the ones who were reigning in Supreme.
Well, certainly they were reigning in Supreme, and I guess Esports, well, they are going to be a happy bunch of people. But looking at the damage graph, yes, it was all about Magnus Esports and Team Regicide and Team Quantum Rage, because they have got the highest bars in terms of the damage and the elimination also. 12 to the plus of Team Magnus, 8 to Regicide and Quantum Rage both.
Absolutely. Moving on to the overall ranking itself, when it comes to the way the teams played out their bonus plays, the bonus games itself, this is how it's going to be pointed out. Now again, T20 QWERTY sitting up on that 11th spot. Following them, of course, is going to be I8 with 141 points. Following in, of course, for week number 3, this is where we do have a difference of just that. In fact, when it started off, it was 1 point difference as I8 pushed in, but then the Grounders just left out from this LIVIK map, and that is where the storyline has kind of crumbled down for them. It's at least for the LIVIK map.
Well, certainly for the LIVIK map, but in the overall ranking, it is still Regicide on the top this week. 256 points. Magnus Esports, they have taken a jump of 2 points, sitting on the 2nd spot with 219 points overall. But H2 this week having a very good performance, sitting on the 6th spot with 170 points. Team BABLU again on the 7th, good performance, consistent performance from Team BABLU in every single week with 167 points this week.
Absolutely, and that is where the story comes down to for week number 3's overall ranking. Now, week number 3's overall ranking was well and good, where of course a lot of differences were being showcased from many of these teams. Of course, we do have Quraysh Esports sitting on the 10th with 4. We have Regicide with 4 chicken dinners, and then along, let's push on to the bonus ranking itself and find out what is the bonus ranking stature right now when it comes to these teams. Magnus Esports, as we started the day, we were talking, as we started LIVIK map, we were talking about it. We're sitting up on top with 1 point difference from I8, and now with this perfect chicken dinner and 12 elimination game, they have 78 points compared to, of course, Quantum Rage's 70 and 66 for I8.
Well, certainly, I had esports 66 points, a good head start. Quantum rate 70, like you also mentioned. But talking about the other teams also that amped up their performance this particular week, especially H2E, they will also be starting if they are moving into the finals with 41 points. I think they are definitely moving into the finals with 41 points already. TUF with 49 points, but BABLU already 53 points. Quati also 55 points. So all these teams are already having a very good head start. But TMW on the other side, they're on the bottom with only 7 points to their name. Faulty Devils with only 15 points.
Absolutely, and from this game, 52 Esports were also able to bring themselves up with 25 points that they were able to accumulate. Moving on ahead towards the kill leaders itself, this is where, again, from week 1 to week 3, a lot of differences were being brought in. But right here we do have on top T20 Quoties Gravity with 117 eliminations. Followed along, of course, is going to be Finisher from Magnus, and then comes in Blade on the third spot. But when it comes to Magnus, they have showcased their perfect play. When it comes to, of course, I8, their players have been part of the elimination leaders pretty much from day one itself. All of them, in fact. But let's see on page 2 if that'll still be the storyline for I8 or not.
Well, certainly for I8, it needs to continue. I8 needs to continue with the same domination, which I think they are going to do so. Followed by Regicide also, the way Regicide they have improved themselves in this particular week. I think finals, Regicide is also one of the strongest team that we need to watch out for, especially Knock Knock with 88 elimination and Quraysh Esports as well. The way Jaguar has been playing every single time, he's the one clutching it out, opening things up from the side of Quraysh Esports. Well, he's also looking very good with the total eliminations he's having.
Absolutely, but let's have the look at overall ranking post 78 after match 78. Well, here we have it. Magnus Esports, the way they've been leading the chart, they continue with that same domination and performance, 760 points to themselves. Moving ahead, of course, I8 Esports on the second position. They had a perfect week 1, week 2, and then week 3, things kind of faltered down, and the performance definitely reflects the same, where 680 points is what they were able to accumulate. But there is the storyline for page number 1, where we do have, of course, a lot of differences being showcased. Of course, Magnus and I8 Esports have always been the ones locking heads against each other from week 1. But Team BABLU, Quraysh Esports, Freestyle, T20 Quoti, TUF, right? These are the ones that have definitely brought their performance up.
Well, certainly, but now is the moment of the truth. Which teams are not moving into the finals? I think it is going to be Metershot Sky, Triple Esports, Fault Tables, and TMW Esports and 3x Esports. Well, they are moving ahead as they are sitting on the 16th spot, and 52 Esports also are going ahead with the total 359 points, sitting on the 15th spot.
Well, again, just like I8 were able to participate in the LIVIK map with 1 point difference, 3x Esports is going to be able to participate in the grand finals with a 1 point difference. They're going to be definitely very happy with that performance from themselves. Metershot Sky with 3 chicken dinners also. Sadly, just 1 point difference is what was showcased from their side. Triple Esports had a valiant effort the way they tried in week number 3, but sadly, it has resulted in them only just 11 points, 12 points difference, but that's absolutely fine. It is the experience that the teams should be able to walk away with when it comes to PMPL, and I'm definitely certain that these teams will be back again to showcase a lot more of their prowess and a lot more of course, their synergy and tactics.
Well, certainly, good gameplays was showcased from every single team. It was not that we can say this particular team was not showcasing the performance. Even Team W also, the way
Oh,
Triple
yes.
Six went for the survival gameplay in one of the Miramar, he knows how to go for the placement points. And Reaper also from the side of TMW becoming a player we need to focus on. The way Faulty Devils, Leon OP, and the entire team of Faulty Devils this particular week, they went for
They definitely were. In fact, that is the reason why we can see TMW Esports as well as TFD right there with 1 and 2 chicken dinners respectively. So nothing taken away from that sort of a performance. After all, that is what they were here to prove, and that is what they've proven, of course, to the entirety of the fans as well as the community. But moving on to the overall summary, we do have the start the day off. Well, it was Quraysh Esports on day one. Moving on to day two, it was Team TUF. Again, this is how the overall strategy, the layout was showcased from these teams, and in terms of how they were able to accumulate so many points.
Certainly, talking about the points, well, Quantum Rage, they are dominating this particular day, getting highest placement points along with Regicide, and the elimination points as well are 39, and the total points are also the highest of Quantum Rage this particular day. But yeah, good performances from all these teams, and even the 52 esports also. Let's talk about 52 also. The way they performed this particular week, well, all the hard work has finally paid off because now they are
True.
moving into the finals.
Exactly. It has definitely paid off. There was a lot of question being raised when it all started off, but now it has all been answered. It has all been cleared out, and that in turn, I'm sure fans as well as the team itself, the players themselves, everybody is going to be very, very happy. And every single team that, of course, was a part of the previous 3-week affair in the league play itself, are definitely ought to be feeling very proud because of the way that they played, because of the way that they were able to change their tactics, and of course be that dynamic and learn from their mistakes, and then bring it down to tactical awareness and showcase it all to the opponents as well, bring them down. We saw a lot of that changing taken throughout the entirety of the 3 weeks, and that's a good thing. That is definitely a good thing that definitely happy to see. I'm sure and hope that, of course, the teams as well as the fans are happy to see as well.
Certainly, the fans are going to be happy because they were supporting their of all their favorite teams. Even H2E also, they were struggling in the initial few weeks, initial week number 1 and week number 2. But this particular week, they started picking themselves up, and now they're standing on a good spot. So that means
Right.
they can already look forward to a very good start in the finals.
Absolutely, most certainly they should be looking forward to that. And of course, it is definitely a commendable approach to how Magnus, the way they were able to lead. I8 started off in week one itself with a very good performance, and then after that, it was Magnus that reigned in supreme, that brought in the performance for them, the points for them, and then kept on bringing that consistent play every single game that they participated in. So definitely a good play that was showcased from the teams. And of course, as they push on into the grand finals itself, a lot more changes I'm anticipating from these teams that will be brought in, as they will be playing the same maps, but the strategy, I'm sure, could be different. The aggressive stance could be different. The way that they approached fight itself could be different. All of that will all be boiled down and found out on the 30th of September, because that is when the grand finals begin, and they will conclude on the 2nd of October. So definitely do not forget to tune in, because that's going to be the most critical point for these teams. And from that also, only 6 teams are going to move on into the SA Championship, which is also a very important thing, because they are going to be representing the Pakistan region.
Well, certainly everyone wants to represent their country, but the best of the best teams are already only going to move forward. That means top 6, as you pointed out. So coming to the finals, yes, being in the top 6 is going to be the target of every single team. That also brings the factor that you have to be so very consistent in every single game. Otherwise, inconsistencies, just like the league plays, won't fare off really well in the finals.
Exactly. Now, overall, we do have a difference between Magnus Esports and I8 Esports. As we were just talking about it, the comparison is clearly indicating that the damage dealt, well, in the final day, perhaps it could have been brought up a little bit from the side of I8 overall, as we do have their damage going up at 75,715 compared to, of course, 74,520 from the side of Magnus Esports overall. But the points difference clearly do indicate that the consistent play was coming in from the side of Magnus Esports. Even when it comes down to the way the eliminations were, even when it comes down to the average survival, it all boils down to, in the end, the chicken dinner, I believe, that resulted in, well, I think 3-4 chicken dinner difference itself created a huge lead for Magnus Esports.
Well, certainly, Magnus were consistent week 1, week 2, week 3. Unlike I8 Esports, who faced a downfall in week number 3, Magnus
True.
was rather pretty much consistent every single week. So, yes, Magnus is one of the strongest team in the lobby, but when you're the strongest, you're also grabbing the attention. Your strategies
Right.
have been read. So, other teams, other 15 teams are ready to come with a different plan to counter your strat. So Magnus needs to bring that X factor or something different in the finals.
And I'm sure it will be. And again, we know that when it comes down to the players and of course their prowess in terms of the way that they're able to synergize and take on the entirety of the lobby all by their lonesome every single time, it is definitely showcased based on the experience that they have, and that experience will definitely be pushed on the fourth, and the envelope will definitely be changed in terms of how they're going to be approaching the grand finals. And the grand finals is where of course a lot of course the eyes are going to be set up, the money is going to be set up, but more so of course the entire Pakistan region itself is going to be looking forward to as to who is going to be the one that represents us. And that is a huge undertaking. That is not an easy one to be a part of, but that is something that well, these teams are equally prepared. They have the experience, and I'm sure that that will be showcased in the finals itself.
Well, certainly, finals are going to be much more interesting as compared to league plays, because that is where that the strategic gameplay is also going to come into the picture. Because it was all about the aggression. Teams were being so aggressive, already accumulating points for themselves to have a good start or a lead for week number 3. Week number 3 was where we started witnessing more strategic gameplay from every single team out there. So yeah, finals is going to bring something new from every single team. And even the
True.
drop location also, there is a chance or an opportunity for the teams to go for the dynamic drop also.
Absolutely, definitely look forward to that, but we'll have to see how it all fares out in that in those 3-day affair. Right now, of course, it is going to be the end of our day as we look forward to 30th September. The grand finals is going to be starting right then, but today we do reach an end. Thank you also very much for tuning in. With that, any final closing thoughts, Shadow, from your side?
Well, all the teams, good luck for the finals, and the teams which are not able to qualify for the finals, don't be disheartened. You give your best, and every single team in the lobby, you guys impressed everyone. You guys impressed your fans. You guys impressed us as casters.
Definitely, most certainly did. And with that, of course, thank you so much for tuning in. Like I said, do not forget to tune in for the grand finals starting on the 30th of September. Until then, take care and bye-bye.